Yeah, from Wi-Fi. Yeah.
All right, here we go. Good morning from Lord Fletchers.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us. We've got Rich Lindgren here, and I'm Aaron Teal, and we're going to walk you through some of the boats that we've got available for test drives today. It's kind of a really good day to test drive boats, don't you think?
Absolutely. We're going to talk to people, show you boats, get you on the water remote, I think. We're coming in live from Lord Fletcher's, the very first live
boat
event for Pontoon and for HellaBass at the same time.
Yeah. And, most people, when you want to drive a boat, you'd think of like nice weather, sun, shorts, beauty on the water. Today is gruesome, but like I can't really think of a better day if you're looking to see what a boat can do, how it rides, and just all the attributes of a boat. You don't really know a boat until it's kind of windy out.
Actually,
crappy out.
I was thinking like I haven't, the CX-20, my boat, the Slamus.
Yeah,
is a good. I mean, I've crossed some boat wakes and stuff, but I haven't really got to like test it and like go down the big bay this afternoon and might let her eat a little bit.
It's a good day for that. Well, you've been running that boat now
since June.
Okay.
We should ask people in the chat, how's the sound? How's the video?
Can you guys hear us?
Yeah, let us know. Make sure that we're not just talking to to nobody here.
Yeah. You can't just mute me. You have to mute both of us if you're gonna.
Yeah.
So sorry.
So Darius, Daniel, how's it sound, everybody? Might be a little bit get the feedback on that. Leo says good. We're all good. Thanks, Critical Gravy. Thanks, Leo. Good.
So we're going to kind of go over some boats today. So if there's any like boats that you want us to talk about, or you have any questions about any of the boats that are on display for test drives, or if you're not busy today, let's see you right here at Lord Fletcher's.
Absolutely. If you're within driving distance, you got till 3 p.m.
Yeah.
To get out here and hop in a variety of Vexus, Phoenix, Camus, Bentley pontoons. If you want, if you want to pull a fast one on the wife, you tell her we're going to go check out a pontoon, and then you do the pontoon, and then you can slide over and check out one of the bass boats at the same time.
Yep. There's no better testing ground for a wife or a good date than a day like today in a boat. Probably skip the picnic though. Rich, you want to run us through what we've all got available for rides today? We kind of mentioned the brands, but we've got a lot of models that people can try out, and that's pretty exciting because you wouldn't buy a car without driving it first, right? But so today's your true chance to test out all of them, dude.
Yeah, absolutely. Jeremy, it is warm. It is nice in the inside Fletcher's here.
Beautiful day
actually
inside.
It's not that bad outside. It's just the wind, and we didn't think we'd have good audio. So
right.
If we didn't have so much wind, we'd be out on the docks where you'd see the boats live here. But we'll get some mobile cameras out there, Jeremy, so you can see them as well. But yes, we have, it looks like 6 different Vexuses.
Yeah. So let's maybe start with walleye boats.
Sure.
Right. So you've got Vexus
or multi-species.
Multi-species.
We call them. We don't want to offend any
crappie /
anglers.
muskie / walleye. Anything you like to catch on the water. So Vexus, we've got a DVX-22 warship hull. We've got the 20S as well, DVX, and then the DVX-20 and a DVX-19. And then the Camus, we've got a DV-22, a DV-20, and the all-new DV-19.
Like brand new. Is this like one of the first ones you can even get your hands on, right?
Like first or second one in the whole country. So I got to drive it over to Fletcher's from the landing, and was really impressed with how the nose stayed up. And I mean, it's bucking in Crystal Bay, so it was cool to kind of give it a little elevator spin. And
you've driven a few boats in your day, so you got some comparisons.
A couple. Nice. A couple. And they're, boats they each have different attributes, different things that are absolutely awesome about them. At Pontoon Marine, very lucky at Pontoon to have a good variety, but we don't skimp on quality. So we've got, I feel like, 3 of the top performing fishing boat brands in the United States here on display and in their showroom floor. But that new DV-19 is pretty exciting. Camus has really come on the last couple of years, and I'm sure you can. What's some of your favorite stuff about your boat? I was going to ask you.
So the CX-20, been running it since June.
Yeah.
Right out of the gate, like the quality, the build, but just the thing that probably stands out to most is the softness of the ride.
Yeah.
So whether you're running across a 2, 3, 4 foot chop, or you hit a rogue pontoon wakeboard wake when you're hopping spot to spot on the lake. I always tell people, like, you can tell with the co-anglers, like, you know, tournament mode, you don't tend to kind of like take things easy, right? You're kind of ripping, you know, ball, you know, letting it all hang out. And like, it's pretty typical that you see them, like, they see the weight coming, right? And I'm not slowing down, and they're like bracing for, like, you know, a spine reduction, right? And then like it goes poof poof, and they're like, whoa, that was pretty nice. Like that's probably the biggest thing. I mean, there's a lot of great features about it, but that and the layout, the back battery compartment, like that whole setup, the complete padded front deck, where it's like not just like where you stand or not just the center part, it's the whole thing.
You definitely notice that after a long day. The acceleration, I think that boat, the CX20 in particular from Camus has got probably the best 0 to 60. I've seen those 4 strokes wind up a little bit slower on top, but that Camus. So the big thing, and then you mentioned the wave stuff. So Earl Bentz has always been known for making a good riding hull and a good performing hull, but they widen the pad out on that boat, and that's really what kept a really good ride. But when you cross boat wakes and stuff, that's one thing I really noticed in that boat.
And I'm not a boat physicist.
Me either.
But my understanding is the fuel tank is kind of center mass, like under your feet. Basically
longitudinally.
Right. And so I think that just eats a lot of energy, right? So. Like that waves, like it dissipates and helps just absorb that energy.
Lower center of gravity. Chisel, if you will, be like taking a 2x4 and slapping it sideways versus taking.
But I think it's even having like whatever 40 gallons of fuel in that tank down there just deadens, like, just kind of.
I agree with that.
I think that just you don't get that slap.
Totally. And I think, to be honest with you, when people look at a boat, I think where the fuel cell is located, I'm no physicist either, and math was not my strong suit along with science.
Still isn't.
Nope. But I'm a history guy, big history guy. And historically speaking, where they put the gas tank seems to make a difference in weight distribution. And there's a lot that goes into these boats. It's crazy when you tour the factories and stuff.
That goes hand in hand with, I'm sure that's what makes everything happen in the back compartment. Right. Like, because most of your traditional style boats, at least my boat that I had, like the back compartment was largely occupied by fuel tanks. So that's why I didn't have any place for extra batteries and chargers and all that kind of stuff in my older bass boat.
Well, that Camus, I mean, you've got room for 4 batteries.
I already have 5 back there. I have AGM 31 and I've got 3 100-volt or 100 amp lithiums. And I just added a 16-volt powerhouse lithium for my graphs, which is the size of another Group 31. And I got room for more, but let's just keep putting them back there.
You running that run and gun deal with the powerhouse?
Yep, for that. It was really slick. I went to Lake Okoboji last weekend, fished for 9 hours with all 4, 3 10-inch graphs and a 12-inch graph.
Sure.
I had 92% left on my lithium after 9 hours.
Do you notice a difference in picture with your graph?
I say the jury's still out. I think I didn't have time to play with it. It was windy. I'll have some more time to do it. And the way that I have it set up with the throughway Perco switch, I'll be able to literally like get it set up on a nice day and be like, all right, we're looking at this.
Sure.
Go back, flip the switch and we'll be able to just see what it is. So
yeah, that'll be cool.
Time will tell, but I think it looks good, but I haven't had the time to really like give a true response yet.
Right. Well, we're seeing that lithium stuff really come on, and it's interesting because they're so much lighter than a regular battery that I'm curious because a like fuel tank in the back, when boat companies put it way in the back, like there's a reason Camus puts it, the fuel cell, like right in the middle. I think that helps with hole shot and the ride. I think when you have the more weight you have towards the front, but if you have too much weight towards the front, then you can't control the nose and like in the rough stuff. So it's kind of a balance point.
If you put it too far forward, then you're also going to kill your speed.
Right.
Like,
and then you have lift.
And you're also changing the fulcrum, right? Like, I guess the people that talk about getting performance out of the bass boat, right? Like that about
fulcrum. That is a hell.
Right. Like the balance point on your boat, right? So like, I think they say that when that's why you load out your boat differently if you want speed, right? Like I think they say that if you put your heavy plastics or jigs and weights up front, right? Like I think like the idea is that like a pound behind the driver is worth like 3 pounds in front of the driver or something like that, as far as like weight. And We should a couple questions here.
Yeah.
So Kyle says, how much is the Camus CX20? Kind of a trolling motor, batteries, no graphs.
Ooh.
Unofficially, I guess I don't know.
I'm scared to touch that.
Yeah, but I think we're talking
70 something. I think
in the 70s.
Yeah,
I would think, just to give you a ballpark.
We should have brought pricing with us. My
right.
apologies.
That's out of my wheelhouse. We can star this, and if we like,
so I think
maybe get somebody like Brian Bankston back here. We're gonna probably be here for a while.
Yeah,
but I think that will get you in the.
Yeah, if there's a way we can personal message him, back with a price, I think that's a great question.
Yeah. Darius says his next boat will be a Camus with a Suzuki 250. The Suzukis have come a long ways.
They have. They don't break. I know that. They're very reliable, quiet.
And I think they've kind of redone some of their gearing and their propping to kind of cater to the bass market a little bit. So I think it's
I think they increased the alternator, and then I think they went to a fly-by-wire shift as well. So they ritzed them up a little bit. Yeah, I don't think it's going to do the top end that a Mercury is going to do. I think they're
closing the gap.
They're closing the gap. The whole shot's good on them, and they're very reliable. Like, that's the big thing. You can't catch any bass without a motor. Like, you can't get to them, right?
Right.
So,
yeah. If you can't weigh them in, they don't count.
Right.
BB Bass said he gained 3 miles per hour in his Z21 by going to lithium.
That's crazy.
And I think if you think about it, right? Like, you take 100 pounds out of your boat, like that's 100 less pounds on your trailer tires.
For sure.
100 less pounds you're towing down. I mean, it's incremental, but like there are some overall benefits.
We have bow lift, and then you have stern lift, which is ultimately the top end. If you have the bow lift, like the stern is the only thing that's going to hold you back from additional lift at that point. So it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. And I think, right, like bass boat, walleye boat, like gas mileage is not the greatest on outboards. We'll just be honest. So I think, like, if you're taking weight out of your boat, like, you use a lot of gas getting on plane.
Yeah. Tesla doesn't make a motor yet.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think, like,
outboard.
over time, you're going to gain some gas mileage on your boat as well. Just like you're going to fuel economy, I guess.
The sweet spot for fuel economy, I think, is at like 35 to 45.
Yeah.
Not trimmed out just
That's
enough.
The one nice thing about the Camus, the gauge that comes with the Camus.
Yeah.
It's kind of basically a smart gauge in itself. And you can just see live what your fuel consumption is.
Sure.
So when you want to, like, when you're practicing or fishing for fun, you can kind of dial in that sweet spot, because it's a big difference. Right. Hammer down. It's like half if you drive at like 40 miles an hour versus 70.
Right. Well, that Camus with that wider, longer pad, I think the big attribute of that to me is its ability to carry weight. And I guess maybe you've noticed that with a load, how much speed I
haven't noticed much at all.
Much variance,
whether
right?
It's me or two people or live wells or full tank. I still got to get anchors on there. Those will be coming soon. Sure. And I haven't really spent a lot of time propping it, because I don't want to until I have the anchors and it's kind of set up. Right. I don't really want to spend time fooling with props and figuring out what the ideal setup is. But I just run a 4-blade, and that also evens out. Sure. I mean it's a little more, I don't know, temperamental. It carries the load a little better all around.
Yep. I think the biggest variance in those in speed nowadays with the Camus is more so temperature with the Mercury than weight versus other boats like that have maybe a narrower pad. I mean, and they got all that storage up there. You put a Omnia fishing tackle department up in your front deck, and that adds. People don't understand how many jigs they have till they lose 4 miles an hour.
Yeah, but absolutely.
The Camus does a good job with that.
So I think we were talking about boats, and we got sidetracked. So we talked about the multi-species boats.
Yes. So,
and then we also have a few bass boats. A couple. Yeah, a lot of bass boats. You want to walk us through the bass boat lineup here? So I think, right, we got the in the Vexus, right? We have the VX20.
Yep.
Which is a monster.
Thing is a monster. It's a beast. It's a wave crusher. It's got the airwave seats in it too.
Yeah.
Anyway,
we can get John Figgy's
I'm excited.
2 cents on the air-wide seats a little later. And then AVX 1980, Sam Sobey's boat.
Yep.
He's out here. He's between demo rides. I think he's
catching crappies.
So if you take a quick spin and you want to you got your fishing license, you can probably talk Sobey into stopping for a couple silvers
for sure. Bankston said he doesn't have his yet, so make sure Bankston don't
Shocker.
Yeah, weird.
Well, weird that Bankston doesn't have his fishing license.
Yeah.
Who'd have thought?
Good thing the St. Jude's not today.
Yeah. We could circle back on that.
Yeah, that would be a fun
other
story.
tournament if people don't know about that.
Oh, for sure.
CX20. Actually, have a few CX20s. Have mine. CX20s. Bart's is on the bank. Is there? I think that there's at least two.
Two of them.
I think the CX21 is a late scratch.
Late scratch.
Yep.
Which is too bad. That's a great boat.
But I think you'll get a really good feel. Everybody I talk to, as far as like rough wave, like you just get a little more with the 21. So I think if you drive the CX20, I think you're going to get a pretty good vibe on what the Camus is all about. And then we got 4 more Phoenixes.
Yeah.
A 920 Elite, an 819 Pro, a 721 Pro XP, which I think is Figgy's boat.
Yeah, Figgy Smalls.
And then a 21 PHX. So a little bit of variety here. Maybe touch on what maybe not everybody knows what why so many Phoenixes and what I mean they've got a little bit of something for everybody.
They do, and there's not a lot of this is what's really special about today. There's not a lot of places you could test drive a Vexus VX20 and then hop in a CX20 from Camus and then hop in a 920 Elite from Phoenix, then a 721 to really you want to learn about bass boats. You want to learn how which boat you like. You get to drive all of them, but the Phoenixes, they specialize, right? So you've got Camus and Vexus that builds both multi-species and bass boats and really good heritage with both of those companies.
Yep.
And Phoenix is no different, but they really specialize and hone in on bass boats. They use awesome materials, and they've really perfected the bass boat, in my opinion. So you've got all these different models, though, to your point, Rich. You've got the 21 PHX, you've got a 721 Pro XP, you've got an 819 Pro, and you've got a 920 Elite. So a lot of question we get a lot is, what 21 PHX versus a 921 Elite versus a 721 Pro XP? What's the difference between them? Well, so originally the Pro XP is kind of their bread and butter hull that Phoenix was founded on. So that 721, it's a 21-foot boat, so 20 feet 11, but it's a little bit narrower. It's kind of a compact boat, but it rides really good and it fishes awesome. So of the Phoenix lineup, Greg Hackney could fish off of any boat he wants. He chooses a 721, and I'll tell you why. Everybody wants a wider deck and stuff, and wider deck's awesome to fish off of. But if it's just you up there, if it's just John Figgy up there, and we'll probably touch on this when we bring him in, you can make any cast off the bow of that 721 because it's a little less blunt of a front end. So when you're around, tight stuff, if you're flipping something, if you're skipping docks and stuff, it's a really nimble platform to fish off of. And then when you're taking waves and stuff, that wider front deck actually can hit them a little bit harder. So that narrow seems to chisel them a little bit better.
It's kind of different, right? Like the Camus is really designed to absorb, right? And cushion, kind of take that energy, where I think the 721 is designed to cut it. Is that a
pretty fair assumption, I would say? So then you've got PHX versus the Elite. So the Elite is actually a Pro XP hull bottom. So the 920 Pro XP, the 921 Pro XP.
A little house cleaning over here.
You're good. 721 Pro XP, that Elite. So that 721 Pro XP does have a little bit more traditional top cap with the latches and stuff, but when the PHX came out, those slam latches became extremely popular, and there was a few redesigns they wanted to include as well. So they came out with the Elite, which is a Pro XP bottom, but a PHX top with a little bit different bow shroud. So that Elite is going to be just like a 721 Pro XP. It's going to have that speed and that top end performance. And it's going to have a really solid ride as well, but that Elite has a wider deck. So if it's windy and you've got 2 guys fishing a weed line, you can get 2 guys on the bow making casts off the front of that. So if that's important to you, to me, the Elite is a really good river boat because it's got really good speed, it's got really good space, and it's got those really nice convenience features like those slam latches. They use heavy duty gas pistons between all their lids. They're using really good fiberglass materials in each of their boats. And to me, the 21 PHX, so the PHX would be a little bit deeper hull and then just very good slam latches. So the PHX has an emphasis on rough water ride. The Elite has an emphasis on performance, speed, and all around fishability. And the 721 is kind of that tried and true. If it ain't broke, they don't fix it. You know, that's really good for the budget minded angler. And it's probably the best bang for your buck boat. You get a 21-foot boat that's realistically priced in the 20-foot category with other
comes
with
a little
boats.
Bit standard, a little less frills.
Correct.
Now you can deck it out and probably make it just like the other ones
you can
if
make
you want.
It,
but like the base package is probably a little minimalist. I would say, like the bare essentials on that package, I would guess.
Yeah, for sure. And that 19-foot boat, that 819 with a 200, it performs like a 20-foot boat. I mean, you get high 60s out of that. And it's very spacious, affordable platform. I remember that 819 Pro, we couldn't keep them in stock.
Yeah.
You know, we typically don't have them for very long.
And if you absolutely need a 225, you can get the 919.
This is true. And that thing's a speed demon, like 74-mile-an-hour boat. So that we did a few of those.
At 74 is fast in a 20 or 21. But it feels a whole lot different in an 18 faster. Or a 19-foot boat.
Yeah, it's like driving a convertible after a Suburban.
Yeah.
And then so the 819 Pro and the AVX 1980 are going to be both in that 19-foot caliber. The AVX 1980 is going to be that 40 to 55,000, depending how you load it out.
I'm going to check something on setup. You keep talking about
problem.
This boat.
No problem. And the nose on that 1980 from Vexus is very similar to that 721 Pro XP. So you're going to find it's very nimble to control, especially in shallow water. And that nose is super responsive if you get in the rough stuff too. That 1980, I mean, for up here, you're going to see top end speeds between 50 and 55 miles an hour. But in Minnesota, Tonka, I mean, you got a speed limit on Tonka, and there's not a lot of lakes you can really open up at 80 miles an hour. So that 1980 is a perfect boat for anywhere in Minnesota, in my opinion, for what we do. If you fish leagues, if you fish high school stuff, all that AVX has been, one of our best selling bass boats. And the aluminum front's really starting to come on the last few years.
Nice. We got our extra camera set up. So
as
we get guests now, you can see Glenn Walker over there watching Bass Live.
What's going on, Glenn?
So we can get a live report.
Should we have him over? You want to
Glenn,
come? You want to be? Yeah.
You can give us first. You can we'll wait till you get up here.
He's blackfished out. He's ready for the weather today.
We might have to cheat the microphone a little bit here.
That's all right.
It's actually not too bad out.
No.
So first of all, most importantly, give us what's happening on Bass Live. What do you see?
It looks like Luke Palmer had 21 pounds, I think. Yeah. And looks like he's doing well. And it's kind of cool watching Mark. Aaron and I were talking. Mark Menendez, a little OG. Kind of doing his thing, going to town. So and just showing you can fish without forward-facing sonar, because I know everyone's like, you got to have it, but he's doing it without it. So
was he catching them on a prop bait? All of them? I saw him throwing it.
I've seen him mostly throwing. I think he caught maybe a spinnerbait this morning, but he's also flipping a lot, like a Texas rig,
looks
like a
creature. There's some wind blowing under those
maybe like
trees
a
now,
a game hog or a brush hog or something like that.
Something, but
game hog is sneaky. Right between
what is
game hog? The game hog is the Strike King brush hog creature bait.
Yep.
It's a little. There is a little bit bigger than a baby brush hog.
I think so, yeah.
And quite a bit. So it's just it's actually even a little bit smaller than the new mid-size brush hog that came out.
Yep.
It's like right between the mid-size and the baby brush hog. I love it for Carolina rigs.
You guys ever throw the man bear pig?
I haven't, but I hear Tuma loves himself some man bear pig.
I like the Destroyer personally. That missile.
I just got some baby destroyers from Omnia to try, especially if the river ever comes down, we can throw a Carolina rig maybe.
And Zoom just came out with a combo between a brush hog and
brush craw.
Yeah.
I wasn't see that one doesn't. I don't vibe with it. Doesn't give me the. I'm sure it catches them, but I look at it and I'm like, yeah.
But there have been some baits that I've seen on some old school Tonka guys that have made their own baits, and they kind of were like that. It looks like they took a brush hog because you have a solid head of a brush hog. And the one back when I was a co-angler on the Silverados, a couple of the guys I was paired with 1 year, they took a tube and then they took like a brush hog and shoved it up in the tube and melted it all together. So you have the solid and like the streamlined head of a tube to flip, and then like the brush hog tail.
You know where we can get some of those?
Well, the Zoom ones now, or the other ones that
the Frankenstein.
Yeah, and stuff that you clean out the bottom of your boat with.
Right.
And I guess people in the chat, you guys, can you hear Glenn okay on our mic setup? Let us know. So Glenn, tell us about yourself, Glenn.
Well, I've lived in Minnesota now for 12 years.
Yep.
Actually, I've known pretty much Rich and Aaron probably kind of since the get-go. I knew Aaron when he was in high school. May or may have not given him one of his first beers. And
allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly.
Glenn's a little quiet. Yeah, Glenn, maybe just like
a little quiet. All right. And then Rich, kind of out of the gate. When I lived in Shakopee, Rich was in Lakeville, and Rich
bumped into each other in the BFLs a few times back when I had time to fish them.
Yep. And then I worked in the outdoor industry for an outdoor marketing firm, and then fish, BFLs, stuff on Tonka. And then also one of our clients is the Classic Bass Champions Tour, so I'm responsible for doing a lot of stuff on that circuit. So both Aaron and Rich have fished that. Aaron's on year 3, year 3, and Rich was one of our original anglers. Fished the first ever event.
The what?
Champions Tour.
Oh yeah,
Mille Lacs.
Yeah,
first ever.
I think so, third in the first ever Champs Tour.
You did.
Nice.
Out of your old
the old Bass Cat.
Yes.
And that was not a calm day.
That was not
on
a
Mille Lacs.
No, I think but yours were not the smallest boat that day. Corey Brandt.
Noah and the Gambler.
Noah was
this was
Corey
this. If you listen back, Noah was like wishing he was
Ranger.
The old Ranger, Corey Brandt, and I think his boat official was a little on the larger side, and when we paired that and we saw that boat go out, we're like, oh man, he's not gonna be able to get up on pad.
A couple extra stress cracks that
day. But so I'm really fortunate I get to talk to and work a lot with some of the best fishermen in the state. So it's fun. I'd love to be able to fish those events, but instead I just get to watch guys fish and have fun doing it. And so
you recently you ran a Ranger.
Yep,
and then you recently made the switch to a Phoenix. You're actually the 920 Elite on here.
Yep.
Talk to us a little bit about, you came from Ranger.
Yep.
Now you're in a Phoenix. What are some things that really stood out to you, or what are some things you love about your boat?
Yep. So I ran 3 Rangers. I ran a 518, a Z119, and then a Z520. Loved them. Obviously, anyone that's fished, bass fishes grew up with, I think, a Ranger in their mind. I think that's just growing up. Okay, that's right, maybe. But I mean, that's just kind of that thing when you think of bass boats. And kind of when I was getting ready to look at a new boat, fishing the BFLs, Phoenix is a big sponsor of theirs, and the contingency for the BFLs plays a big role.
It's a fat contingency.
With the newer models.
BFLs,
if you win one, you get $7,500, and that's on top of
which is more than you win in the tournament.
Exactly, it's more than you win in the tournament, so it pays to do that. So I think the one thing that people ask me about boats is whatever fishing tournament circuit you're fishing, paying close attention to those contingencies is important because it helps. I mean, money is money, and it helps. So whether it's like the Vexus money, the Camus money, Phoenix money.
Kind of reminded me. I think I need to renew my Camus cash.
You do, yeah. Whiting missed out on $14K last year. He won 2 events at the end of the year. I feel bad even saying it out loud. I felt so bad for him. So if you do buy a boat, make sure you register for the.
I registered last year, but I think you have to renew every year.
Don't forget your fishing license, like Banks.
I got that. I got an Iowa license. I've got an Indiana license already, and I got a Minnesota license.
Sure. If you're in the market for a new boat, make sure you ask Brian Bankston about his fishing license. It's key.
You heard about the guy on Wright Patman in the MPFL.
Yeah. DQ'd. Happens to the best of us.
It does.
Yeah.
But so back to the boat switch. So the things I love about my 920 Elite is I think Aaron's seen my boat, and I'm very OCD. And anything, my garage, Rich has made comments about my garage before. Before I even had kids, you're like, wow, that's going to change once you have kids. You're not going to have time. and to keep it organized. It's changed, but I like everything organized, very kind of type A, and the organization in the Phoenix I love it. I can, have it catered to the way I want, keep everything organized. The rough watering capability handles the waves nice on the river. When you're hitting like tuna boat wakes, barge wakes, it handles them. Yep. It's a fast boat. It's a shallow draft boat. So on the river, if I'm getting into backwaters, it can slide through areas, can be pushed off sand easy.
So you've heard.
Yeah, so I've heard. Yep, don't pay attention to the sand marks on the bottom. But I think the biggest thing for me when the switch I made, the contingency, but also just the handling and the kind of the finer points. Some of the things I didn't like about my previous boats was, especially at the end, was getting it and just seeing some of the ends cut short, just finishing in it, things that you would see, and it's like, man, I just paid $60,000 plus for a boat, and it's just not the quality. It'd be like if you're buying a house and you go into a house and you close on it and the trim around your door frame is chipped, or it's an 1/8 of an inch short, and you have that annoying 1/8 of an inch gap in your trim. Yeah, you may be the only one to see it, but every time you look at it, you're going to be just furious that you're like, dang, I just paid that much for a house and your trim isn't lined up. Same thing with a boat. You go in there and if the carpet's fraying or the glue's not, in your rod locker, if the carpet's peeling up, yeah, it's a minor thing, but those small things, when you're investing that much money into a boat, that's important. So I think regardless of what boat you go with through Intune, they all the boats that they sell are high quality model brands that all the finer points are taken care of, which I think is the biggest thing when you're investing money in, is the small details play a huge role.
Nice. And Glenn's boat is on the dock here.
It is.
Ready for a test drive.
Yep.
Or if you want to look at his immaculate organization, if we open the center, it's going to be all perfect and ready to go.
Pretty much, yeah.
There you go.
Just waiting to fish.
You want to see what my life goals look like? Look inside Glenn's center compartment. You'll never see mine that organized.
If you want to see a fisherman's center compartment, you can come look at my center compartment.
Oh man, it's bad. But that Phoenix though, the biggest thing I noticed with like those old Rangers, they had that very dense kind of solid feel. That Phoenix definitely has that very dense kind of feel, old Ranger quality that you maybe don't see anymore. But
And you were talking about the slam latches, and Biggie made a comment back there. So on he doesn't have the slam latches. Slam latches, what are those? Well, Bart just shot a video with me, so that'll be posted here. But I guarantee most of the people that have boats, your compartments, when you have to lift them, to open them, when you have to turn them and get the locking mechanism bar, not engaged on the boat underneath the lid. How many guys have pulled that up and it gets bent? And then it doesn't. And you'd be like, oh, I can bend it back and straighten it. Yes, you can.
Shut it on it,
or you shut it. And that all gets bent. The integrity of that latch and that compartment is compromised. So no longer is that compartment as watertight, nor is it as secure. So if there's any play on those old lids on your compartments, if a thief can, get any leverage underneath or anything, they're going to be able to pop it up. So, that's just, little things like that. The sea deck in the bottom of the console area, you get drowned out there in the water in a horrible rainstorm. Go, in a few hours it's dry. I mean, it's little things like that I really enjoy about the boat.
If you're a klutz like me, you'll appreciate slam latches, because Dane will yell at me every tournament, like, shut the latch, like minimize tripping hazards in Glenn Walker's Phoenix for sure. Yeah, for sure. Well, that's pretty neat. And Glenn, you're fishing the BFLs again this year?
Yep, BFLs, the St. Jude, Blackfish, and then Tonka Classic.
Let's talk about how you have that Phoenix rigged out, because I think that's a lot. Like, another question along with what boat do I get? What do I put on my boat? There's like Humminbird, Lowrance. You have so many things. What do you got?
So I'm a Minn Kota Humminbird guy. So on the back, I got dual 10-foot Raptors.
Okay.
And those, a lot of people have asked me, how I like them. I love them. I was a Talon guy from the get-go, and I love my Talons. Why I switched to the Raptors, I like they're a little bit more low profile. And I think that they also a little bit more eye appealing on the back of a boat. Nothing against the Talons. But one thing I do really still like about the Talons is they're not a hydraulic system. My thought process, anytime you're on the water, anything that can go wrong, you should try and alleviate. With the Talon being electrical, it's pretty easy. If it gets stuck down, you take a wrench, crank it back up. If it's a battery issue, you can fix that, rewire it, whatever. Hydraulics, whether it's the Raptors or power pole, that's a little bit more harder to fix on the water. You gotta, get it up. And I know Aaron's had a couple power poles on the back of his boat that have been ratcheted down. Or those are Talons?
I had Talons fall off.
Oh, those are Talons. Okay. Yeah.
But the bracket sheared the bolts.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Hardware. Not that.
Yeah.
Well, and you need to torque them to a certain PSI. What I like about the Raptors over the Talons was I didn't feel like less maintenance for me to tighten the bolts.
Yep.
Because there's not a lot of give in those Talon brackets.
Sure.
And there's a lot of weight there.
There is. Yep.
But people, if you torque the bolts right.
Yeah.
So don't give me the wrench.
Yeah.
If you don't give me the wrench,
well, it's because you're just so strong.
It's the thunder and lightning here. Yep.
But so the Raptors, and then on the console I have 2 Helix 12s, and then up front I got two Helix 12s as well. So I went from 2 years ago I ran a Helix 15 up front, and then last year I switched to the dual 12s, just with 360 Mega Live. I wanted to go back to 2 graphs, and then I have Mega Live up there, and then Mega 360, and I do have target lock on the boat as well. So
you got the turret.
I didn't see that. I got to go back and check that out.
So it's pretty cool. A lot of technology, and I'm still, every time out there you learn something new and little settings you can tweak. And Rich had some great ideas on how to make the 360 mount removable for slop fishing. So that's
we should we could probably do like a live. At some point I could do a little live walkthrough. I've shown it in a video. But I think that's a good point. Like when we were all standing around out there before we went live, everybody was like checking out everybody else's bow. Because you can walk down this thing and you got walleye professionals, you got bass tournament anglers, you can see Lowrance, you can see Garmin, you can see hummingbirds, you can see guys that have all of one, you can see mixes. You really can get a lot of good ideas on like how you'd want to set up a boat. Like you can go down the walk the line, steal all the ideas and really perfect your setup. So we'd love for you to test drive a boat and check them out. But even if you just want to come down and just kind of check out everybody's setup, there's a ton of value in doing that, even for us to walk around and see that.
It was cool.
I mean, and I saw Tim Winterhalter here, Hummingbird rep tech support.
He's the book of Hummingbird.
Exactly. So, I mean, if you're just looking for, back when kind of sports shows were more popular, because I know that's kind of fallen off the wayside, the questions I'd always get there was, set up on units. And, you can explain only so much through words and like telling someone on a demo unit at the show. But if you have Hummingbird questions or other electronics questions, come on out, because this is a great day to do it. You can, go out there. We can show you how to fine tune your settings, how to play with them, how to set them up.
That's how I learn. Learn by doing.
Exactly.
Nice.
All I have to say is, after seeing all them setups on these boats, those poor innocent fish, they are in trouble this year. That Figgy mount was cool too.
He's got a custom mount for his 721 to be able to put 3 graphs basically flat.
So
that was pretty interesting.
Aluminum, the beefiness of that, but
that's quite impressive.
Intune's kind of eliminated the sleazeball salesman scenario, because they don't need to sell you into anything here. You've got all the choices. You come try it yourself, see what you like, and it's got to be your boat. It's got to be your graphs. It's got to be your stuff.
Exactly.
Glenn runs a 920 Elite, but Figgy runs a 721 Pro XP. They each chose those models. Rich runs a CX20.
Absolutely. And I just, coming from a 19-foot bass cat, I was looking, I was really torn. I seriously considered a 919 Phoenix and even a CX19.
Right.
But it just ended up, after test driving them and checking them out, I ended up going with the CX20. But I was definitely erring more towards a 19 to 20 footer versus a 21. Just the style I fish, tow economy, cost of operation. There's just some benefits to that. And where we live, we do have big bodies of water. We do have the river, but like the river, you could make the case the 19, 20 footer is a lot better than a 21.
Less peppin'.
Sure. But I really feel like for what I like to do, I want a boat being a little more nimble. the CX20, but I am not afraid. Like, I mean, I took my bass cat in a lot of places in big water too, but like, it's so much easier now. The CX20, like, I don't have to like, the bass cat, I was maybe like 80% confident I was getting back from Boy Bay, and now I'm 100% confident I'm getting back from Boy Bay.
Well, your insurance probably went up a little bit, but think about how much you've saved in chiropractor bills.
Yeah, that's true. Well, honestly, and after the state tournament, I had that T-bone incident where I got like in a car wreck with my Tahoe 2 weeks, and honestly, I don't know that I would have been able to operate out of my old boat.
Sure. Last year?
Yeah.
Ooh, I didn't know that.
Like, I would have been really nervous about crossing boat wakes and all that kind of stuff in my old boat, but
well, it's good to have you here.
Yeah, we're here. Luckily, the Camus wasn't in tow when that happened, because that could have been really messy.
For sure. Anything but the Camus.
That has to be my scariest or my biggest worry: accident while pulling.
Yeah.
You ever get whacked while pulling? I know.
Knock on wood, no.
I've seen a few upside down boats.
Seems like every year there's at least one like open Toyota or higher level pro that.
Yep.
I mean, just the miles. I mean, the odds it's going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, anytime you're at a stoplight and you're always, you're fully stopped. I'm always looking in the rearview mirror, just making sure, like, you just don't want to see someone flying up hot behind you, and all of a sudden, like, there, nothing you can do.
Just coming back from a ride. Let's
all right.
Switch it out here. Thanks,
guys.
Glenn. Glenn, why don't you go?
Thank you, Glenn.
We're gonna have Figgy come in. Why don't you go find the next
victim?
The victim, voluntold.
I will do that.
They can come in like 15 minutes or so.
We'll do it.
Mr. Figgy,
Biggie
John
Smalls.
Figgy.
What up?
Bigosaurus in the house.
What are you doing?
This is your mic. We're all sharing here, so you gotta kind of project your voice here.
Alrighty.
Coming in hot. So you
just
did a ride?
Yep, just did a ride. Did a little filming with Bartusek and talked about the hull and the dual shroud mount.
Yeah.
And
Well, we're on Lake Minnetonka today, which is kind of you made quite a name for yourself on this very lake. Probably had a few. You've been to Fletcher's before.
A couple times. Yep.
The lake today with the conditions we have, what's nice about Tonka is there's a lot of different lakes and stuff. So if you want to go buck in the big stuff, you can get out past Arcola. I mean, you're kind of simulating. It's kind of like a Saturday on Tonka today
exactly
with the consistent.
Yep.
Chop one way at least. Probably a little better.
It's coming. Yeah, I'd rather have 30-mile-an-hour winds than a busy Saturday out here.
Right.
You know what I mean?
It's a little more predictable.
Yeah, it's more of a washing machine. Busy summers. So, but we had took a good rip out in Crystal and didn't get splashed with water and gets up on the hole good and good little boat ride.
So you're on your second Phoenix now, right?
Correct. Yep.
Both seven. Have you only?
It's the only Phoenix I've had. Yep. 721, and I don't want to switch.
And what was your when you decided to go with the 721? Did you do research? What was your process, your logic?
Yeah, well, because I've been in a handful of other Phoenixes too, and I like them. They're great boats. I mean, all of them are great boats, but that 721, for some reason, it just rides way different than even the Elites or the PHX one.
Yeah.
And that's one reason why I love that boat.
Sure.
I mean, the boat ride is outstanding.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
well, I think one unique thing about Phoenix that a lot of people don't talk about is when you look underneath a Phoenix, there's not a ton of setback in the boat. So what can be said about that is you truly have a 21-foot bottom on the boat. It's not set back. Like if you have 2 feet of setback, you got 18-foot bottom with with the 21 foot on top. So like that 721, you've got a 21-foot chisel and it's not super wide up front. I guess you don't feel it's too narrow with your rods and stuff.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
No, yeah. I mean, I can run 2 people on the front of my deck and still be comfortable.
Sure. And then the 721, as far as top cap layout, right? There seems to be a big debate between people who like the single door in the middle or the dual door in the middle. The 721's got the dual door. Now they make the Elite, which has a single door, and then the Elite 2 for the guys who wanted the Elite with the double door.
Oh, they did do that.
They do that now.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. So any way you want it, Phoenix can do it. But with the dual door, one advantage to that to me is you can sit in the middle and still, you know.
Yes.
Or do you wish it had a single door?
I wish I did have a single door. Yeah.
There's a sacrifice with every boat. You're never going to find a boat that's 100% perfect. Doesn't exist. I mean,
well, I mean, perfect for you maybe, but like, yeah, I mean, like,
but you're always sacrificing something.
Yeah, but you're, yeah.
He wants one door, but he likes the 721.
Sure.
So he's sacrificing.
Yeah, there is probably something, right? Like, yeah,
two
I mean,
doors.
Yeah, would I love to have my CX-20 go 85 miles an hour?
Yeah.
But I'm not giving up the ride.
Right.
To get 85, right? Like,
exactly.
And there's small things, I guess, like a nitpicky thing on mine. And this is something I can live with, but like, I actually wish I had a slam latch versus something that because like, even it doesn't have to be latch. My old boat, I could like not lock it and still lay it flat. My boat now, I have to like turn it back or it won't lay down flat.
Okay.
So I have to lock the compartment every time. Otherwise the bracket does go up.
The big thing with the slam latch though, is it doesn't have the compression that a twist latch does.
You get it tighter.
So if you like the Phoenix, it doesn't have the rubber seals. So it's meant to ventilate and they just strictly water evacuate through the channels.
Yep.
So the slam latch works well on a Phoenix for that reason. But if you've got a boat with the rubber seals around the lids, that slam latch, it doesn't press down to keep that watertight seal.
So I guess what I really want would be to be able to 180 my handles and let them collapse but not lock. So like my back compartments, sure, I don't mind. I'm not in and out of them, but like sometimes my center locker, I want to be in and out of there a lot. And I don't want to have to twist it and lock it every time.
Yeah,
but you could probably
upgrade the latch or change it out. But like just the mechanics of it doesn't allow me to twist it 180 and fold it open the way that Camus latches.
You can't flip it all the way around. It's it's a 9. You only get so much rotation.
So that's a small, like you said, the single door versus like there's
there's always going to be something small that's going to bug somebody in any kind of boat. But I mean, like to your point too about the dual latch or compartments, it is nice where you can still sit down on your front deck and you still have that little tackle compartment there. And that's where I keep like all a lot of my plastics, like my jig trailer stuff that I'm always trying to grab quick. It's right there. So that is a nice feature about it too. But
because if you got rods laying down, then you feel like you got to sit on your tips to get to that other one.
Yeah. And I do wish I had like, rod storage in the middle where you do have that one latch.
Sure. And see, I don't do much center rod stuff, but I know guys will have tackle below and like keep their 5 like
that's kind of what I've done is like my turning rods I'll put in the center.
Yep.
Because I know I'm just gonna pull them out in the morning and they're all gonna be on the deck all day, but like then they're not in with the other 38 Dobbins.
Yep.
Right. That I got like the starting lineup goes in the center and they're gonna probably be out all day unless I break one or blow one up or something like that. So they're basically just a temporary, just so they're not on the deck when I'm driving down the road, catching road grime and all that kind of stuff. But so I use it more as like a staging area than a storage area for rods in the center. So it's nice to have the option.
Right. Do you take your tubes out on the port locker side, the rod tubes?
So my other boat I did.
Yep.
This one I have not yet because I'm trying to figure out if I want to have it in there or not. But luckily those tubes do come in and out pretty nice.
Yep.
So it's like once you do take them out, you can, and if you don't like it that way, you can throw those tubes back in.
Agreed. Yeah.
So
that's what I was. Some people are tube people. Some people I take them out.
Yep.
I got too much crap.
I've been running it now. I was down in Missouri for a little bit and just starting to get back into it. And I'm like, I think I am going to take my tubes out though.
It does like reduce your overall number of rods you can jam in there.
That's what it boils down to.
Yep.
And if you're, get a little excited like me, shove one in too fast and bust a guide. And luckily I know a rod builder.
Yeah. And I feel like actually like for the most part, I guess the rod tubes do a good job protecting the trailing guides, but I feel like you can like, especially like when I like super like a Ned hair jig rod that's got a really fine tip on it. Like I've broken a couple.
Yeah.
They got that organizer for the butt side on the back of that too. I can't remember if the Camus has that or not, but
I think it had 2. I think I took one part of it out or something. I don't remember exactly. I think there's something sitting on my. We got that. Look at this guy here. We got the dock. What's it like out there?
Spielberg himself. Hey there, guy.
How's it going, boys?
Good. How's it hanging out there? Ooh.
Batten down the hatches.
Where'd you get all those boats?
I'm actually standing in front of your boat right now, Rich. I might have to jump in.
Is it still there?
Oh yeah.
Is it still there?
Matter of fact,
Signal's not the best.
Need a little wind here.
It must be on that T-Mobile internet.
Let's see what you got in here.
At least it paused on like just him.
Yeah, like just like you should snap that like a new Instagram
just
profile.
cheese, yeah, like straight up.
Oh, what do we got there? Speaking of the remove the life jacket. It's in the way there. Oh.
Oh, jeez.
All the goods. What's he got tied up, JP? Got any secret little baits tied up on him there?
Probably not. I think there's a couple crappie rods.
Pretty organized,
Yeah, big
Rich. I
crappie
like it.
tournament today.
Actually, I've gotten much
Side
more
bet.
organized.
I'm ready for a little side bet action on that crap on.
Yeah. See, there we can get custom here.
I'm gonna go take a
Not the
lap.
best.
You and
Otherwise,
Figgy
we
both have sweet colors.
I,
I've seen yours both marked by each other. Got the
Yeah,
red
they're
gel. Fletcher
they're
red
really
gel.
sharp.
Nice. That's the other
Kinda
nice thing about these boats. Nowadays, they used to charter for custom colors, I think, but not on Phoenix or Canis. Big ones anyway.
We're getting a little walkthrough here. There's the 721 next to the Slamus right there.
It's the Slamus.
Is it weird watching your it's like you got a live check-in, like a security cam? You're like, oh, she's still there. And there's the 21 PHX, I believe.
Yep. That is that'd be their flagship.
If it looks familiar, you might have seen that in a few tournament videos last year on the channel.
Oh yeah. The old Bankston mobile.
And then what
That is a 819.
that's the 19. That's I
Yep.
just met Mr. Skoglund, right?
Nope, this is the
Skoglund,
9.
John Skoglund, that's what it is.
Yeah. No, thanks to everybody for showing up today and helping out, Figgy. Thank you so much, dude. It means the world. Yeah, if you're serious about looking at a boat, you guys, you're not going to find a better day.
That's the case. That was CX.
That is a
Or
DV22.
DV22.
With a 400 on that thing, that's a 70 mile an hour.
That thing goes 70.
Yeah, well, they got that new
Cowboy.
new 400 now, the V10.
Oh,
And I heard it does like 74 with that V10 on there. Wow. See the prop on it? I don't think there's one here, but well, that thing's a ripper.
What is that?
That is a DVX20. That is Jeremy Nyan's boat.
Kicker action on there.
Yep. That can't catch a walleye. But yeah, the Vexus there, you'll see that wider front deck on the walleye boats because a lot of the walleye fishing is pontoon facing home. It's jigging around on the boat, fucking musky lures. So they widen that front deck out on this boat, which gives you more room up front. If you got two guys pitching jigging wraps on a mud flat edge, you're able to be a little more precise that way. But that pickle fork front end also knocks the spray down and helps that boat not to sink into that next wave when you're in the really rough stuff. Call it like a stabilizer, if you will, a spray deal. So it's kind of a two-part feature with the pickle fork front end. It's kind of a little different looking design.
Looks like somebody's about ready to head out on a boat ride here.
Yeah. These have that old Ranger solid, real nice feel to
These
it.
guys are going out to try it with
Oh,
that.
Mr. Collins.
And that's the 20.
All right, got
22?
cooking. Yep, that's the warship. That'd be their big one. With a 400 on the back of that, they do about 68.7 miles an hour out of the box mostly. But guys with the 400R are getting 70 out of that boat too. That's like 70 miles an hour across the lawn. Cheers. Coffee right there.
You don't need a top on your mug.
No, you don't even need a tumbler in that boat.
What we got here?
We got
The windshield. So the big thing about a walleye boat that a lot of people don't think about, and both the Vexus and the Canis really put this at the forefront of their design, is the windshield. so many boats. I mean, when you're in big water, Lake Minnetonka, Large Lake, when you're pounding like that, and the windshield's got 5 screws connecting it to the boat. I mean, it's crazy how companies have gotten away with that until these guys kind of change things up with that windshield. And it's truly, both those windshields are truly mated with the hull. A lot of windshields are bolted to the consoles only with other boats, and those consoles are then bolted or screwed to the hull. So you have a lot of flex points with that windshield. With these both walleye boats that we carry with Intune, the DVX and the DVs from Camus, their windshields are really, I mean, they're built to last as long as the boat.
So do you get the options on those ones too, like the bubble or full windshield, or do they just have one kind?
So I believe with the Camus you can get a bubble, but the Vexus is just a windshield. It's a little more low pro, so it actually is less obtrusive that way. But I know some guys will take the center doors off.
JP just living his best life out there.
Bubbles, but bubbles. I'm more of a bubble guy, but I'm a bass guy. But if I was trolling, I don't think we've sold any of them with bubbles anymore. But
it was weird because I was just out in South Dakota with Shields University, and I was a bunch of walleye boats out there. And there were definitely more full windshields than bubbles.
Sure. I bet more Bimini's out there too. They like their Bimini's. Get the sun, get the shade, and the wind. But it's crazy. The Camus one has, so the big thing is you got the windshield and then you have it like bracing back down. And both the Vexus and the Camus, like a lot of those other run-of-the-mill windshields will have just that one steel bar. That's kind of like you could probably flex it over your knee if you wanted to. The Camus, they use like a aluminum billet grab handle for the bracing. So it's like when you get up to get out of your seat, you got that handle there, and it's providing that support, so you don't have your fingerprints on the windshield and stuff. Nice. So that's probably like one of the cooler little things that Camus incorporated. Something to grab onto as well.
What's JP up? He said I had a Mr.
21 PHX there. Oh, missed the Voselka.
He was just for a second.
Yeah. So Dane's got that VX20, and so with Vexus, we're putting airwave seats in all their boats. So it's the first fiberglass bass boat to put airwave seats, suspension seats. Camus is the closest thing I've seen to that, but those are just springs in the seats. So that's kind of cool. And then you can get Wave Pros in a Camus for walleye boat for suspension seats. I got a bad back, so.
Are you going to get air ride seats in the Phoenix, or what are your thoughts on it?
No, I'm going to stay away from them.
Yeah, you don't want to pump up your seats.
No, I don't want to pump up my seats. I don't know. There's something about pumping up seats before you head out in the water. That's my biased opinion.
Well, that Phoenix, I mean, that's one of the few hulls that it seems to not hit real hard.
No,
like,
and Phoenix
period
seats are really nice too.
They're comfy, it's sexy too. Yep.
We got another Sobe coming in.
Yep.
Live crappie report. Can we get a live well look, JP? We need a live well check, JP. Live well check. All right.
Have you guys ever ridden in those yet?
I fished a Tuesday nighter with Sobe.
They're pretty solid.
Oh, here we go.
Uh-oh.
Live look.
Oh, geez.
A little empty there.
Let him go.
So,
no.
I'm liking this.
What's going on?
Side bet. I see slip bobbers.
No harvest?
Don't be looking.
I think you're hitting up there.
I expected more out of a YouTube
No kidding.
Yeah.
So I can't speak to the AVX ride because it was like no mile per hour winds on Crystal Lake.
Yep.
But we fished pads and frog. We won the Tuesday nighter all on frogs. It was a great boat to fish out of. Awesome fishing platform. We had a blast. So like, fishability wise, I can say it's an awesome boat.
I think I'm not going to pretend that it's the same as like a 21 PHX or a CX21, but I will say it's going to ride better than any other aluminum boat I've been in. The big thing with it is it's the first aluminum boat where they really bend it out into a pad bottom. So the bottom of it's actually, similar to a fiberglass boat where it's got the steps and a true running pad to it.
Yep.
and then it's got setback built into it, and that's how I think why it rides as good as it does. Along with that foam, it really dampens a lot of the sound. But the big thing with the AVX, it's not going to have as aggressive a dead rise underneath. It's a little more flat, so it's going to ride on top of the waves really good. And the bow's light, so the big thing with any boat is you want to be able to control the bow and waves, and it's virtually impossible to spear wave in an AVX. Like that's the one thing I will say. But
we're gonna go until like 12.
It does blow, being that nose is light, it is going to blow around a little bit more. But if you've got spot lock, obviously, that bow isn't going to be giving you issues and whatnot.
But it definitely doesn't keel the same as a fiberglass boat. You will notice a little difference. You're backing off your trailer. It just the
maneuverability.
Yeah, it does a little flatter in the water, so there is that.
But under speed, like because of that pad, it like at 55 miles an hour, it'll do what you tell it to do.
Sure,
it's pretty impressive that way. But the storage in it, the big thing, a lot of those aluminum boats are chinsed out a little bit, like with most brands. So Vexus is really the first to bring quality throughout the whole boat to the forefront with watertight seals around the lids, a really good beefy fiberglass console. There's no plastic for the trim and the shrouds and stuff. So like your switch panel, it's fiberglass and aluminum. The panel they use for the bow graph's aluminum. So that like when you talk about cutting corners on boats, that's an aluminum boat where they don't cut a bunch of corners on it. They make their own trailers too. So
it's amazing how many jackhammers you can fit in the AVX.
A lot of jackhammers. Yep. You like throwing a chatterwagon? AVX has got.
Shout out Johnston if you're watching the replay. That's for you, buddy.
Yeah, Johnston, Westmoreland.
The lineman.
Yep. Still working on that GoFundMe page.
How'd that go?
Good. We had to mute your wind noise, but
yeah, you could tell Sobe to maybe like catch something. Or,
yeah,
I mean,
and then bring him in here in like 10 minutes or so.
I think that'd be good.
Okay. You good?
Yeah, so cool. So you got a couple rides lined up, Figgy? Are you on the docket?
As of right now, I'm open. So come on in, take you for a boat ride. You can even drive it if you want. And
one free Tonka waypoint with each test drive. I think
that's
right.
A fact. Yeah,
it may not be any good, but you get a waypoint.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
He's going to give you one of Seth's waypoints, not one of his own.
From 15 years ago.
You can get a raveling waypoint or a Capra waypoint. Nothing that.
Yeah, they're probably coming back now. Yeah. Weird how sometimes that happens out here.
So before we forget, I do want to say this live stream is brought to you by Blackfish Gear, and today is a Blackfish special.
Awesome.
You can't choose the weather, but you can choose to stand the weather by staying dry and warm.
Do you think that we knew that Bart was going to sign on when you were starting to talk about Blackfish?
Oh, he probably heard us.
Is it true, Bart, that like if you were in the neighborhood of Lord Fletchers and you didn't think you were properly dressed and you wouldn't think you'd be warm in a boat, what would we do?
Yeah, I got a bunch of storm skin, gale hoodies, rain suits, everything in the back of my truck. So if you're not prepared, we brought stuff for you.
So if the wife's got you out shopping at Ridgedale and you didn't think you dressed for a test drive on Tonka, Bart's got extra Blackfish gear for you, so you got no excuses.
Yeah, no, there's no excuses. We're demoing Blackfish gear, boats, Humminbirds, Lorances, everything today. So,
yeah. So do you guys, I don't know, we can test this out and see how it works. I can mute myself too, but do you guys want to go for a spin in a DVX 19?
Yeah.
We're about to get to the edge of West Arm right now, and it's bucking pretty good.
Awesome.
Let's go for a rip. For a rip, bud.
We'll make
All
you
right.
big.
I got to figure out how to spin this around.
We'll mute on our end as necessary if it gets too noisy, so don't worry about it. And you can go horizontal with your phone too. It'll adjust either way. So
wow. Right in with the action.
We're high tech here.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out
low budget Galaxy stuff.
No, this is the real deal. We got one mic. Yeah.
We got lots of mics. We just don't know how to connect them to my laptop.
I told you, dude. It's hard. It's hard. I have
Where's Cole when you need him?
So he runs it on a Mac. That's like, and I run one of these. So I don't know.
Right.
Yeah.
So are you on you doing some camera work on the?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how.
What's the purpose of your test drive?
I'm filming some videos, but we're about to get out here, or I'll just turn my phone around. but I'm trying to figure out how to flip it. Where is it?
It's amazing the cell signal is not that great on Minnetonka, evidently.
Yeah, usually it's pretty good.
You would think Karen would have,
Yeah.
So let's walk through the performance, the conditions today. We've got, 20 to 30 mile an hour.
Consistent, gusting up to probably 35, 40 maybe.
Air temps like 48, probably
I
31
don't
with
even
the
know
wind
if it's
chill.
48.
Why not?
Yeah, I
Right
don't
on
think it
feel
is.
48.
Yeah, no,
That
it
feels
sure
28.
doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not warm. It's not warm out there, but it's perfect day for wind chill.
It's blackfish weather, I think, is what they would say, right?
It is. It is. And that storm skin stuff, I'll be honest, is
we lost him.
He gone.
Figgy
walked. So Tonka has changed quite a bit over the years. It's a lake that kind of always changes with the grass and stuff.
Mhm.
And what do we got for habitat on Tonka, and how has it changed, and what have you seen with the lake lately?
Oh,
that was my fault.
We're back.
Let's go for a spin.
All right. This is the DVX 19. So that's Vexus, correct?
Yeah, that's
probably mute this.
As you can see, it's we're moving.
There we go. Yeah. So we'll give you the visual. I don't think anybody needs 40 miles an hour of wind noise on top of 40 miles an hour of.
So those of you who aren't maybe familiar with Vexus, this is actually the old Ranger guys. They left Ranger and started Vexus. And with this Vexus haul, we were talking a little bit about the windshield. And the biggest thing, they're running a 19-degree dead rise on the bottom of that boat. So when you're ripping right into the waves, it's one of the softest, most amazing things I've ever felt. It's like, cutting butter right before you put it on your toast. You know what I mean?
Nice.
And that 19's got a more open layout with the jump seats in the back. So if you fish a lot from the cockpit and you do a lot of, let's say, walleye, crappie fishing, anything like that, you've got that space to walk around, and you got extra seats too if you bring the kids out or you go on a double or triple date or whatever. And it's got a pretty adequate front deck too. So as far as like the multi-species guy, if you're looking to get a new rig, that DVX 19 is really special. They don't cut a single corner on those boats. It's very quality. There's no carpet in the cockpit there. You maybe noticed that. There's a zero gravity drawer in front of the passenger seat. So, the wife has an awesome spot for her purse, or your buddy's got an awesome spot for his crankbaits. And the channels on the front deck too, if we're talking big water boats, when you open those lids up, you're going to notice the dams between the lids is like the Hoover Dam. Like they put them about a half inch deeper than what they used at Ranger just to really beef them up that way. So like the water does not get into those compartments whatsoever. I mean, you think about how much people spend on fishing tackle annually. That's just a little extra thing to keep your treble hooks from getting rusty and whatnot. And most people probably don't look at what the lids are made out of on a boat either. So like a Vexus, they're running fiberglass lids. And then like a Camus, they're running aluminum lids. Yep. And then when you look inside a box and how it's finished out, like the Phoenix, for example, the rod lockers have carpet in them.
Yep.
The Camus, but then the rear boxes, they make their own fiberglass rear boxes.
Yep.
The Camus has fiberglass front boxes built in. So fully enclosed boxes to me.
The rod locker is fully fiberglass, all smooth. It's really, it's kind of nice. Yeah.
And to me, there's advantages to both.
Yep.
Like the Camus, you can wipe that and it maybe doesn't hold moisture like carpet does, but that carpet dampens a lot of sound.
It does.
You don't hear your reels maybe or clanking as much.
Yep.
So it's those are just things you'll want to look at when you're looking in and around a boat, lids, latches, really kind of see what's in it.
Phoenix has aluminum lids too, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep. Aluminum, which, pros and cons to both. The aluminum's going to have, it's going to be a little lighter, but it may have like a touch of flex to it, which isn't a bad thing.
No, not at all.
At the end of the day.
Yep.
But we talk about, there's a lot of difference, in my opinion, on the sea deck material and the floor. like based on which brand you use. I
Yeah,
was going
and
to ask,
actually-
do you have the C deck?
Yep.
I was going to ask you guys how the cleanliness has been and how that stuff's held up, because you got the Camus, you
Yep.
got the Phoenix.
And that I have a 22
Yep.
model year Camus, which
Yep.
has, I think it's called Surf Turf.
I believe they call it Surf Turf, Rich.
And
Yep.
now this year they're actually changing it out and they're going to a new material.
Okay.
I saw it at the Classic. I don't remember what it's exactly called, but they're changing out and making an upgrade on what gives. I understand. I talked to Mike and a few others at the Classic, and it gives them some more options for customization and some other things. So they're constantly upgrading and
Sure.
so. But yeah, it's nice not having a wet cockpit all year.
Yeah, for
Dragged out
sure.
quick.
Absolutely.
Is this so? This is nothing against Phoenix, but I personally think the C deck's harder to clean. But I think I don't know about the Surf Turf. That new Vexus stuff they put in, that stuff has been really good. But like if you have carpet in your cockpit right now, Intune Marine is an aqua traction dealer.
Okay.
So like you can actually get that carpet taken out and aqua traction put in for a relatively affordable price. But it's weird. People will want C deck on like their front deck and stuff. And to be honest with you, I don't think that's the deal. I think you have a lot of noise. I think it creates a lot of rattle and a lot of noise between the lids and stuff. And then you think about sand getting in between your front lot, and you don't have that carpet really dampens a lot of sound and fills in a lot of those open spaces.
I think and padded carpet's going to be more comfortable, I think.
Oh, for sure.
Oh,
yeah,
way more.
Yeah.
Sure.
So I think some of the Vexus, they got kind of a hybrid, right? They got like one panel of whatever their C deck version is, and so
on the fiberglass, the center door, they'll see that because it's kind of a higher traffic area, which is smart because that's the carpet that gets matted down more over time and stuff, and harder to vacuum when your milfoil's blown over. You know, the fish don't live in it as much or whatever. Whatever you prefer, peanut butter and jelly. That's better analogy for you. So just. It's crazy how many things go into a boat and how many things there are to think about. It's insane if you think about it. But when the fact that you get to try them out today, we got a Pontoon in the building. We got Sylvan Sam over there. We got food now.
We got these guys. The food is saying here. They got a couple of people. I think maybe finishing up a test drive, enjoying the food over there.
Yeah.
So yeah, a little bit of something for everybody.
Hey, come drive boats.
Looks
We're
like
gonna feed you.
We got TJ. Checking in here. What's up, TJ?
We're out here out on Tonka with Dewey and Steven, correct? We're out driving the DV22, putting it through its paces.
So our first look at the Camus multi-species today.
You doing?
Hey, Dewey.
Hey, Dewey.
Doing good.
See the grab handles right there.
We're good. You guys sound good.
Hey, it's an absolute beautiful day out here. We're getting a suntan lotion on. Getting a little sunburn right now, so.
Sun's trying to peek its head out, so we'll take that right now.
The sun is peeking out. That is for sure.
All right, fellas. We're coming around the windy corner. We'll check in with you later.
All right. Thanks, TJ.
Thanks, guys. Sweet.
Look at this. I don't know if I've had a more interactive stream than we've had today.
Yeah. We're turning the corner on Fagerness and West Arm. It's going to get a little bumpy.
I'm gonna have to go take the Camus for a spin just to let her eat some waves today. It'd be fun. Cole's kind of. He says, "Good, glad to provide you with the information." Cole's watching from the Intune Facebook page today.
I love it. Cool. Thanks for joining, Cole. All right, and we got any other questions?
Let's go back. So this is kind of interesting. How much insurance are you guys putting on boat contents? Is that something you consider, John or Aaron? Like, do you put extra policy on your gear, or are you just running with like the base policy?
That's a good question. Homer just signs up and does all my insurance. So I just
and Homer, I think, knows enough that he's going to kind of itemize. He's like, well, how many rods and reels, how many graphs, and then he's, I think, what they call not extra. I think an extra rider on your policy that covers your equipment typically, which is typically a good idea.
Yeah. So I think it just got upgraded. He just got a new insurance company where they actually are there for the fishermen, like tournament fishermen, instead of just like a recreational guy.
Sure.
So it's like, I think it is a little bit
more robust.
Yeah. So
I have zero insurance advice.
That's all my advice I can give.
I think you nailed it.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's good to communicate with your insurance company, whoever it is. Be honest with what you're doing. Let them know that you've got how much gear you have on or in your boat so that you can make sure that your policy is going to cover. I wouldn't just assume that whether it's American Family or Farmers or Progressive that you just check the box and everything's covered. I would have a conversation with your agents for sure.
If you are going to ballpark, I'd say ballpark on the higher end to be safe. Right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because I mean, we're not seeing any deflation anyway.
Not anytime soon. Everett says, what Camus would fit in a standard? I don't know what a standard garage is. It looks like he's got a 17-foot G3.
Camus does keep the garage in mind. They're like one of the better garage fits, at least the Triton was.
I mean, I've had I guess my garage is not a standard fit, but I can fit. I mean, I built my garage custom. I think I'm 26 feet deep, and I went with a 10-foot wide door. So like, I can back my CX-20 in. If I drop the tongue, I don't even have to tilt the motor down.
Yeah,
which is nice.
I've had a doghouse, the Mercury house.
Yeah, I've had a 21 PHX in my garage, but I would say the one thing that I've noticed is newer boats ride further on the trailer.
Sure. And
the tongues have gotten better, whether it's the swing away or slide under, that they just get more. They've worked to make it as compact as possible.
Yeah.
But I would imagine that like a CX-18 would probably fit in a similar place. Do you have a swing away tongue, Everett? Because
how long is the garage?
If you don't have a swing away tongue, I would imagine an 18 or 19 foot with a swing away tongue would be about the same.
Yeah, because what's the length on a standard garage? I mean,
it's got to be like 22.
I was going to say about 21, 22.
Yeah,
it's 30 for bass fishermen, but
yeah. Nice. Do you have any idea on this? Like annually, like what is the bass boat market? Like, is it like 500 boats, 5,000 boats? Like, how many new boats are
hundreds? Yep. I would say 500 to 1,000. I think that like your top market share brands are doing more and closer to 1,000, and your
so for
lower
each
ones,
brand.
Yeah. Oh, total like bass boats in general.
So you're thinking
probably
like five-ish thousand a year,
3,000 to 5,000.
Okay,
that's guesstimating. We could get Mike or any of the reps on here would be able to rattle that off. I'm probably way off, but anywhere from 25 to 1,000. It seems like per company.
Brian Casey says a garage 21 foot. That's his guess.
Ooh, how wide is the garage?
That's the other thing that's tricky. Is like those third stalls with the 8-foot doors are pretty tight fit on a lot of trailers.
Right.
So you got to be pretty precise with your backing up.
Right. I don't think it'll fit in a 21-foot garage unless you angle it diagonally.
It's better just to put the wife's car in the third stall and just angle your new boat right across the double stall. That's what I'd recommend.
Just worry about it later. No, that's the boys. So if you have any questions on garage measurements, the sales, I remember running through the showroom with the tape measure all the time. And that's something that's real important to us. So if you do want to know that overall measurement.
Am I late for a ride right now?
Happy to get that for you. I should have brought catalogs.
I don't know. Am I supposed to be driving somebody right now?
Potentially.
Leave the keys in it. Someone will take them.
Yeah. You want to check what whoever's got the schedule?
Yeah, I can go check on it. Okay. Did that work?
Well, somebody on
Facebook
said
not really.
The signal wasn't real great.
Yeah. Really?
So I don't know. It was weird. It was kind of choppy, but otherwise, it got the gist of it.
It was cool.
Okay.
But we'll check on that. David
noted a couple crappies for a change. Such a hack. Can't even catch a crappie. What's the deal?
Can you put?
Didn't they just have a crappie tournament out here
yesterday?
Oh, was it yesterday?
Yeah, he burned all his stuff down yesterday. I think he took third yesterday. Yep. But Waldo won it.
Oh, did Waldo win it?
Yeah, I don't know who he's fishing with.
Yeah. Sounds about right. He's a
crappie whisperer.
Yep.
The food smells good. I wasn't hungry, but now I'm starting to get hungry.
Yeah.
I see wings. What's
so
good over there,
walk
Sam?
us through the menu.
Why don't you come
over here?
Come on, Figgy needs a break. Why don't you come?
I'm out here.
Thank you, John.
Come for a boat ride.
Steve's. Can you put Aquatrax over existing vinyl, or does the vinyl have to come out?
Vinyl. The carpet needs to come out, and then typically there'd be fiberglass underneath that. But it depends what he means by vinyl.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Like all I can think of is like the like the floor in some of the aluminum boats is kind of like
what do you got here? Like
this is just a very small array of the options.
This is what your fourth plate?
This is no, this is number 2.
Okay.
There's some veggies up there. There's carrots. Just a wide variety of meatballs and some chicken and artichoke dip. And it's
any walleye fingers or anything? Is there any fish up there?
No, not yet. But in years past, there has.
I think last year there was
It's a
some walleye
beautiful
finger.
spread.
It looks scrumptious.
It's delicious. I know you guys are probably just worked up an appetite being inside this whole time, not out in the boat or fishing or really doing
And so
anything outside.
If I'm not right, you're Steph the Great's tournament partner?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. This year and for past couple of years. Yeah.
Nice.
So she's been on tour and then I've just joined in recently now and it's been a good.
And you go by Sam?
Yeah.
Sobe?
Yeah.
Okay. Nice to meet you.
Never heard of her.
Yeah.
So talk to me about this live stream setup here. I don't know if the people really can't see what I'm looking at, but I've never seen your setup here.
This is we tried to combine the Galaxy with HellaBass Live. We had some technological issues, so we got a lot of mics and headphones we're not using here, so we're kind of hybridizing here.
Mm-hmm.
It's working good.
I think people said we can hear us. We're good.
This is sweet.
This is what it looks like on the other side. What I'm looking at in my basement.
They all saw your live well though, and how empty it was.
Yeah, why were there no crappies? Did you already fillet them, or what's the story?
I'm what you call a sportsman.
Okay.
You know?
Okay.
So I'm not always down for the harvest. Sometimes we just like to just slap them in the face and then just give them a kiss
Too big
and let
to
them
keep?
go. Yeah,
Too big
too big to
They were
keep,
too
really.
big.
They were too big to keep.
Big females.
Gotta put the trophies back.
Egged, fully egged.
Nice.
No, we caught just a few rats and we did put them in the well, but then we let them go.
Sure.
Okay.
But we're just getting warmed up, really.
Yeah.
Like we're just with the conditions, every cast is an experiment. So we're just kind of breaking down the non-windy parts of the lake, so that we can potentially get some fishing in.
Well, walk us through the bite a little bit. You had a tournament here yesterday. Conditions have maybe
Did you
changed
fish
a little
the
bit.
tournament?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we got third.
Okay.
Which is really good for us, I think, because
two behind Waldo.
I know.
Okay.
Like that was obviously the goal every year is to we've only been doing it 2 years, but it's like beat Waldron. You know what I mean?
Is he back-to-back champ then?
I think it's 3.
I think it's
Three-peat.
back to back. Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Maybe we should. Is Walden here? We have him up.
No.
Find some.
They're a tough team to beat.
I could text Waldo.
Yeah, he fished with Griff.
geez,
Yeah,
that's a
I know.
couple
Hammers.
of warriors.
And it's like this lake is honestly Minnetonka has an incredible crappie average. Like there's so many 10.5 and 11-inch crappies, which are perfect cutters, and it's so tough to find those 12.5, 13-inch fish. And that's what Waldo and Griffin them can do every year. They just know how to put together a good average, wicked all 10, 12 inches.
Well, I think it's because they were fishing out of a crappie boat and you were fishing out of a bass machine.
No. I was with my buddy Hayes, and he runs a tiller.
Okay.
And it's
I would have thought.
So you've been trying to look the part.
Have you ever fished out of a tiller?
It's been a minute if I have.
I know you go right
Spiral
away,
of death.
but it's incredible. Like the
No tillers here to
fishability.
test drive today.
I know, but I'm just saying the fishability was pretty sweat.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah, if you're a multi-species dude.
So I saw you scouting right after we put the boats in.
Oh yeah.
So what are you using your 2D, your side imaging? Like what are you looking for this time of year?
So it's been like an unseasonably cold spring, and ice got off late. The water temperature is still cold. It's only
43, 44 water temp is what I saw driving over here. I think.
Like Main Lake, 43 to 45. The back cuts, some of them are 50, but the crappies, when they spawn, they are making their way to the back cuts and the real shallow flats, but they're not there yet. They're not there yet at all. So these fish are all just staging. So anywhere from 5 to 8 foot weeds, big cabbage clumps, big Eurasian milfoil clumps.
Coontail?
Yeah, coontail. And they're in them. They're all just staged up.
So you're just looking for green weeds outside.
Yeah. Tallest
Nice.
weeds. Honestly, I feel like the best way to fish right now, if somebody even doesn't have electronics, is just put on glasses and roll around and find the weeds that are in 6, 7, 8 feet of water that are coming up the tallest.
Go where the back bays and cuts are.
Yep.
Drive back towards the main lake.
Yep.
And kind of shallow to mid-depth bays.
Yeah.
Look for the best weeds.
If
Just
somebody
look.
books a ride with you, will you show them
Absolutely.
straight up?
I have 4 rods fully rigged up. Small cubby mini mites. Have you ever used them?
Is that
Mini mites?
Mini mites.
Is that a
I used
clam
to play
thing?
hockey.
No, they're
mini
in.
mites in hockey.
They come in those little tubes.
Yeah. They
that
got
are by gas
almost like a little
stations.
boot tail thing.
Yeah.
Like
the most elementary bait in the whole world, but I
Crappie
swear they
cocktail.
work the best on.
little pink head, a little white body.
Yeah. That's the classic.
I was throwing that emo lure last year. Remember that?
Yeah, the emo
Whacking 'em.
chick.
Yeah, the emo chick last year. I was whacking them.
How is the chicken? Good.
It's good. Take your turn. Go pop in
So-
and grab a plate.
I can take a. It doesn't matter.
I got no.
You
We
want to go
no,
first, or should I go first?
Either way.
I can go first. I do. Yeah.
Go ahead.
You've been running that boat a while, so
Yeah. So like the little bit of wind out there today. How's the AVX 1980?
It's been doing good.
Yeah.
Like this is only my second time I've had the boat out this year. My boat, because I was fishing out of my buddy Hayes's. So it's like, but it comes right back to you. And I was kind
Right.
of excited to rip it today just because like it's kind of bucking.
Yeah, because you've been out to like Michigan or
Lake Michigan.
Green Bay, Lake Michigan,
Yeah.
walleye fishing already.
But I haven't been like in
my
my
boat.
chariot, my bass boat much this year. So
Right.
just to get out here and kind of give it the onions.
Nice.
How does yours handle the Camus?
Oh, it's sweet.
Yeah.
You gonna come for a ride this afternoon?
I've never rode in what model do you have?
CX20.
Yeah, I don't
Sparks
think,
boat.
I've never rode in the CX20. I don't
Yeah.
think.
Was it last summer you borrowed the 20-foot?
Yeah, giant.
The DV20.
Yeah, and like that is a ship. But what's crazy is I dumped it in like 4 different lakes by my house, which have like just muddy little axes, and I got them in every lake and got them out no
Nice.
problem. I don't know if it's just the way they make the bunk trailers or whatever, but it's
Right.
it trailers pretty incredible for being a rocket ship.
So is the Vexus aluminum pretty dry even in the wind? Like,
Yeah, I think it's because maybe because I used to have a bass tracker back in the day, and that's more like of a modified John boat,
Right.
So like when it hits the waves, a boat like that kind of like slaps
Right.
it so hard.
But
And
that was always like my dad's old Triton aluminum.
Yeah.
Wet.
really
Just like
the Vexus kind of dips down in the
Yeah.
front, like the whole kind of.
that was always like one of my knocks. Like
yeah,
historically on aluminum boats was like, man, you get a choppy, windy day and you're just like
it's really not
it could be
bad.
sunny out, but you better be wearing your rain gear.
Yeah.
So it's good to see they've made some advancements in the styling and the design of the Vexus to be a little more dry for an aluminum flat style kind of boat.
for sure.
And you can just have you drove it before?
The only time I might have put it in gear when we fished the Tuesday nighter.
Oh, you didn't rip it that night?
No, I don't think so. We were too busy ripping
Yeah.
frog fish out of the slot.
Dude, I'm ready to do that again.
Let's go.
That sounds like as we look out here and it's like cold and
I mean, you get the wind at your back, you can send a frog today.
you can send them around. Crappie fishing.
How's that thing doing rough water? Like you've had it.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the more impressive things about it. But you could probably speak more to like how it does in wavy stuff than
I'm
me.
telling you, it's done really good, and I'm not just like saying that, and I'm probably a little biased just because I love that boat. But dude, like on Grand Lake, like my buddy Brock and I, we just like went to Grand. That's a giant lake. It kicked up. It's probably 4.5 footers with way, a large frequency wave. Like the distance was huge apart, and we were rolling in them, and it did pretty good.
Nice.
Yeah.
The bow it doesn't like go through the way. It's really easy to keep the bow up.
Yeah.
And it stays on top of them more.
And like I was telling Rich, it kind of like, unlike a traditional like aluminum boat, it kind of has the hole in the front kind of digs deeper.
Mhm.
And I think that helps a lot.
I think you're right.
Teal said it was impossible to spear a wave in that boat.
Tad Johnson actually told me that, but
I've never speared one, no.
Okay.
And I've been on
Wow.
the lax and some
I
wicked
don't know
stuff with
anyone
that
who,
boat.
who has.
Nice.
I'm sure we could if we tried.
We could go try today.
Sure, if you tried, you probably could. This food is wonderful.
It's really good.
So
There's
so
really
far,
no excuse for not coming out here, at least for some food.
meatball or
Maybe a couple
chicken.
boat rides.
What's your favorite so far? Have you tried
Well, I
chicken?
haven't tried the chicken yet, but the warm bread was good. Meatballs, fantastic. Love meatballs. Have to try the chicken.
So question for you two, where are you going for opener? Or is it
I,
unnamed?
I- I don't even know what I'm doing like next weekend. I have to fly to Houston for work this week, but so I don't know.
So he's going to Conrail.
Yeah.
But yeah, I haven't even thought about it.
You don't have plans? What have you done in the past? Do you have traditions or anything?
No, I'm a big I guess our opener rights like I don't go anywhere for the walleye opener. I'm not
Yeah.
going walleye fishing. It's nice that we have a catch and release season now, so now it gives me. I think like the past couple years, I know I've went to like Cedar down by Faribault on the catch and release bass opener, as I refer to it.
Mhm.
Had some pretty decent days down there. I'll probably just it kind of depends on my kid's sports schedule. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, if I had a wide open weekend, I might consider driving to Bogie or Big Stone and going like trying to go ham on some bigs. But otherwise, I'll probably drop in on somewhere around the house or something.
When is over?
How was Okoboji?
It was windy. It was cold. It looked like this outside.
What was the water temp?
Like 41, 42 in the morning. And then in some of the smaller lakes, it was like 44, 45 in the afternoon.
But it looks like you smashed.
Yeah, we got 4.5, 4.75. I mean, it wasn't like great, but like it was. Got to slackline a couple on a bass tech. So I mean,
Top 3 presentations, or was it just a jig bite?
top 2 presentations were a chatterbait, crawled, and a jig.
Chatterbait crawl.
Like slow. I mean, like
Yeah.
I mean, like not like. But
Yeah, but just
I mean, they weren't.
3-to-1 gear ratio.
Yeah, I mean, you weren't hammering on it.
no jerkbait.
I fished it a little bit. I tried for smallies with a jerkbait and a Minnesota rig in the morning.
Yeah.
I realized that I didn't have any mapping for Iowa in my graphs, which made the deep water exploits a little more challenging. So I spent an hour or two playing around on West Bogie. Kind of retreated and did what I was more comfortable with and put a few greenheads in the boat.
But honestly, I'm mad jealous just to feel the first like thunk up on the jig, and you're like,
I did catch a Magnum sheephead.
Really? On
Yeah.
a jig?
Yeah.
You probably thought you had a dang 6P.
He did the spin pretty quick. I was like, oh man.
He kind of
Drum.
I've seen this rodeo before. Like I was like, yeah, like it was heavy, and I was like, and then it was like that and I was like, oh man, that's definitely not a bass.
Allegedly, they're good eating. The drum.
Bart said he's gonna.
Are you gonna do a catch and cook on drum anytime soon, or
No, but I think Adam and those guys did, or
don't
maybe
they have
Ryan
like a hard like bone or something that you can like take from them, or like
I heard that they got rocks in their head.
or something like there's like a little
I heard the marrow from them is good.
The marrow.
drum marrow.
The
Liver
drum marrow.
king.
Yeah.
Drum king.
Brian Casey wants to know when we get in the 4th model on the Sobe series.
4th model of what?
I don't know.
New signature
rod.
rod. Yeah.
There's some in the works.
Yeah,
There's some in the works.
As soon as you come try these meatballs, Brian.
Yeah, we're
Come
sitting
try
at
some meatballs,
sitting
Brian.
at home. Lucas L saying hi to Sobe. Nice.
So how about you? I didn't hear you. What's your opener plan?
I was gonna go to the river for Team Trail, but they postponed that.
So when is that, in the fall now?
No, they did the next weekend, which my
Okay.
sister's getting married in Florida that weekend, so I'll have to miss like that tournament, which I'm
Can
really sad
somebody
about.
sub for you?
Yeah, but it's still sad.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
we'll find a sub.
Yeah.
What are you doing? What are you doing for opener?
What are you doing? What are you
Sub?
doing for opener?
You want a sub?
Got a sweet.
No, I'm not sure yet, but I think I'm doing the Governor's Cup next weekend in South Dakota.
Really?
Yeah.
What's that
on
all about?
Oahe.
What's that all about?
I don't know. George said he's getting lodging and stuff, so
But what
I think
is the
I'll check it out.
Governor's Cup?
Huh?
What is it?
It's an American fishing tournament in South
Yeah.
Dakota. I think it's a walleye tournament or
Really?
a bass tournament. I don't know. We're gonna fish for bass and maybe catch some walleyes and screw around on Hawaii for the weekend. I
Dude,
think
that's sweet.
I'm excited.
I bet Hawaii is super good in the spring. You'd have to think like really, really good.
From what I heard,
Oh, that's amazing.
I heard it's stupid good in the spring.
I think North and South Dakota is just extremely underrated. The amount
Sleeper,
the amount of bass and walleye and just
low taxes. I mean,
yeah,
all
yeah.
kinds of good stuff.
The opportunity is there.
Right?
Dang.
You got any ride? You got rides booked today, right? Couple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm excited. And if anybody else is out there sitting on the couch going, "Hey, I'm not doing anything today," don't be a Sally. Put on a jacket. Come on down. We'll go catch some crappies, rip the boat, and just enjoy spring, enjoy open water.
Yeah, it's been a long winter. What the
Yeah.
heck are you doing inside still?
Like get in the boat.
Yeah.
Come take your 10. We'll harvest.
I mean, you don't even need to bring a coat.
Just bring
We
a
got
bucket.
blackfish gear.
Yeah.
Like, so people don't even need to bring a coat today.
That looks good.
It's nice.
Give
Couple
them-
more piled high.
It is really good.
So important question.
Hmm.
Are you a flat or a drummy guy when it comes to wings?
Survey said.
Yes.
yes. Honestly, I love them both. Like, but I'd say drummy.
Hmm.
Like,
Really?
yeah,
Definitely.
you're flat, just straight.
Yeah, no.
I prefer
I
flat.
think the meat's better in the flat.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I went 2
lean.
flats.
They're so good.
Got a little Here's
I'll
what.
do the drip. Yeah.
Give it a whole.
Whoa.
Oh my gosh, look at that.
So flat. I got some vegetables, Mom.
Look at that.
I'm good.
Yeah.
Some bread.
We've got all food groups covered
Oh,
here.
but we almost dropped the webcam right now.
All food
Meatball.
groups covered today. All the food groups.
Drummies are delicious. So like you were talking earlier, Steph the Great, my better half. You already have established she's much cooler than me, and I already know that too. She's been really getting into smoking meat. Like she loves
Nice.
her smoker. She just did a ham.
Like a regular smoker, a pellet grill. Like what'd you get?
No, like a regular smoker. Like
Nice.
it's like a regular smoker. And she just did some smoked wings, and she made a ham. We like butchered pigs the other weekend, and she's like
I saw you were bringing me some.
She needs to try some of that J&O barbecue.
You told me you were
rub I got.
bringing me some.
You're right.
She needs to try some of that J&O barbecue
Yeah.
rub I got. Dude, I got the
Hook
stuff.
her up.
Dude, I got the stuff.
Hook her up.
I got the stuff, dude. You've never tasted barbecue.
No,
You thought
I
she
love-
made good barbecue?
I love the ad placements though on the Galaxy. Check out. Can you do it for us right here?
No.
No.
Come on, check out J&O barbecue.
How about just give us give me the sauce? Like
Yeah, give it some.
It's sauce.
Just run it.
Give me
down.
the sauce.
There
Oh,
we-
yeah, they've got sweet Christies for all you
Yeah.
sweet loving barbecue folk.
nice.
Got Christie's Mischief for all you spicy bass anglers. Yeah. Get it going.
That's unreal.
I'm about to send an invoice.
Do it
Yeah.
up. They do.
What amazing tactic. You're on the Intune live stream. You're pumping your sponsors from your podcast. Little guerrilla marketing. Little
Double dipping.
crossover,
We're,
little double
we're on
dip.
we're on the HellaBass live channel, a YouTube channel, along with the Intune Facebook. We're
Yeah,
collaborating.
nice. That's some crossover.
Dad used to say it's all about who you know.
Yeah.
Is there a video from the tournament, or were you just all tournament action yesterday? Crowd.
I was really dialed in the tournament, but I did film.
So there may be the video.
I don't know how
see
it
what you
turned
get.
out.
You're gonna see.
Yeah.
Okay.
The coolest deal about that crappie tournament that we fished yesterday, besides it goes to great cause, memory made, is you can fish multiple people in the boat. So we had a team of 4,
Okay.
which is an absolute riot. So think about fishing a bass tournament, like, with any of your good buddies. Like you fish tournaments with certain people, and it's like you have a riot, a
Right.
blast. Imagine fishing them with 3 awesome dudes. Like
So you scored per boat or per person?
per boat, best 10 crappies per boat, total weight.
Oh, so why didn't you put like 8 people in that boat? Like,
I know.
you
I
know,
think they
capitalize
maxed
on it.
out at 4, but yeah, there was like,
I think my money's on the pontoon with 12
The
guys.
pontoon, just like
yeah.
That's the way to do it.
I wonder if they
spider rigging it.
Get you a Bentley or a Sylvan and
just
go
load
catch
up that
'em.
live well. If you
Yeah.
have 12 people, you could,
I've been waiting for somebody to get really cocky and put like 4 talons on their pontoon
Yeah.
on each corner.
I
It's a
do
fishing
have.
machine.
I
dude.
have a goal someday to fish a bass tournament and like compete, be competitive, and do well off of a pontoon, because there's
I'll be your first mate.
Dude,
I'm
wouldn't
in.
it be unreal? There's so many offshore bites, just like we could do a tourney Tuesday out of a pontoon, 100%.
On that
I
rock
have
bite.
fished a tournament
Yeah.
on a pontoon actually.
Are you
I took PJ the first time I ever took PJ Fleck fishing.
Really?
The Gophers head coach. Yeah.
And it was in a tune.
Yeah, in a in-tune pontoon.
Did you get on some
In-tune
rocks?
pontoon. What?
Did you get on some deep rocks? And just,
Oh, there was no graph in it, so luckily I knew where the smallies were spawning, so I just had them fan cast 4-inch Senkos around this flat. And I think he took second. I got him second place out of the tuner.
really?
Had to idle like back to it every couple minutes,
That-
pull up the anchor.
That Ron's
but-
deal.
Yeah, the Ron Mayer Gopher alumni tournament. Remember that on Coronas?
Nice.
Yeah. So yeah, you want to test out a pontoon today? We've got a Bentley tri-tune.
Yeah.
I believe we have a Sylvan tri-tune available upon request.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's dunked in, but we will put it in the water.
They're super
if we need
sweet. Those pontoons are awesome. I saw the Bentley one over there.
That thing is.
Yeah.
It's nicer than
The speakers
my
on
car.
it are this big.
It's nicer than my
Yeah.
bedroom. Like
Yeah, like that's a dial.
it looks
break.
plush. Like it's.
Yeah, it's got a whole big couch in the back.
Yeah, I
where
mean
people
it's
could
it's
just,
got like
lay
I
out.
would say a double sized
Oh yeah.
bed like back cushion
Yeah.
area.
Yeah,
Like,
the square footage alone just on top is like probably about 1/3 my house.
I mean, that cuddle station on the back.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd be making memories on that.
watch
thing.
some fireworks is what
Yeah.
you're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah.
And was it? I think Sam was driving. He said it went like 42 miles an hour or something like that.
Yeah.
So it's got
It rips.
you could tube behind it.
Tubes.
It's got that big
Some knee
storage in the
boarding.
center locker too.
Yeah.
So if like your kids are misbehaving, you can just throw them in there.
Throw the children in there.
Hop in the back and chill.
You turn that into a live well. That big center, this filler with water. Tournaments.
I didn't think about that. That's a good idea.
You probably could, yeah.
Yeah.
Dang.
No, they actually don't let them in Texas anymore because they're so good at smuggling stuff. So, like, they don't want them near the borders. Too good at running. Yeah, there's too much storage. Yeah, yeah,
I believe it.
yeah. Cuba's got an embargo on them.
Cuba's got an embargo.
Full embargo. It's like a spotted cow.
It's like a spotted cow. I'm gonna run to the bathroom really quick.
Sure.
All right.
Somebody else.
I think TJ should come in and talk pontoons while we're on the subject.
Yeah, we were just talking pontoons.
Thanks.
Yeah, we don't know anything about. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
So
I don't know
find us
anything
some
about
crappies
pontoons other than they look awesome. And the Bentley out there
Go
is
find us some
wonderful,
crappies.
so-
TJ's gonna sit down.
I'm gonna go find a dock. And we're gonna go there and we're gonna bang them.
Yeah. So David, who's actually sitting right back here, is watching the live stream and commenting. But yes, I do have
21st
battle
century.
braid scissors, and we can make visors on the fly here.
TJ, welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Right up here.
So TJ is one of our pontoon experts here today.
Yes,
I'm gonna eat
yeah.
while they talk pontoons.
It's a beautiful day for a pontoon ride.
It's turning out. The sun was just trying to peek its head out for a little bit. We were just coming back in from that ride. And it was feeling really good after that wind for a while.
Yeah, you just got out of the DV22, right?
Yep,
How'd
we were
that
just
thing
riding
do?
that with Dewey. Good. It was real good, especially in the chop out in the bay.
Yeah, yeah,
Riding really smooth.
absolutely. So we've got the Bentley Tri-Tune in the water.
Yep. They got a 253 swing back model.
Sure, sure.
It's got a big 300 horse digital Merc on the back end.
Okay.
Yeah.
That Mercury's pushes that thing pretty good out of the
It
hole.
does.
and
It
whatnot.
does. It does. Digital controls and cables set up. So
Sure.
Nice, easy drive. Definitely different if you're used to the feedback from
Right.
right traditional steering.
Yeah. So
We were just dealing with that in the DV. The guy was just got done driving a boat with traditional steering, then jump in that and you start to throttle that digital throttle up, and it's just you don't have that same feedback, right?
Sure. Yep. And then the like steering, like that pontoons, it's a big vessel. So like, are we talking pinky fingers? Like
That one has full power assist hydraulic steering in it. So on top of the standard like C-Star setup you would get in the Tri-Tune package,
sure.
it has the full power assist. So it's basically similar to what you would have power steering in your vehicle.
Your great grandmother can
Yeah,
drive that with her
exactly.
pinky.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Left and right.
What size barrels come on the Bentley? 25?
25s.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Awesome.
Yep, they have 25s on both sides and then the center tube too.
Yeah. And that Bentley's really come on.
You boys ready?
I think they're made in South Carolina or
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the few brands too who in the last few years, like if you're looking at pontoon growth in terms of like the segment, just pontoons themselves, definitely a little bit faster growth in the last couple of years than a few of the the big brands out there.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. And the one thing I can say, no matter what boat you're getting, the most important thing is the dealership that you're getting it from, because that can make or break a purchase. I mean, these
Right.
boats are made by people and nobody's perfect. But the biggest thing is if you're spending that kind of money on a new boat, you want to be able to trust the people who are working with you on it and make sure they take care of you not only before but after the sale. And
Right.
I think that's one thing I think you're always going to get with Pontoon Marine, especially as a pontoon buyer. You just want to go down, turn the key, and go, right?
Yeah, there's too many places nowadays that that it seems like sometimes it's just that once the purchase is made, we kind of got the hitch point towards the road and it's hook up and go, and we wish you the best of luck, and especially more so in the pontoon side of the business and maybe some of the fishing boat stuff.
Sure.
And so yeah, that's one thing that we stress at Intune would be lake testing almost every single boat that we put out the door. Offering to the customer to take that boat to the lake with the customer so they can kind of understand how to operate it. Understand some of the ins and outs of driving a pontoon versus a V-hull boat.
Yep.
And then of course obviously our top tier service department in terms of like follow up afterwards. So like really that's what's really special about it. So
Yeah, and we'll keep talking tunes here, but what you're seeing on the screen is the 920 Phoenix ripping across the lake
yeah.
as a
That thing looks
visual.
smooth,
So
actually.
yeah,
It's
looks
hard to
good.
showcase that
Yeah.
either, but
But you get the visuals of a live test drive here.
look at that missile.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, I was trying to record in the back of that DV22. When you're coming out, and for it to be as smooth as that, it must be a very good ride.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
difficult.
Looks like a missile. Hopefully the cops aren't out on
Right.
the radar.
That can't be
I think that's
a
39,
scotch over 39 and a
39
half.
and a half miles an hour. That's
Maybe
yeah.
3/4 of
Safety
most.
Glenn.
Look, he's just kicking up. Just
Yeah.
yeah.
Feet relaxed.
I bet he's not even holding on. It must be Crystal Bay. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I was watching you guys back the pontoons, and it kind of you're like if you're getting into a pontoon, it feels like there's some things that would be unique about loading, unloading that are just a little bit different than a fishing boat. I would imagine that, that trading would be a big deal, that you get that level of service from your dealer.
And that's the point. That's the pivot point where nobody wants to be uncomfortable, right? The landing.
Yeah.
And everybody's heard the horror stories. You guys have been around the boat business for a long time. Could probably write.
We've seen some things.
About some of the stories you've seen at some of the landings.
Yep.
Both good and bad, and some probably publishable and some not.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, that comfort level, that that understanding that, even when you're having friends and family over, for the rest of the weekend, or you're out on the pontoon, just that comprehension level that came with it. I think there's a lot of places where maybe you just don't get that, that level of service, and these guys go out of their way to make sure that happens. So
make sure you're confident when you're ready to.
Yeah.
The last thing you want to feel like when you buy something like of that caliber is like a number. And I'd say Intune, they're really good at making everybody feel like family, and like lake testing a boat before, like there's nothing scarier than back in that first new thing and scared to scratch it, whatnot, intimidated, if you will.
Yeah.
We're not done till you give 2 thumbs up.
Yeah, for sure. We don't want you on the water uncomfortable. We want you happy and definitely satisfied.
Yeah. Well, the sales team, I mean, you got experts in the sales team too. So on the front end, you've got Sam and Brian, pontoon, Sylvan Sam, pontoon expert. Then you got Brian, who's more of an expert on the fishing boat side of things. So there's a lot of pontoon salesmen out there trying to sell fishing boats. And I guess another unique thing about Intune is these guys, we fish. They use the stuff. They understand the nuances. I mean, when you're talking about $20,000 worth of electronics going on a boat, like making sure the wiring's correct, making sure all of that jives, this graph talks to this graph, is really important.
It kind of sounds like, speaking of fishing, that Bart, are you going to show us the what is it called, the target lock?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, can you guys hear me? Or is it too windy?
Yeah, just talk loud, it's a little noise, but just.
Yep. So we're getting 360 up and getting target lock up. We're going up to a dock in one of the calmer areas of the lake right now, and Glenn's going to kind of show you guys what's going on.
Yeah, very cool. I'm interested. Like real, like it's not like staged production shoot. This is like live. Like, what is it really like?
Yeah, we'll do it live. Well, that target lock. So maybe for people who don't know what target lock is, it's like some military grade tracking tool that locks onto, like, you pick a target for it to lock onto the facing sonar, and it'll stay on that target. A lot of guys, when they get spot locked, like there's this internal debate of where to mount your forward facing sonar, because should you be able to use it when I'm spot locked, or do I want to be able to use it when I'm not spot locked without having those phones with, too many things going on. That target lock is more fishing situation. It's, you lock it onto a target, it'll stay there. From what I understand, though, it won't lock onto like a bait. Like,
no,
so
you're locking it on a heading. Basically, is what you're locking it on.
Got it.
I think that's my understanding. I have not used it.
It's crazy.
It basically hybridizes, in theory, right? The best of both worlds of being able to be on the trolling motor shaft and be on an independent pole. And you can kind of do either on the fly, I believe.
All right, you boys ready? And Glenn will start walking through this.
Yeah.
Yep.
Tell him to talk loudly, though.
Talk loud, Glenn.
No whispering.
So here on the bottom, on my bottom Helix 12, I have the Mega 360 full screen. So right now, right by a boat dock. So you can kind of see here where there's little questions there. Those are likely old bluegill beds from last season and the sand. You can kind of see here darker bottom, which is your more organic matter, just dead leaves, moss.
It's Glenn.
And over here you have real light area. That's your hard bottom sand.
Old divots.
The one time you don't want the sun.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got glare on the screen because
the sun blocking it. I'll move over here.
Tell those sunfish to replace their divots next time.
Exactly. Yep.
And then target lock.
Bart's head
Here,
finally
so
doing
right
something
now we
good.
got Mega Live.
Oh yeah.
Out of the way.
It's a pretty clear picture in that shallow.
Yeah.
You run Mega Live or do you run?
So I have
I got
Mega
LDS
Live
34.
on full screen up here. Just hit exit. There. So right now my target lock is pointed straight ahead. Pointing underneath to this corner, so you can see these hard vertical lines. It's pointed right there. So I'm pointed right there. So there's a dock post, there's a dock post, there's a dock post, and the faint one there in the background. So as I keep spinning it, right now my boat is, have my rafters down, and I'm shooting directly down the opening, a little bit turn on the arm, right down the opening of that boat. So on back here, the hard targets are your boat, the boat. 1 second. So as you can see here, those are all your hard targets right there. So then if I spin it again, I'm shooting open water. And I mean, yeah, we're in 2 foot of water right here, and that image is crystal clear, no interference.
Yeah, good.
Very cool.
Is there anything you
now
guys
just
want to
slip a crappie jig in there and pull a crappie out on live, and we'll be good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want us to target lock onto one of the dock posts, and we can show you how we can go around the dock and it'll stay focused on it?
Yeah, I think that'd be cool.
Yeah, right. Let's try it.
All right.
It basically takes all
So
of
he's
that.
picking up the dock post on that image on the graph underwater.
Yep. So
And then he's able to point the live at it, and then no matter what your boat does,
it'll stay there.
It's supposed to keep locked on.
So that's like the big thing is like typically you have to point it around manually, but with the target lock pointed on that opening.
All right, so we moved here a little. bit. I'm gonna
image will stay
spin
there.
that target lock, so I again regain a hard target we can lock on. All
So you
right,
haven't
so I'm
sold
gonna
any of
take
these
my
on the Pontoon yet?
cursor.
Yeah, we're working on the best.
It's one of those dot posts.
Troll motors.
In the way that boat catches the wind versus some of the sleeker stuff that you guys put on the water. So
It's just
you
a top one.
a little bit.
For sure.
The guys who like it for sure.
Yeah. It's amazing how far pontoons have come while we're on it. Like it used to be, you couldn't get a pontoon and ski off the back. You couldn't get a pontoon and tube off the back. You would need a jet ski or a speedboat and then a pontoon for tootling. Now these tri-tunes with 300 horse on the back can really do anything.
Yeah, it really makes a huge difference.
All right. So I'm gonna target lock on that.
And that's why the weight is on the back end. So
I think we got a lock.
So my boat is moving, and you can see my sensor as I turn. That sensor for target lock is moving on its own.
the constant, the bolt we show, the graph is always looking at.
Okay. So if you're approaching the spot, you can kind of move and fish the whole spot and have it pointed.
You guys see how it's turned like 90 degrees now?
Yep. But it also allows you, like, it'll operate independent, right? So like your tow motor can do its thing, it will do its thing.
For sure. That's why that shaft I was looking at mounted from 20Gs and DV20S.
How'd that
Boom.
That turn out
Very cool. Thanks, guys.
Yep. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
We're gonna head back your way. We'll let you guys get back at it.
Enjoy the sun.
Yeah, it came out. If you want a boat ride, it's beautiful out now. Actually, like 82 degrees, no wind. It's awesome.
Chamber of Commerce weather is what we like to call it here.
We're going to Big Island now.
Yeah, we heard the party's starting on Big Island, so we're gonna head that way.
Don't drink the water.
We'll see you at the lake.
Don't drink the water.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, he had it mounted on the end of his boat when he rolled up. Obviously, he just picked that 20S up from us just a little over a week ago or whatever. But yeah, he had it mounted on the front, and then he had a really nice the double stack like offset to the right a little bit, so like that live target like just barely missed the corner of the graph. So like when he was retracting and deploying his trolling motor, it didn't make a difference on it.
Sure.
It looked like it was a little bit. One of the guys was describing it as a custom setup, so I'm not super familiar with it, but.
So you guys offer financing at Intune Marine, right?
Yep,
so
for sure.
Somebody who's looking to get into a new boat, say, you guys are able to do financing with that, and how's that looking right now for somebody who's maybe interested or looking at a boat?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, most of the financing we do in the boat business, similar to what you see in like the RV or the camper business. People tend to finance, a longer term, but it's a simple interest, no prepayment penalty loan. So allows you to get that lower monthly payment, but then you can kind of manage that loan however you want to, right? So
Sure.
You can chunk it ahead, every month if you want to. You can, wait till you get something from work once a year as a bonus or something like that. Go ahead and pay, a lump sum of the principal off. So even though, most people are financing, longer term, 10, 12, 15, maybe even longer, nowadays on some of the bigger fishing boats, most of that stuff, if they're paying it off and not trading it in 2, 3, 4 years, they're paying it off, somewhere between 7 and 9 years anyway, just like your traditional stuff would be. So,
Sure.
But it gives them the flexibility to kind of do that how they want,
Right.
certain
So
months out of the year.
They finance 12, 15,
20
to give themselves flexibility,
Correct.
but they really intend to pay it off in 6 or 8.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
But then if something happens, you're not on the hook and you're just less stressed.
Correct.
Yeah.
And the banks will use all be, there'll be no prepayment penalty loan banks. So at any point in time when the customer gets towards the end of that loan, they can pay that lump sum loan off, earlier than what the termination date of the loan would be. And there's no penalty for doing that ahead of time. So,
Sure.
Right.
every penny you spend over the payment amount each month comes directly off the principal of the loan. And so then next month when they figure interest, that number just continuously gets lower and lower and lower, as you kind of pay it off ahead. So
that makes
Yeah.
sense.
yeah. And then obviously, in a time right now where interest rates are kind of fluctuating up and down and up and down, it also offers anybody the flexibility. We may be at 7.5 or 7.99 or 8.25 this time, but 2 or 3 years from now, if things change and things come back down, they have the ability to go to anyone, go to their credit union, go to one of the major banks, just go ahead and kind of, we would call it refi. It's a little bit different,
Refinance,
process than that, because they just pay off the old loan. The bank that you're financing through pays off the old loan and, may finance you at a shorter term and a lower rate, so, it gives the customer a lot of flexibility.
For sure. And like for anybody who's maybe concerned about getting a boat right now due to interest rate, I think that's really important to mention, because if you're getting that more comfortable payment, 15-year note, maybe they don't want to be locked in on that rate for 15 years. The good news is you're not. It's realistically probably that's only for 2-3 years, and interest rates will come back down. You saw houses get refinanced at a very rapid rate here the last 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
So
finance it that little bit longer term. Maybe they're paying ahead a little bit every month, so they're paying that kind of principal down. Now all of a sudden 3-4 years into it, they're going into their credit union and they've got this much smaller like principal amount, in order to so doing that in a 5 or 6 or a 7-year loan at that point in time and getting that rate down into the 4s, 5s, and 6s, might make more sense than it did initially when that that sum was much bigger.
Right.
That's good to know. I guess I've definitely refinanced my house a while back, and I may have refinanced a car, but it didn't dawn on me that you could do that with a boat. So I think that is good to bring that up, because I don't think most people would be even aware that that's a thing.
A lot of people maybe get a little leery because they feel they're locked in, and the truth of the matter is you're not. And the other good news is like cash is king, and you don't need to put down 30% to get into one of these. We can make it very easy.
Yep. Yeah, oftentimes customers might want to keep that, that little bit of that extra, nest egg out there. But again, going back to kind of the simplicity of the loan, having that nest egg out there at any point in time, you can take that lump sum amount and throw it at the loan, and you're just paying the principal down anyway. So it would be, very similar to just doing that off of the bat, of course.
For sure.
Lots of flexibility with it.
Absolutely. And then trade-ins. We do trade-ins.
Yep. Big thing with trade-ins, obviously, dealers like trade-ins. Well, we like to sell used boats as well. The biggest thing is obviously whatever your trade-in value is, you're saving that in taxes too. So you're only paying taxes on the difference amount.
Yep.
So if you're buying a boat that's $40,000, you're trading in a boat that's $20,000, you're only paying tax on the $20,000 difference. Which at the tax rates now that adds up pretty quick too.
Right. I think Intune's always like known for a really good reputation as far as used boats go. They offer warranty with their used boats. They stand behind their used boats. And the one thing with that service department we were talking about is how thorough they are with used boats, which is, you know, maybe not the salesman's favorite thing, right? But at the end of the day, if you're looking at a used boat private party, you don't know what you're getting, and there's no logo on the front door of that guy's house, you know, that he doesn't have to stand behind that. Intune does a really good job.
Yeah, and our guys don't trade check those boats, you know, kind of on a whim of what they think on this particular boat might be wrong or might not. They have a, you know, pretty extensive, you know, what we call a major mechanical, you know, checklist they go through. And, you know, there's a standard process they go through for every boat, depending on whether it's an outboard or an IO or, you know, a direct drive engine. And so, you know, they make their way through that checklist so that when we go to, you know, to resell that boat, you know, we feel confident that we can tell the consumer that's buying it from us that, yeah, you're good to go, you know, on the water.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. To me, that's it's a big thing. Like if you're paying tax on the used boat, you know, there's not a lot of used things you can buy that you can have peace of mind with. So whether it's new or used, I mean, obviously new is going to come with awesome stuff like warranty. You can't beat that. Most of these hauls lifetime.
Most bass fishermen take care of their stuff, so warranties aren't really not necessary, right? I mean, like
maybe Glenn takes care of his stuff. But no, that's awesome. And so showroom, got a big showroom. Lots of different it's a dream world.
We've got the space now to kind of, you know, have a little bit of arrangement of everything. So we've got some pontoons on there, both Sylvans and Bentleys. Obviously we've got, you know, the Vexus stuff, the Camus stuff, the Phoenix stuff, all on the show floor. We're able to kind of cycle. We've got a couple of guys that do a really good job of doing a lot of shuffling around on a regular basis, right? Because of the space you have. And so we've got some stalls that we can bring some stuff in. So if somebody's looking at something that they see on the website, you know, even though it may be, you know, outside, I mean, if you reach out to us ahead of time, set up an appointment with, you know, Sam or Brian or myself, you know, at the show floor, we definitely make sure we can go out of our way to try to get that boat pulled inside so you can climb around on it if we got a day like today, or, you know, pretty soon we probably won't have to worry about that. So
for sure. And then for people who maybe can't make it out today because of some poor excuse,
the meatballs were too spicy, or whatever.
Rich didn't shave for the event. We've got demos that you can schedule a test drive in. 365 minus the ice.
As long as we're reaching out to one of our guys and gonna get it set up ahead of time, we're pretty you know, pretty accommodating in terms of whatever works. We're gonna have a boat, you know, permanently slipped out on the chain, and then we have another pontoon that you know, we'll have on a bunk trailer that we'll be able to, you know, to demo with customers whenever we want to, along with, you know, some of the fiberglass stuff that we've got.
Right. And you don't necessarily have to go to Intune. Right, because like if you wanted to hop in a CX20,
Rich will meet you anywhere in the metro any day.
You guys
even work for a living.
I mean, so a lot of these people we've talked to, like John and Glenn and myself and Bart and and Sobe, right? They, you know, with some scheduling, can meet you, you know, in the metro area at a lot of places. So we don't feel like you have to drive out to Richmond. You can drive out to Richmond. It's beautiful. The showroom is always a fun place to go to. The chain is good. But just I mean, I think the one thing is they're as accommodating as possible. So don't ask. Always ask. You'd be surprised what the options are.
And what's better than the opinion of the guy who's running that boat year round, you know?
Absolutely. Day
in and day out.
Well, you get to see how the guy maybe puts his stuff in it, you know.
Well, that's what I said. Like this is the cool event, right? Is that like you get to see all of that.
All of it.
And 100 yards of dock.
Right.
Whereas
that's all you guys were doing for the first hour we were set up.
I wasn't making it up.
Yeah.
No, we were checking out each other's setups.
It's like checking out what each guy had as far as you know, graph mounts. And
Rich had a little mod on his disconnect for his 360. You know, Figgy had like the Taj Mahal of graph mounts.
Custom,
like the Alamo graph mounts, or
that machine played on the
thing's crazy.
Yeah, for sure it is.
But Intune, we do docks too, right? Docks and lifts.
Dock and lift stuff. So these guys, they carry shore station. Obviously, they do a lot of dock and lift installs on pickups, you know, put-ins, takeouts, all that kind of stuff on a regular basis. So those guys have been chomping at the bit to get out on the water, obviously.
I bet.
You know, back home where we are, you know, there's a little bit of you know, fluctuating water levels. So there's certain areas we can get to and certain areas we can't. But now with some of the smaller bodies of water, like we were just out on Pleasant the other morning, they were putting, I think, 4 new dock and lift, you know, setups out on Pleasant Lake, along with, you know, doing put-ins and, you know, for customers that we've had previously. And so I know they're starting to hit, you know, Pleasant and Grand and probably Big Fish and Watab here pretty soon and some of that kind of stuff. So
you're doing fish habitat placement is what I'm hearing.
little bit of that. Yep.
You can definitely share it that way.
For sure. And they've got a barge, so it really makes it kind of, that thing is crazy.
Yeah, now they've got two of them too. So they've got a little bit bigger, beefier barge that's got much more buoyancy to it. So, some of this newer lift stuff with, the big drop down walls on it. Shore Station makes a big, a big lift with basically, like a UV canopy over the top of it and then retractable sides. So you pull your boat or your pontoon up in there, lift it up on the lift, and then the sides retract down. So like all of that other stuff you deal with, right? Like, sun damage in certain times of the days, or like the birds getting up and underneath the lift, or like, it tends to help obviously with some of the insect and spider stuff and everything else too. So makes a big difference, but you need a bigger barge to haul that stuff.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's crazy. Speaking of which, have you seen the anchors on the barge? They're like 20-foot talons, like with bike chains. Like it's, and they like,
straight, when they push that thing down on the back end,
like they'll do installs on the Mississippi River on a channel swing, and like currents pushing, like it's got like flat pieces that like
I saw
wedge into the ground.
There's the river pushing against the side of a billboard when you turn
right.
Yeah, I saw some of the big rigs on Bogie. They were busy last weekend for sure.
It's crazy. So
those guys have been waiting to get on the water because obviously they've got just as much work to do every single year, but they just got a shorter window, and Mother Nature gives us a little bit of a kick like she did this year.
Well, that's, I guess, one public service announcement. Be nice to your marine dealer because Memorial Day, it's like Christmas. And if you don't have all the presents under the tree by Christmas, you have upset people. But what people don't understand is your window changes based on the weather. So when we have long winters like this and we have late springs, there's not a marine dealer north of the Mason-Dixon that isn't in a world of living hell every day trying to get people out on the water. And I've seen it firsthand from the back end of things, and it's chaos. I mean, you have to do all this work in a little bit of time. So, Intune, they do a great job, but you have to be mindful of that, I think. And
our guys, we've got that, that big field of outdoor storage too, and we've got indoor storage available too. And so right now our guys are in the middle of basically, I think it was 615 or 625 spring startups, So I mean, when you're doing that many and you're doing it, that window that usually sometimes can start at the end of May or the very first week of April right now. Because we're doing it at the end of April, the very first week of May. So those guys are going to put all that stuff out the door just in 4 weeks less than they normally do.
612 boats in 4 weeks, and that's not even including the other jobs. That's not even including rigging the new boats,
new boat sales, any of the service stuff that comes through the shop. Obviously the dock and lift crews are run separately too. So it's one big humming machine, that's for sure.
Beehive.
It is. It
awesome.
is in its own kind of way.
Awesome. Well, I think the sun's peeking out.
Yeah, we're getting close.
I think
we've been hanging out here 2 hours. We might have had somebody that was thinking about stopping in.
Yeah. Got anyone else?
Well, we do have somebody, but we're probably going to wrap it up here not too long and actually go out and drive some. Feels probably itching to drive a boat. A little bit, maybe.
I don't want to catch a crappie.
Yeah, well, a little boat. They kind of go hand in hand.
In a boat.
I mean, you don't want to catch one off the dock, do you?
Been out there looking for him earlier.
Yeah, I'm expecting him to put me on a few.
Well, you fellas have a good afternoon.
Thanks for stopping in.
Joining us, man.
Yeah, that's
who's booking a test drive?
Yeah,
I'm looking at you and you and you.
You still got 3 hours.
You got 3 hours.
You could drive from Owatonna and still be here in time and have plenty of time.
That's right.
Now, I think I told you guys there's plenty of people.
Oh my gosh.
To meet here.
Is that a Polish man in the building?
Right. So like that's the thing is like there's boats, there's hummingbird people, there's boat Camus, Vexus people, tournament guys, and tackle guys. What's up, Pete?
Boom.
Well, thanks for having me.
The man, the myth, the legend.
The face of Omnia, as we like to say.
It's basically a congressman.
Like a Bass congressman.
Yeah. He's got to probably make a bunch of.
Is he like your diplomat in the galaxy? Do you feel like Pete is, or?
I'm hoping, like, I've been trying to campaign him over to come on to be a diplomat for the galaxy.
It's hard to get on the docket of the galaxy. It's busy schedules. It's challenging.
I have the utmost respect for Pete, and I know he's got a lot of, things are selling well. So he's got a lot of stuff to restock. He's probably got to make sure, fighter's got enough sandwiches in his boat.
His hooks are sharp.
Hooks are sharp.
His planos are stocked.
Luckily, I only have to do that once a year. Now he's on his own. So
you don't do like a refurb or like a classic break when he gets the summer off. Yeah,
sometimes if Dayton calls me and says get over here and help out, but not so much this year.
So what brings you out here, Pete? Just hanging out? You going for a boat ride? What's your?
Yeah, probably will go for a boat. You know, as I heard you guys talking about this morning. I mean, I walked outside this morning in my house and saw the flag starched, and I was like, yeah, it is kind of the perfect day to ride around and get in some arguments about what boats ride well and what ones take on the waves right. So
did you find yourself walking down, checking out all the bow setups?
I did. I was hanging out there walking around. I'm not a super competitive person, so I kind of look at boats a little differently than a lot of my friends do. I'm getting to that point where I'm looking for some space for the dog and my wife. I still want to be able to be competitive a little bit, you know, and I get the juices flowing to fish bass derby here and there, but I haven't been able to take enough advantage of some of the bigger bodies of water we have around here the last bunch of years. Have a little bit of big boat envy, having my little boat. So starting to think about getting something a little bigger.
Yeah, that's one thing you bring up dog hair. I got to think all that new smart flooring, surf turf.
Oh yeah,
perfect for dog hair.
Anything would be better than dog hair. Yeah.
Well, a bass boat, I mean, like, yeah, they're bass boats. We look at them for fishing, but honestly, can you think of a better picnic table? Can you think of a better spot to make love than a bass boat?
Well, the padded deck really comes in key there. Perfect. The padded deck.
Oh, yeah, big time for sure.
Yeah, it'd be cool to have something we could back into the shop and shoot some videos on and stuff like that instead of sitting at a table trying to talk about rods and reels and things like that. So,
absolutely.
So I'm starting to think that way. And like I said, saw the flag starch this morning and was like, hey, let's get bumpy.
I mean, if you got 3 brands, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 different bass boats to drive in one day.
Yeah.
And it's like, typically you'd call this dealer, schedule test driving this boat, and it's windy or calm, and then you schedule one with that dealer, and then it's like 5 miles an hour ripple, and you really don't get a good comparison.
The other thing you got too that you guys got going here that is honestly super impressive is some of these boats have a load in them because they're actual people's boats that are using the boats.
Almost
already.
all of these are people's boats right
so
now.
It's not like that kind of empty boat situation. Is a lot of times you get to test drive a boat. Plus the level of anglers that are here, that's really cool too. You're not, you know, no offense to, you know, a lot of other dealers when you go to them or whatever, or talk to a traditional sales.
But yeah, just
here you've got some really knowledgeable people that know the bodies of water that we're all fishing around here and all that stuff, and they have some real experience with the boat. So it's kind of cool the fact that you could go for a ride with somebody that's going to use it the way you want to use it.
That's like even if you aren't serious about getting a boat, there's a lot of value to coming out to these demo days for sure. I mean, Pete's got a boat. He doesn't need a boat, but he's still here because there's a lot of people to talk to, a lot of knowledge to gain, a lot of things to learn about boats.
Do you want to try 3
different wings to
sonars?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at Active Target and Mega Live and Garmin.
Do you want to test side scan at 120 feet with each brand?
Do you want to test Talons versus Power Poles versus Raptors?
And have people that use these things regularly working with you on it. So that's, there's some of the best fishermen in the state are hanging out here right now. Hence why I came up to try and get some.
Go look in battery compartments. See if people are running parallel AGMs or lithiums or I mean, like there's a ton of stuff to learn about bass boats. I mean, you just want to learn about how to set your boat up better. It's a good place to come.
Absolutely. Well, so the Omnia front, you guys have been crazy busy. There's certain things, I'm like, dang, it's out of stock.
I know.
Wow, you guys are.
It's funny. I was at the Classic a few weeks ago, and I walked into a conversation. It was at the Hall of Fame dinner. So there was a bunch of industry people all around, and I kind of walked into an awkward situation. There was a bunch of people talking about Omnia, and they said, "Oh, there he is."
Speak of the devil.
And they brought me over, and there was a gentleman that was really laid into me right in front of everybody. You know, he was like, "I want to shop with you guys all the time, but man, every time I go on there, things are out of." And you know, and I do my typical trying to explain to him that this is a scaling business. I mean, realistically, we're 3 years into retail. We're trying to scale the business up for a national account and all that. We have to be smart with our inventories. We can't just go buy every single thing that's not attached to the ground and stuff it in there and hope that we move through it. We got to do this.
There's space, there's cash flow, there's
and that has
supply chain. There's a lot of things that in this equation.
There is. But actually, a gentleman I respect quite a bit jumped in and said, you know, hey,
you know, the fact that he said it sucks because outside looking, I totally get it. I get the frustrations as a consumer when they do see that we're light on some stuff or whatever, because I'm the same way, right? If I go and I want to buy something and it's out of the color that I want or something, it drives me nuts too. But this gentleman jumped in and piped up in front of everybody and said, you know, hey, not a lot of retailers are in that situation where they're turning inventory that fast. And that is the truth. I can't say it's not that we didn't have it. It's not that we don't have it on order. It's not that we didn't order it. It's the fact that we're turning it that fast. So bear with us. It's going to get better as we get more space and more bins and more, you know, we scale it. But all I can do right now is thank everybody who has found us and supported us so much. It's making it easier. It's making it easier for us to buy more. The more people are helping us turn that inventory faster.
Shout out to Jacob. I saw a bunch of Dobbins back in stock.
Yep. Yeah, you got it. A lot of Dobbins just came in, actually. You're right.
Fast shipping, beef jerky, thank you cards. I mean, you guys are doing it right.
We're even doing a little mystery deal right now.
Okay.
We got a whole bunch of baits from Berkeley right now. If you spend, I think it's $50, we'll throw that in there with the beef jerky. You get mystery lures getting shipped out with orders. So we'll be doing a whole bunch of fun stuff here this summer that everybody get to see.
And there'll probably be some crappie reports to get filed on probably today, right? We should see some fresh crappie reports, lake reports from Lake Minnetonka.
It's incredible. You know, I know you guys are probably aware of it, but a lot of people aren't. I went down to the Crappie Expo in Branson, Missouri last fall with Joe Panessa. And, you know, I've had the crappie guys tell me over the phone that they have more stuff than the bass guys do, but I didn't believe it, you know. And I got there and, oh my, you want to see a boat rigged out. They got trolling motors on their power poles, 3 trolling motors on the boat, like insane amount of electronics, all that stuff. It has been crazy to see how fast our crappie assortment. I don't want to say without trying, because certainly me and Joe did a lot of homework to roll in the stuff, but already some of our best SKUs are crappie SKUs, which is insane. Yeah.
You guys got slider grubs?
We do.
I bought some of those Kevin Rogers
slider grubs.
Crappie jig heads. Those things are sick little.
Yeah.
I want black slider. I need black slider grubs.
Gonna make some emo slider grubs.
Got a little something I do with them. I like them. I like them. They're durable.
But there you go. Yeah. Back to my original point of why I'm hanging around your cool little event here is that whole multi-species. I've been saying it for 10 years. At some point, I got to call myself a liar. I've been saying I'm a multi-species angler, and I haven't been doing it. But every year, I'm like, here I go. I'm going to start going back around fishing the way I used to when I was younger and going to some destination fisheries and multi-species fishing. And I just haven't ever put the time together or the commitment towards doing it. So
you might go home with the multi-species rig.
That, you know, it's my head's going that way.
I can see.
I don't know if my wallet's going that way yet.
That new DV19. Can you imagine that new DV? Did you go look at that new DV19 yet?
I have not, but it got brought up to me before I even got here that you should go look at that thing.
I bucked it over here. I mean, so like a balance point on a multi-species boat, those 19s are a little shorter and you ride a little bit more towards the front. Right. So I always am curious about when you need to lift the bow and keep the bow up, you know, when the weight distribution is further forward, that 19, I mean, it hummed right across Crystal. I was impressed. Yeah, you'll be pleased. You'll be pleased.
Nice. Yeah, we just had the lenders in again this week. So
I was just about to say you're channeling your inner lender.
Yeah, they got my blood boiling again to be like, let's just fish or whatever's big.
He's growing out his beard like Al. He's trying to.
Yep, my heroes. So I like I said, I'm calling myself out now for lying about being a multi-species angler. It's time to actually do it a little bit this year.
I'm excited for him to go rip a few and come back and do that's kind of a non-biased, that'd be a non-biased testimonial
for sure.
For probably very beneficial to people. But you guys just switched locations, I think.
We did. We moved in November to a new location, to a larger facility, a 30,000 square foot facility, and it's beautiful. It's a nice building. It's clean. It's great. It's definitely a huge step up for us. It's a beautiful office area. It's scary. You know, I think initially when we got it, we thought, okay, we're good for a couple of years here. Let's run. And now all of a sudden we're going.
We're already on rod storage. We're already running out of place, but pretty soon everybody's gonna need a rod rack in their office. You have to have you need a bin of rods in your office. So we got places to put them.
And I don't want to go up, but that's an option for us. It's tall enough we can go up, but that wrecks picking efficiency. And as you guys know, we pride ourselves on shipping really fast. So
I can come clean some of that out. Give you some room.
Well, they do run some deals. If you scroll down to the bottom of the page, there's that deals section where they got. A lot of good stuff in there. That's the one thing about the Omnia deals. they're typically because you've got a dumped on and you got way too many colors of something that's good. It's not typically like, it's not because it's not selling. It's because you got like
that's true.
overstock.
Yes. And that is one of our issues, to your exact point, that we run into, as I talked about before, as we're scaling a business. The business is completely built, every level of the business, on scalability. Can we throw one more thing at it and make it bigger? Can we make it bigger? We learn that a lot with baits. Bin space is key. And sometimes we get it wrong. We learn a lesson on like, hey, we don't have enough room for this bait. We need to get bigger bins. So there's some of that stuff going on. So to your exact point, sometimes you get some juicy deals just because
ran out of bin space.
I got it wrong.
Well, I think you get some juicy deals just by watching this feed, right? Don't you have a code or something?
Yeah. It's it is the last day to use the April code. I'll throw it up on the bottom of the screen there. OMHB 23 APR. And then tomorrow, if you can crack the code and do the logarithmic, it might end in MAY. But yeah, so
no excuses.
Go ahead and grab some of those dobbins.
If you're not driving a boat right now, you should probably head to omniafishing.com.
There you go.
And get you some tackle using that code that Rich has.
And it's on the bottom of the screen if you didn't.
It takes me a while to say.
Yeah, but I do suggest if you're anywhere even close, they're not kidding. It's the perfect day to come out here and kind of, and there's some availability out there to jump in some of these. So if you can get up here quick, I believe, what time's this going?
3 p.m.
3
that
p.m.
code's good till May 1st, but this is only going till 3 p.m.
Exactly
today.
right. I promise you, even if you can't get your order in today, we'll get you hooked up afterwards. You should get up here if you get a chance. It's the perfect day to run around.
You get time to come here and then place your order afterwards.
For sure.
Talk fishing, drive boats. We've got food.
Oh yeah.
So you don't even need to stop at a restaurant on the way here. You bring the kids. We got plenty of life jackets. If you're worried about the wind, we've got Blackfish gear. So you don't even need to bring your jacket.
If you're a degenerate, you can have a beer with me and Fig at the bar.
You can.
Or a high noon. I see some high noons if that's more your style.
If you're an Omnia customer and you're interested in one of these boats, I might even buy you a beer. So come on.
Whoa.
Holy smokes.
And there's still wings and chicken fingers.
There you go.
No. Oh, that's awesome. So I guess this is our list. What are you thinking about driving today? What do you think? What's the first victim?
I was definitely, as I walked by, to your point, heading here, I was told about the DV19 to check that out for another interested party. But honestly, even I've never been in a Vexus. I've been lucky enough. I've been riding some of the Camuses. I've been super impressed with those. I bum around with Fig a lot, so I'm pretty used to a Phoenix and all that stuff. So I would say some of the Vexus stuff I'm pretty interested in trying out, but also I know Camus has got some other stuff too that I have not been in, some of the bigger boats and things like that. So probably a couple of the Camuses and a couple of the Vexuses. Those are the ones that I have. I have no personal seat time in.
Well, I'm excited to hear like the Polish Pete pick.
Yeah, we'll have to do a follow-up. Maybe we'll have to bring him in a HellaBass live segment in a week or so, and he can give us the
Peter Piper,
the winners and losers of the demo day.
Yeah.
Well, and make sure you use Rich's code so I can afford to maybe even consider one of these.
Nice. Awesome. Yeah, I think we're getting close to. I think I talked enough about. Do we got more? Oh, should we get Velsta? Yeah, we'll get Dane.
Yeah,
that's okay. Because Pete has boats to drive. I want to hear. I want to hear Post.
I'm gonna go sniff around outside. So if you want to swing up, like I said, come up, say hi for sure. Let's have a beer and talk boats.
Thanks, Pete.
See you, boys.
See you, Pete. Look forward to hearing about your picks.
Sweet. Yeah, we got time for one more, and then maybe
Mr. Bofelka, you have some time. Step up to the mic.
I guess that's Pete just talked about. We didn't have. He wanted interested in checking out the Vexus.
Yeah.
Fiberglass, which I don't think we've had anybody on to talk about the Vexus.
Yeah. No.
I just gave like 4 or 5 demo rides in the Vexus, and I can't keep me on the water fast enough. Like,
so
we got to do this quick. I just had 5 minutes to eat some food.
We'll take 2 more minutes.
It's a hot boat.
Which boat have you been riding in?
The VX20.
VX20.
Yeah, the 20-foot, 11-inch, dang near 21-foot fiberglass boat.
So that's what we fish tournaments out of, and that's we have quite a bit of fun in that thing.
Yeah.
This is Dane, Aaron's tournament partner.
Yep. Yeah, nice
my
to meet
brother.
everybody.
So you might have seen him on the Galaxy, maybe.
Yep. As seen on Bass Galaxy. Also, he's might have builds rods. You own a rod company, Veselka Fishing and Customs. So if you guys are looking for a specialty rod, you've got a you've been cooking in the kitchen.
Juice. Yeah, flexing a few twigs.
Yeah.
The big thing right now is that 8-foot hair rod. That's been a hot seller for the smallmouth season as it's coming around the corner.
For sure.
The chicken rod that's built some popularity.
Yeah.
It's also been a popular model in the metro.
So that chicken rod,
Yeah.
we're talking about throwing a little heavier bait with a big hook, but also, you know, having that give to it. So you kind of, I was flexing this at Dane's place last night, this chicken rod, because that's something I've been getting into, and we were looking at chickens we were tying and stuff. But
hand-tied chicken.
Yeah, for me, like, and you're talking about preferences, but you really seem to find like a happy medium with that chicken rod. What is 7.4, 7.6?
Yep, a 7.6 heavy blend. So it's a moderate fast, but it has the meat to drive that single hook. But it has a little give depending on if you're throwing braid or throwing fluorocarbon, so you can feel the bait. And if the fish grabs it, they don't necessarily feel you.
It's got that
parabolic. You want to bury that hook. You have enough of that backbone in there to really drag it.
I might have to talk to Pete. Have you ever talked to Pete about getting him at Omnia?
Yeah.
Yep. Joe, there's a few Omnia folks that come through the studio here on Minnetonka where while we're tattooing, we talk a little business too on the side. So we do we talk builds, we talk custom builds, we talk getting the hair jig rod out there, and I'd love to sit down with Pete and talk more about it. But
Brian just said he picked him up at the Waypoint.
Yep,
checked him out. Which just opened yesterday. So
Waypoint Angler Supply is hands down one of the coolest bait stores that opened up just 8 blocks
yesterday.
East
right down
it's right on the lake. They have 2 parking spots near Back Channel Brewery, so you can pull up to the dock and walk into the store. It's epic. It's super cool. They sell a lot of JDM stuff.
Yeah, they got like some sleepy baits. They got the dice yet there? You see any dice in that place?
No, I walked in there.
Guys who could make me some dice and send me some custom dice.
I've seen people doing the whole like the skirt and the
stitching
skirt
and the
plastic.
sewing.
Yeah,
they're
crocheting.
It's more of a sewing, I think.
Sewing,
yeah,
for sure. I wouldn't know. I don't do either. But
more of a basket weaver.
The bait selection there is phenomenal. The people there and the experience is excellent, and it reminds me a lot about the culture we have here today. Just good people that love fishing and want to learn more about you and have everything there to accommodate.
So in theory, you could get a test drive and get dropped off at the Waypoint.
Not even in theory. That is factual. I could bring you over to Waypoint. You can
drop you off. I go pick you up.
Yeah, Ross.
What are you waiting for?
Ross Kellermeyer opened up a studio.
He's a good dude.
Yeah, tackle store over there, and it's incredible. He even was tossing out little tokens to go over to Back Channel.
Dang,
pretty dang
so
cool.
You got brewery. You
got free food here, tackle, free
boats.
Drinks, free boat.
And it's a one-stop.
Where
shop.
is everybody?
Yeah, and then if you want to get tattooed, I just have to sweet talk the wife and let me open.
I think we can't see them, but I think there's actually more people out there riding boats. Based on the number of people coming in here getting chicken fingers and meatballs, there is quite a few people out here today. So
I got my tattoo from you, and you've been tattooing, since you were 5 years old.
Yep, 6.
Tramp stamp? Yeah. We won't show that today, folks.
No, that's inappropriate.
Yes.
We'll save that
it's
for
a family-friendly establishment.
The after hours. That's the members. Members only.
We just gave everybody reasons to come here. We don't need a reason for them to not come.
No, we're not trying to scare people away.
I want to ruin the event.
Yeah. No, it's been a great event. We've had plenty of opportunities to get digital media, a bunch of guest rides and test drives on rough water. And it's been, a few prominent brands that people are interested in.
Is the rod locker full of Oselkas if they want to touch them?
You know what? I took the rods out of the rod locker I wanted to
this morning.
I wanted to show people that I could jump into the rod locker.
You can fit in it, yeah.
Interesting.
You can stick, 40 rods in that rod locker.
I mean, you can't take it with you, and I never really understood why people would pay so much for a coffin. You know what I mean? You might as well just bury me in a Vexus someday, baby.
Seriously. Yeah. You can sleep in it if you don't have a place at the Holiday Inn.
Well, that's I think the craziest thing about a Vexus is how much storage is in them. Like
100%.
Yeah.
I'm one of those anal type A type of anglers that has to have everything in the right spot. So balancing out my tackle and putting things in the front, things in the back, and having room to organize it all.
Yeah,
that's the deal. It's been a great ride.
Well, it's windy today, and you've been given how many rides? What's some of the feedback you've gotten from people?
Yeah, so I had a gentleman sit. We had 2 people sitting, one on an airwave seat and the other sitting on a cooler. And he said sitting on the cooler, it was smoother than any other bass boat ride he's ever been on. And he was sitting on the cooler.
Challenge accepted.
Well, and you're right in the middle.
Sitting on the cooler.
You're right under the chisel.
Yeah.
And I think that cooler's epic. It holds ice for like 3 days, and I put like a 20-pound bag of ice in it, and, pack my sandwiches for the week, and I'm good to go.
Yep.
First demo ride I gave in a Vexus on Green Lake and Spicer.
Mm-hmm.
I took a dude and his wife, and it was howling, and I was like, oh.
I was there with you, 2019,
and she rode on the cooler, and she said the same thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
So like, I can't believe you're doing this right
Challenge accepted.
I think people. I think some of the new boats, whether it's the Vexus 20, the PHXs, the Camus CX 2021, surprisingly how good all of those boats are.
It's
I think
unbelievable.
Just the new technology and the new hulls.
For sure.
I think a lot of it is if you haven't been in a newer boat in the last 5-10 years, you're going to be shocked how much difference there is.
Yes, from hull shot to physical performance, and then the fishability, they're all becoming brothers and sisters of one another.
I agree. And to me, like, ride is super subjective, right? Because if you're going right into the waves, if you're going 45 to the waves, if you're paralleling the waves, if you're going with the waves, each boat is going to be a little bit better at one of those things.
Right.
So today, you get to feel that with each boat and truly understand that, because they, like, for example, I think the Vexus is one of the best into the chop with the chop boats that money can buy, and you don't feel a thing. But there's other boats that are maybe better at 45 and waves than this boat. It's crazy. It's fun.
I'm glad that there's 25-mile-an-hour north wind on the lake today.
It's the best day ever to test drive a boat. We're not sleazeballs. We got nothing to hide from you. We have zero bias. You pick what you like. You pick the boat you want to drive, and we'll just make sure that it's fair and equipped right, and stand behind it. That's all there is to it.
How long have you had your Camus?
Since June, so 10 months.
Yep, almost a full year.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
And
really,
you came. And what did you come from before?
05 Classic Bass Cat, so a 19-foot Pantera Classic.
Yeah, and did you test drive other boats before you jumped into Camus?
I mean, I had been in some other Phoenixes and some other boats, buddies' boats and things like that. So yeah.
His wife was the deciding factor at the Camus with a fully padded deck for their picnics.
She hasn't even been in
the
boat yet.
Never mind.
Yeah, that was a big selling factor for me, because with a few kids and some dogs, and you want some space, and you want to be able to take the family out in the boat. You need to keep them dry, and you need to keep it comfortable.
This is true.
I roll up that lily pad and put it on the back deck.
Do you really?
God,
such a dad.
I run a dock rope from one cleat through the lily pad to
the
other
Vexus
side.
is like the ultimate bass boat pontoon hybrid. It's so big.
It's an Escalade. It's the Escalade.
It's an aircraft carrier, and I'm landing my jet on it.
It's a Suburban of bass.
It is the Suburban.
What's the Excursion? It's the Ford Excursion.
Yes.
Yeah.
The airwave seats. The
better gas.
Did you pump up the seats today?
We did.
We did pump up the seats.
With every Vexus purchase comes a little Smurf. His name's Aaron Teal, and he'll come over on the dock, and he'll make sure pre-tournament that you.
That's what I do.
So
go find all the Vexuses.
That's why these things don't. Those guns, they come from somewhere.
Show, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been good, man. Happy to spend some time with you boys today. Happy to see that this live thing really worked out, and it's been
fun.
Great to catch up with everybody.
Well, you won the Blackfish out here, and I guess you weren't fishing out of a Vexus then, but I wish you would have been, because the contingency money with a Vexus is going to be top notch if you fish any local stuff in the state of Minnesota. MNBN Team Trail, Champions Tour. Blackfish. Vexus will, if you win the tournament and you're fishing out of a Vexus will match your winnings up to 10 grand. Noah Schultz and I were joking about that on the podcast. How much money would Noah Schultz have won the last 3 years if he was fishing?
Should have paid cash for that camper.
He would have paid for sure. It would have been probably over 100K in Vexus money.
Well,
and your back doesn't hurt. What more could you want?
Yeah, it sells itself practically.
Well, except for carrying the checks to the bank, right? Then you might hurt your back.
I want to get more checks so bad. It's be fun.
Yeah.
So Pete was just talking about your boat being the one he wanted to drive today. So I don't know where he's at. I feel like I don't want to ruin the ride.
Yeah, we should probably. Is there anybody else need to talk to, or is it time to go drive some boats? Or
I have no idea.
Yeah, get out there and make sure Pete has the opportunity to ride in that.
Yeah, I think you should.
VX20.
It's your boat.
It's time.
You're the driver. We're just
boys.
hosting a live show.
I guess we could do a last call for questions. If there's anything that anybody wanted.
How long are we doing this?
I don't know.
I thought we were going till 3.
I don't think we're going till 3.
You guys want to go till 3, right? Or you can get over here so we don't have to.
Or we
Sounds
could
good.
Teal could stay and run this till 3, I guess.
Whatever, man.
I probably got to do some test drives at some point. There's probably somebody that wants to drive that
I've
CX-20.
already driven all of them like 12
No, I mean,
times.
you have. Yeah.
Well, I do know that there was someone
We could see if
excited
Mike
jump
wanted to say
into
hi
VX20.
quick.
I think Mike should come talk about that DV19,
You
to
want-
be honest.
You
Well, why don't you grab a plate of food and stop in for a few minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, absolutely.
Yeah,
Mike's
thanks.
a legend.
Thanks a bunch, guys, for the time, and
Yeah.
enjoy the rest of your day. And Teal, I know we're going to catch up here a bit later. But,
See you, Dane.
I'm going to go out there and keep her under 40.
Just keep her under 40.
Grab a couple rods out of Sobe's boat. Just don't
Yeah.
tell him.
Right.
I got some
Figure out
crappie rods
later.
in my boat.
I know I should have.
Well, this has been fun so far, Rich. We've
Yeah.
gone through a lot of models.
It's gone fast.
I feel like time flies when you're
Talking-
driving boats.
Talking boats,
Talking boats, driving boats.
eating
Yeah.
chicken wings.
You get any other good questions lately?
Let's see. Let me see. As I starred back in the day here. This is. Do you have to take battery weight into consideration, seeing how light they are? So, what have you heard about? I think it's model by model a little bit, right? Sometimes
Mhm.
I've heard stories both where people gain by going lithium, and then heard people lose speed when they go to lithium, just depending on. I think that's that fulcrum thing we
Balance
talked
point.
about.
Yep, balance point. Science.
Yeah, and I don't know if there's a single answer. I think it really depends on the boat,
It depends on the boat. I think it depends how much weight you have in the front of the boat as well.
how your
I
boat
mean,
is loaded
yep,
out to begin
yep.
with.
I think overall, I don't think it's going to be as like a game breaking factor, but weight's weight, horsepower's horsepower.
Do you want to
And,
sit down for a second,
uh-oh.
Brian?
What's happening?
You can go sit
We
here.
got Miss- So we have Intune's own sales guy, Brian Bankston here.
You
He's
busy
forgotten
today?
More about fishing.
Are you doing
boats
some
than
test
you ever
drives?
know.
Couple just got off the water. Been on the water for 2 hours. People.
It's good.
We got
Good
customers
turnout
from Indiana here, Iowa.
No
Drove
way.
all the way up here. DV19, first one in the country. It's been fun.
That's cool, man.
Yeah.
What's been the hot ride out there? What's been like the most popular boat that people wanted to drive today?
A lot of people want us. The DV20 Camus has been hot. The DVX 20S that's been
Yeah.
hot going as well.
Yep.
We got some bass boats. A gentleman's looking at 21 PHX. That's his model. That's what he wants. He's out
Great
there
boat.
with Menzie right now. So we got a good chop out there.
Yeah.
So I feel a little windburn. I don't know. It's not sunburn.
I don't see it yet.
No?
Still pale.
It'll set. It'll set in.
Well, it's like we've been saying this all day, but there's no better day to test drive a boat. Like we
No.
complain about the weather, but at the end of the day,
No.
this is almost what we should wish for when
This
we
is
have
what-
events like this.
This
Like,
is what you want. And
Yeah.
thankfully the sun popped out, which was nice.
for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to drive an Earl Bentz design boat, pick the windy day.
For
Yeah,
sure.
Pick the windy day because it's going to ride good.
Soft. The 19's nice. That was
Right?
my
I ripped
first
that
time-
over, dude.
That was my
No, it
first time
stayed up
driving
nice.
that boat. Yeah.
Stable.
I took it out to the main lake and she's
Ooh.
fucking out there.
Took her past the Arcola.
I did.
Oh, no kidding.
I did. It's a good boat.
They got no wake buoys in there? Yeah.
It's wild because they have everything on the east side of Arcola in, but everything in Crystal, the big reef, there's no buoys.
Nothing on bones?
No.
So that DV19, like, so it's a new model. I think we only have the second one in the whole country,
Yep.
right? Or is that number 2 in the whole country?
Mike told me that was number 1. He drove it straight from, but it might be number 2, whatever. 1 or 2.
Fresh off the factory floor.
Straight
Does
from
it smell
Tennessee.
new still?
Oh, I'm sure if you go in the compartment,
open a compartment,
I mean,
But here's what I'll tell you: like that 19, it didn't have trim tabs on it. You know, a lot of people don't do trim tabs on a 19-foot boat,
yeah.
and it didn't have Wave Pros in it. And I didn't have one bone jarring hit ever.
Right.
And we were in big ones out there.
Right.
It was really nice.
Well, you've sold a ton of multi-species boats over the last 3 years. I mean, it's huge. So windshields now, I was talking about this before, like how overlooked a windshield has been from boat companies
Right.
when it comes to looking at a boat. That new Camus windshield, talk to me a little bit about what they've done with that new windshield and what makes it special.
Yeah, I mean the biggest thing is all the windshields out there in the past.
They didn't support big water, right? They thought they did, but everybody knows who had one of the older different models out there.
Okay.
The screws on the port side would eventually come up, and everybody would remedy that with, well, let's pull those out, let's put bolts in and lock nuts in our glove box, and now it's not going to move. And then it becomes almost too rigid, and people crack their windshields and different things like that. These are now part of the boat. The grab handles that they have on the sides, and then the two, like, I think it's just genius. Nobody else has this. When you're sitting in a Camus and you go to grab to stand up, there's a grab handle.
Yeah.
Because everybody previously, you grab your windshield when you pull yourself up, and now you're always putting pressure on there.
Yep.
Not good for glass, and
it's not good for glass. And these boats are just made so much better now. I mean, you were the pioneer of the pull up on the windshield. I mean, iconic move from Aaron
lived at
Teal.
Pontoon, so it was like I didn't have time to go to the gym, so I just had to use the resources that were there
that Pontoon provided.
Yeah.
Me coming in at 87 pounds, that wasn't the best. So then I went up there, and I'm a little fatter. So
yeah. So if money's an issue, cancel your gym membership and buy yourself a Camus and get swole, catch fish, have fun. That's what life's about. You can't take it with you.
Well, do you boys have any quick questions for me? I was going to quick grab something to eat.
No, go ahead.
Yeah,
just trying to
but
recool.
You can ditch
so
us.
I know. I think people are a little concerned about the weather, but there's clearly a bunch of people taking test drives today and having fun.
For sure. Yeah, it sounds like we got a really good turnout.
Yeah. The thing about a day like this, to your point, not everybody might be a little fair weather, right? The people that are here, they know that this is a day to drive a boat.
Yeah.
They're in the market, they want to buy a boat. So, that's why we have this event. We have all the catered food in here. We're inside right now. Lord Fletchers, we have a place for you to get warm. This is the best venue out there.
Well, we were talking, you don't even need to bring your jacket today. You got Blackfish gear ready to go.
We got like 60 Blackfish jackets ready to go for people to keep you warm and
dry.
The best of the best drivers. I mean, these guys are pros, reps. It's just awesome. I look forward to this event every single year. I just enjoy it a lot.
I had to make my own boat waves when I test drove the CX-20
3 years ago.
Yeah. So it's nice that you don't have to make them. I had to like drive in circles to make
fair weather. Yeah, we had this event first event we ever had. We're like, oh, the weather's so nice,
so beautiful,
and it was good. But like, we had to make our own waves to hit.
All right, you take this boat and drive back and forth, and I'm gonna drive across them and
sit out in front of the channel and wait for a cruiser to come by.
Right. And so availability on boats, like let's say somebody's looking to order a boat right now. Let's run through kind of Vexus, Camus, Phoenix. What's the lead time looking like on those?
Yeah, so we're definitely in a really good position right now. So 10 to 12 weeks, 12 to 10 to 14 depending on a model. But normal turnaround times on boats right now.
Sure.
You know what I mean? There's no more Yamaha, shortages, Mercuries. Everybody's got stock and they're able to build them. We're not worrying about any of that stuff from COVID. Everything's caught up and everybody's in good shape. We'll be transitioning over to, new model years here, July, August timeframe. But yeah.
So like one thing I think is special about Pontoon is knowledgeable sales staff and that service department. I mean, how many boats do they rig annually, and how many boats do you guys take care of? The experience,
proprietary information there.
I understand.
A lot. We do a lot. I mean,
dozens and dozens.
We house and store over 1,000 boats.
Yeah.
All those boats we're going to start up for all of our customers before we take them. The pontoons that they come pick them up. Sales boats, obviously, we do well. Things are well.
Like you don't sell 5 bass boats a year, so you sell like a lot. So you've been through the ringer. You understand the nuances of how things need to go together, what graphs talk to each other, what doesn't, what battery system you can have in your boat, the right gauge wiring to go to your batteries, custom this, custom that. This mounting bracket only works on this model. This, like all of those confusing things that are sometimes daunting with a boat purchase when your dealer doesn't know.
Right.
You don't know.
Yeah.
Unless you're like, so to me, that's a huge advantage.
Appreciation I have for our team in all aspects, from, our sales team to our service team to, people that do paperwork to people that do our financing. We're just a well-oiled machine, and everybody's so knowledgeable, because when you don't have that, or if you go to a place, it can be frustrating. I mean, when you buy a hefty dollar amount boat. That's a large investment. And you want to trick it out with all the newest things, you know. I mean, yourself, we're out there doing this day in and day out, fishing tournaments, doing the thing. We want to know everything that's cutting edge. So when you ask us for our opinion, you're asking us, the trusted advisor. I'm able to say, yep, you know, here's from my experience, I would go with this because of this, and this. Okay, next option. What about lithium batteries? In doing all that on paper, and then having our service team execute it. I mean, we have the best. I'll just say it. In my opinion, I think we have the best rigging team in the state. I mean, they're unbelievable.
Well, you want somebody who treats that investment like you do. Like, they understand that it's not just a willy-nilly investment. I mean, I think the after the sale thing is a big deal. Like, stuff happens, and you know, you might break something, it might break or what have you. You need to feel like, you know, the dealer you purchase from has your back. And I've seen Intune do some amazing things as far as, you know, standing behind the product and taking care of their customers. And that's what it's all about.
We've had a boat go to Wyoming. We drove and picked the boat and brought it back, right? Because something's wrong. Just recently, 3 weeks ago, boat went to Nebraska, brought it back, fixed it, got him back on the water for his tournament, which was in 2 more days.
Not a lot of dealers that is going to treat your issue like that. That's amazing,
that.
Dude.
Another customer on Monday, small thing, 7 hours away. We're going to go get their boat. We're going to take care of it and make it right. I mean,
sure.
That's a big deal. It's not common.
No.
So, because we want to do that, you know, just like you and I too. Like, you don't just buy a boat from us. You're not part of the family. You call me 6 months later, I'm going to pick up the phone. You're on the water. You're having an issue with your bilge pump or something. You can call me. We'll answer. Those things matter.
Well, people might think that, like, you know, it's more selfish to not take care of somebody, but to me, it's more selfish to take care of somebody because that benefits you in the long run. Because hopefully, they tell their friends how good of experience they had, and now you get a referral that leads to another boat sale. Everybody wins.
Biggest thing, and I say this a lot. A lot of people are in it for the short term gain. We are in it for the long game, and I truly believe that every single customer that we touch, that is an investment, and we want to just make sure that whole, I mean, 5 years down the road, that experience is top notch. Exceeding customer expectations has always been our mission statement, and you hear me say it all the time in the videos. Like, the dealer you choose matters. Like, 100%.
The product's only as good as the dealer that stands behind it.
100%.
Yep.
100%.
There's no guarantee on the box.
Yeah. Do you want me to write it on the box? I could write it on the box.
Call it guarantee for you.
Right. Oh.
Good look at it.
Did you get something to eat?
I gotta eat.
Go get yourself some
I'll be right
chicken.
back. I'll be right back.
No,
it's good seeing you boys.
Good seeing you, buddy.
We're doing the hard work here. Let's be honest.
Brian Bankston, you just saw him. That is primary fishing boat salesman over at Intune Marine. That dude knows a ton about boats. He's one of the better topwater fishermen I've seen as well. Probably almost as good as Rich, but not quite. And yeah, he's very passionate about what he does. So, you know, that's what you want when you're looking for a fishing boat. You worked with Bankston on yours a little bit. I think
Yeah.
No,
I mean, it was a great experience. Like, it was easy. I mean, I had to wait for my boat to arrive because I ordered it too late. I didn't get here till early June, but like, once it got here, Intune, like, you know, with considering the time of year that it landed, like right after Memorial Day, right?
Yeah. That was like supply chain bad.
They got it, you know, ready. We got the water test done and the paperwork and everything like that. Like, the whole, you know, the people that aren't on camera, the staff, they made the whole process of the little bit of paperwork that I had to do, and like they did a bunch of things as far as like sending in the tags, the DNR, and the licensing and all that stuff. I didn't have to do any of that stuff. It was like,
any trip you can save to the DMV is good.
Right.
Nobody likes that place.
And the fact that, you know, they had made sure everything was working before I picked it up, so that really the water test was more of just a I don't know,
easy peasy.
Easy peasy. Like, we were confident it was going to be good. So yeah, that's been great
for sure. Well, how long are we going here?
I don't know.
I'll go all day. I think we should do a 24-hour live stream.
24-hour live
happens.
stream?
Yeah. See how rowdy it gets here tonight. Yeah.
I don't know. I should maybe check to see if I'm supposed to. I heard there's people in my boat. Teal, I'm supposed to take a demo. Do you want to keep talking?
I can host if you want to go rip.
This is right. So this thing brings up that camera, or you can have them sit right here.
Yep.
This is a directional mic, so you can keep rocking.
Check. Okay.
Don't know what to do with my hands, but I'm gonna go see if anybody needs my assistance on the water. And you know what? Might come in from the. Hopefully, I have better signal than everybody else.
Solix, that little mod. Yeah, the knobs.
All right.
Pretty neat.
Take care of my.
I need a few more friends.
Take care of my visor gang.
Did you see this?
Unbelievable. You're gonna have to go here. Yeah, right here.
You see this?
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm gonna spill it. This is unbelievable. Pot stickers.
You guys know what that is? That's your next meal once you get here, because we are doing rides till 3 p.m. That's all day. I need someone at some point. I lost Davey Height. I lost Davey.
All right. What do we got going on? What have we
do? A Kentucky smallmouth.
What haven't you covered? You don't need to talk about them. They don't exist there.
Yeah, keep that hush.
I'd like to go back there.
We've got another CX20 owner here, Mr. Bartusek, the man behind the lens.
Yes.
You look like you've been outside today.
Dude, there's a little bit of wind. I don't know if you heard.
Need a little wind here.
It's the perfect day to test ride a boat though, because you can go get out of the wind up close to shore and you can rip around. And if you want to see what a boat's capable of, you can go around the corner and get in some 3-footers and get a little wet and have a little fun. But it's going good out there. There's actually a lot of people showing up for rides, so it's been awesome. Good. Yeah, a lot of people rolling in.
Well, you couldn't pick a better day. What's been a popular boat? I asked a few other guys. The walleye boats and the multi-species boats seem to be.
Yeah, the walleye boats and the multi-species boats are really ripping. If I were to say like a few boats people should ride in and like really feel, Dane's VX20 is like, him and I went and filmed a demo ride, and like, dude, those Vexuses are just nuts. Like every single time one of them gets on pad, I'm blown away by how like there's just no like I'm maybe getting on pad. Right. It's like immediate, and in this rough water, it's really beneficial. Mm-hmm. So the VX20, and I know Dane's been given a lot of rides. I feel like a couple sleepers or a sleeper boat that people should ride in is Figgy's.
Yeah, the 721.
Dude, that's 721. The way it I say it slices through waves.
Yep.
The way it slices through waves, it is so comfortable. But that's a sleeper. That's a really good bass boat to ride in today, I think. Obviously, I'm going to say a CX20 because that's what I run.
I mean, that's one of the most fun boats to drive is.
I think what I love about a CX20 is like I always compare it to people as a sports car.
Yeah.
Like that's what a CX20 is. It's really fast. It's probably the most agile boat I've ever been in. Like, especially if you're a river guy, just ripping around and you're just hairpin turns and everything.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun. But then, like when I was on Kentucky Lake and Grand, and it decided to blow 20 miles an hour.
Right.
Like it's a really soft boat in big water. So that one's really good too. But as you know, from being at Intune forever and all these other boat brands, like it's whatever your feel is, like what you like. Like for me, like I don't like super narrow boats up front necessarily, but I love wide boats, like that Triton I used to run. So I think it's just all feel for people. That's why I like Camus. It rides very similar to a Phoenix in my opinion. But so those would be a couple sleepers. I think I'm trying to think of what else.
I think an AVX 1980 on a day like today, we get a lot of people that ask like, oh, how well does it like, you're maybe not sure. You want to see, well, I heard it rides good and like that sort of thing. But today's your actual test of like, is this boat going to be adequate for the wind I'm going to be taking? And I think people will be very surprised at how well that AVX rides even on a day like today.
Oh yeah, for sure. And then I was going to say too, I know Sean Skogman's
here. That 819.
He's got an 819 Phoenix. I haven't ridden in that boat, but that's an 18 footer. So we all the time we're talking, it's a 19.6. 19.6. So it's a shorter boat. All the time we're talking 20, 21 footers, higher price point and everything. With that, you're getting down there more to like your, Bass Nation weekend angler. And that's a good one you can ride around in here too. I did see
sure.
Gene say that I want a Cadillac, not a sports car, and that's the beautiful thing of like
Gene needs to ride in a Vexus.
Yeah, then you need to ride in a Vexus. That's a Cadillac.
Yeah.
Like that's exactly like that's
it's the
exactly
Suburban.
what
It's
it
the
is.
Escalade.
Yeah, it is. That is what it is. The ride's unreal.
For sure. Gene, we want to see you down here. We got till 3 p.m. here. You could ride that 21 PHX is a really good riding boat too.
Yes.
Like people always ask, "Oh, what's your favorite?" It's like, oh God.
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah.
I love them all.
What are you running this year?
VX20.
You're back into VX20?
I think the Vexus is my favorite.
Well, because you ran a VX21 before, didn't you?
I've run a VX21. I've run a VX20. I've run a Camus. I've run a Phoenix 921 Elite.
So, what would you say the biggest difference between the VX21 and the VX20 is for people who are thinking between one or the other? Because they're both Cadillacs, but in very different ways.
They are. To me, the 21 is an absolute spaceship, like insanely good ride. The difference is really on the front deck between them. So you have more room to span the waves, but the performance on the VX20, I mean, it's going to do 68 to 71 miles an hour versus that VX21 is going to do 66 to 69 miles an hour probably with the load. So top end is going to be a difference, and then I think the 21 is just going to be probably the best riding bass boat of all time. But the 20 I think does a little better in shallow water as far as being able to maneuver. That 21 is a little heavier on the bow, so it's more of just a big water boat, I would say.
I remember telling you when I took the 21 last year for an event. That was a 20. Okay, even that 20, like just these Vexuses are so big and like a Cadillac, we say.
Yeah.
I remember telling you, like, I just feel like it is like you get up from your driver's seat and you're like, it is so far to the front of this boat. They're just huge. The front deck's enormous.
I think another big thing with the Vexus that I've noticed and other people have noticed is they sit higher out of the water.
Okay.
So you actually have a better sight. It's better sight fishing boat.
Yes.
So you're higher up, so you're actually looking down more versus
You're a lot
that
higher
angle.
in that boat.
Yep. So if you're banging down a flat, looking at smallmouth or whatever, or looking for beds, it's almost like having a little step ladder up on the front deck. But some people like being closer to the water, and there's pros and cons to everything. That's why we've got all of them here for you to try out.
Gene said he's more of on a nitro budget.
Gene, I don't know if you're getting a Cadillac or a sports car, buddy.
We got some used Vexuses.
We do.
We have some used.
That seems more like Gene's style.
Yeah.
It's a nice used Vexus.
Nice used Vexus.
In fact, I think we've got a fair amount of good used rigs out there. But I think we should grab Brian Collins or Jesse to do a little bit of multi-species boat talk.
Brian over here. Let's
Brian or Jesse, one of you want to come join
hop on the live stream and chat some walleye boat stuff.
And keep the sour cream on your face if you want.
We'll let you finish up eating quick, but then come on over here.
Yep. We're about to have some walleye slayers over to talk multi-species boats, but
I just want some people to show up here today and hop in Sobeys AVX 1980 and be like, all right, let's take it to Wayzata Bay.
Yeah.
Like, let's go.
Oh, it'll do it.
Yeah,
it will. Yep. I mean, as far as it's not going to spear waves, it's going to land softer than most aluminum boats. I think when you have wind like this, it's natural to get spray in any bass boat.
Dude, it's just blowing so hard that like it's not even the way the boat is displacing the water. It's literally the fact of the water goes out and the wind blows it in.
Bingo. Yeah.
It's like a shower out there right now. But it's like I said, it's a great day to ride.
It's like a Saturday in July on Lake Minnetonka. We got swells. We got minus the cigar boats.
Yeah, and guess what? They're coming from every direction.
Yeah.
They are.
At least it's a sustained direction.
Yeah, well, you come around some of those points right now, and you're like, "What? I thought it was a northwest."
Yeah, right.
But I mean, no, it is. Like we said, it's a great day to ride a boat out here. I mean,
well, not only ride a boat, but a lot of things. Like you could put the trolling motor down and see how that boat holds in wind.
Oh, exactly.
And how it fishes and
well,
how
like we showed on the stream earlier. If you want to see Mega Live or 360 or Target Lock, you got Glenn here. You got a bunch of guys here who have that technology. You ready to hop in here, Brian?
The man, the myth, the legend, joining us here today. Congressman Brian Collins, Attorney General.
You got your cameras right there, so you can look into there.
Maybe go up. Yeah.
Perfect.
That looks good. So you're running the DVX22. You've been how long have you been running that? Third year. Okay. And you just had it out on Lake Erie. We were just talking about that 2 weeks ago. And
I can confirm the boat still catches fish.
Well, today probably feels like a pretty calm day after fishing Erie. You know, 80. I got you.
Really good weather. They blew a few days, but
sure.
That boat, you know, I was telling somebody who was doing a test drive earlier, and I think the thing that differentiates that boat is the confidence it gives you to be able to go out and fish those types of lakes and environments, and that's what I appreciate most about it.
Can you guys hear Brian okay while we're on here?
I'm soft-spoken. Sorry. I'll do better.
Well, and here, I'm going to hop outside and do more videos. You chat with him, and we'll get him right up on
Brian,
the mic.
Why don't you hop over here?
Sneak over.
That. So you've been running a Vexus 3 years now. What's maybe one of your favorite? You said you can be more confident in big water with it because you feel like safe, right?
Yeah, and it's, you know, I was trying to describe it to people today. It's unless you actually experience the ride quality, the comfort, and just that feeling it gives you, it's something you have to experience.
For sure.
My last boat, and I don't, you know, I think you can buy a good boat from any manufacturer out there these days. But what separated the boat I had before was just that feeling of confidence, knowing that there were spots or situations that I didn't feel comfortable fishing in that other boat that I don't have with this one.
Right.
If
right.
That makes sense.
Well, I mean, the thing is an absolute battleship. I mean, the windshield. We were talking about windshields before. I mean, that windshield's fully redesigned. They're the first company to really innovate in terms of, there's a lot of innovations on the boat, but windshield. I mean, you've been in big water with that windshield.
There's been multiple times coming back up on Lake of the Woods from Garden Island or something back through the gap where I'm holding a windshield, bracing it so it doesn't sit in my lap. I haven't so much as turned a screw on this windshield.
Wow. Yeah.
And I've fished every condition, every environment. And there's never been an issue with it. And then,
huge.
And then I can confirm you can do dips on there, not just you, but I can as well.
Oh.
And it doesn't, I probably not as many as you can, but it's pretty awesome.
Got like 2 pounds to lift. So.
Right.
But so as far as like how the boat's laid out, I mean, it's got a good amount of cockpit space. It's got a nice front deck. It seems like walleye fishing, you know, historically people think trolling out of the cockpit, but how much has walleye fishing changed where you're fishing off the bow with maybe forward facing sonar more?
Yeah, you know, when I first bought that boat, I was your typical walleye guy pulling a live bait rig from the back corner of the boat.
Sure.
As soon as I put forward-facing sonar, it completely transformed the way I fish.
Sure.
We're now got a Bass Boat Technologies triple mount, and I've got two 12-inch Solixes up there with a Garmin, and I video game fish now.
Sure. So you're pitching off the front of the boat.
Pitching off the front, bobber,
fishing.
bobbers, jigs, whatever that, blade baits, you know, jigging wraps, those types of things. And with that pickle fork front end, not only does it allow for that more aggressive flare on the bow, which contributes to that ride factor I was talking about, but it also gives you more real estate up front, where you can get two guys shoulder to shoulder comfortably fishing, casting, sniping docks, whatever you want to do with that, and you can do it comfortably up there. Well, you can't do that in a boat that's configured differently up front.
Right.
And I've got 3 big graphs up there with the Ultrex. I mean, there's a lot of stuff taking up that real estate, and it doesn't feel cramped or uncomfortable at all. And, and that it's awesome. And then that front deck is raised too, so it gives you a better platform to pitch plastics or whatever you're doing up there. You're not hitting the side of the gunnel up front.
Right.
And then, you know, and the pedals recess, and you can get that on multiple boats now. But all of those things together really make that boat just very fun and efficient to fish out of.
Well, you think about it. I mean, you're target fishing. Your boat's facing upwind, and like the front of the guy, he has the best casting angle without the bow in his line. So now you can get 2 people up there side by side. Let's say it's a boulder on the edge of a mud flat on Mille Lacs, and you're both one's able to hit the right side of the boulder, one's able to hit the left side of the boulder, and that precision. But underneath in the storage, I think that Vexus I was talking before, they put deeper channels between the lockers, which I mean those how many dollars in gear do we keep in our boats? I mean,
I don't. It's an incredible amount. I'm embarrassed to admit how much we probably stick in those things, but
it's insane.
But it's dry. It channels water out of there. It's cavernous. I have yet to fill up that boat full of stuff, despite all the amount of tackle and gear and crap that we bring along.
Right.
And it just swallows it up. It's awesome.
Got plenty of room for all your stuff. It keeps it nice. Those latches are heavy duty. How's the so we were talking about the non-skid floor before, and Vexus have been very impressed with theirs. It seems to clean up like really good that way.
Yeah, it does. Just on Lake Erie, we will gill our fish that we're bringing in to get a better quality, cleaner fillet, and we'll lay those fish out on the floor, and then we'll bleed out those fish, and it causes a hell of a mess.
Right away.
We just take out that onboard wash down, spray off the floor, everything goes down and out through the bottom of the boat, and that flooring doesn't stain.
Sure.
In the summertime, that flooring doesn't get hot. I fish in either barefoot or with flip-flops on all summer long, and in 90-degree, flat, calm sun, that floor doesn't really get too hot. And if it does start to get a little bit, you just spray it down a little bit.
Yeah,
and it's super comfortable.
Well, it dries quick too.
It does. Yeah.
I really like that little access hatch on the back with the power at the end of the day. Like you're bouncing waves on Erie all day, and you get out of the boat, and you're like, oh, I got to climb back in to turn power off. Like you just
that's right.
Little access hatch in the back, and you just pop it open. You can run your drain plug there. You can plug your boat in there and run your power switch. So
super, and you can do with the cover on.
Yeah,
everything's accessible right there. Yep.
Sure. So as far as like taking that boat through waves and stuff, the other thing I noticed is how beefy like fiberglass is on the consoles, and there's not a lot of plastic like chintzy stuff in a boat. I mean, every walleye boat that's over 21 feet nowadays is over $100,000. So if you are spending that kind of money, that's to me where Vexus shines, is they don't cut a lot of those corners. And you've been running it 3 years now, I guess, so you can maybe educate the people who are listening on how well some of that stuff holds up.
Yeah, not the cockpit, just the layout itself is really well thought out. It's intuitive. I've got two Solixes, one in front of me that I run mapping on predominantly, and then I have my sonar graph to the right, whether it's down imaging or 2D if I'm up on plane or whatever. But everything's right where God intended it to be. Right by your throttle, you get your trim tabs, and then you've got a jack plate and trim on the paddles behind the wheel, so you don't ever have to take it off if you don't need to. All the switches and everything are well laid out. But to your point, everything's there's no ram mounts to deal with anymore to try to lift up because you just hit a wave or whatever. Everything's right there and it's solid. It doesn't move.
Right.
And then the windshield wrapped around it to be built into the hull the way that it is. I've never had to worry about that thing at all. Right. And I told the experiences I've had before with those aluminum framed windshields that are just kind of stuck on after the fact.
Yep.
This one isn't like that, and it's just makes it way more enjoyable. And to your point, you're spending $100,000 on a boat. I expect it to perform like $100,000 machine.
Bingo. Right? Yeah. Well, the heritage of the company too. I mean, you can really tell like they take a lot of pride in what they do.
They do, but even with as much history and heritage as you describe it, they're still open to ideas. Every year at the end of the year, they're always soliciting feedback and advice from the folks who are out there running these boats. And there's been multiple things that we, I think, kind of as a team have suggested that they've incorporated.
Right.
And that to me demonstrates that they are in this to make and design a product and to deliver a product that they can be proud of, but that we can feel comfortable spending the kind of money we spend on. The last thing I would like to do is to spend that kind of money and then be dissatisfied with something. And this boat leaves you wanting nothing in those terms. So I appreciate that a lot too.
Well, and that translates to resale. Like that's what people don't understand. Like they learned that with Ranger in their heyday when they were built, correctly. Just that, but did you win Rev Rewards?
I did.
So we were talking about that tournament contingency stuff earlier. Well, Mr. Collins here on the walleye front won himself. Was it an aim of that?
There's an aim. Yep. Quest for the best on Mille Lacs, 2-day event. You know, I'm a 9-to-5 guy. I've got a normal job. I do this stuff on the side as much as I can. And that particular event, it was a big money, big buy-in type of an event. And
sure,
you know, the who's who of the walleye world were there, and it was pretty awesome. And we did pretty well that day, those 2 days, and won the $20,000 first prize, and then Vexus followed up with a $10,000 contingency.
$10,000 contingency
and a belt buckle.
The Forest Elwood
That's right.
belt buckle. I mean,
Yep.
dude, that's pretty cool. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So,
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
So that AIM circuit, how many teams fish in that? And isn't it like 100 boats? Or?
Yeah, 100 boat field, and they usually in Minnesota. So they run on Minnesota, Wisconsin, North Dakota. Minnesota's always, I think, had the most robust participation. Every event's usually 100 boats. They're maxed out. They usually fill out as soon as they get announced. So this year we've got Leech Lake, and that's the week after opener. And then we'll be at Mille Lacs, and I can't remember what the other ones are. But and then I fish a few local stuff too. But yeah, that AIM event is awesome. You know, these big walleye factories in Minnesota always have these restrictive slot limits, and what separates AIM is the catch, record, release.
Cool.
Yeah, you're not ever harvesting a fish, so you can catch everything.
So no slots, so you actually get to catch the biggest bag.
Right. I remember out of Mille Lacs when it had like a 15 to 17 inch slot. It was a keeper tournament. You're out there trying to catch these little babies, and you'd hook into a decent fish, and oh damn it! I
hated that.
Right.
Yeah.
So that eliminates that problem, but it's a lot of fun.
For sure. And there's quite a few guys, I think, running Vexuses on that circuit.
There are, and they're growing.
Yeah.
The number of Vexuses we see year to year has increased tangibly. I mean, there's a lot out there.
And I think that'll continue. So
they do.
Yeah, as long as they keep the rev rewards.
That's right.
Yeah.
That helps the pocketbook.
Go easy on everybody. You got to keep that program around.
You don't have to worry about me, unfortunately.
So it's been a pretty good turnout today for the wind.
Well, as we were kind of BSing before folks started to show up, I mean, if you want to come and test drive a boat, especially a big water walleye boat, why go out on a 75-degree, flat calm day? These days, this weather today, we can't hide anything, right? And
let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. Every boat ride's real good if it's glass calm. Today, it's what separates the men from the boys.
That's right. Yeah. And it's these are the environments we fish in, right? Oftentimes, especially those of us who have a 9-to-5 job, we can't pick when the weather's nice.
Right.
So we're going to go out there and do it whenever we can.
And we got Joe Patrick. He's like heading back from the Detroit River. Love the boat talk.
Nice.
The Detroit River, that I think is what connects to St. Clair, right?
St. Clair, and then down into the big lake. Yep.
Sure.
We were fishing out of Port Clinton when we were on Lake Erie, so not too far from there. But
land of the cheaters.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes,
don't stick weights in fish.
Well, I don't know. I'm surprised those guys didn't get beaten on the spot, to be honest. You're in Port Clinton. Like, I don't mess with the boys from Port Clinton. I'll tell you that much, ladies and gentlemen. You don't mess with them folk.
I wouldn't either. Yeah, I went and sang karaoke.
I wouldn't mess with you either,
I went and sang karaoke at a local establishment when we were out there.
Okay.
I wouldn't mess with those folks either.
What's your go-to karaoke song when that gets cooking?
Probably "Your Love" by the Outfield.
Okay. Yep. Right on.
I can't imagine a better song to sing than that one.
See, my go-to is always "I Love This Bar" by Toby Keith. Nobody can be mad about that. Typically,
it's not very original though.
No,
you get up your game
Sinatra is more so my style, but gotta keep the people happy. Not too many high notes, Not too many
I like
notes.
Johnny Cash too because he just talks, right? Because I can't sing. For
I hear the train coming.
Yeah,
it's coming around the bend. Yeah, that's right. Leave your favorite karaoke song in the comments since you're too lazy to come drive boats here at Minnetonka. Joe Patrick might make it here before 3, depending where he's at on the stream, Joe. We'd love to see you today. Gene thought about coming, but he's probably not going to come. But
I see he wants a Cadillac, not a sports car.
But on a nitro budget, so we were talking used Vexus.
Sure.
A good used Vexus.
Yeah.
And that warranty.
And you're starting to see them hit the market now. The
impressive.
DVX has been out. Yeah, they are. You're not going to lose a lot of money, if anything at all, really. But
resale's insane.
Yeah.
Well, I think that the guys who built Vexus, they really kept that in mind. I mean, you look at the Rangers in their heyday, you don't see that out of a Ranger anymore. It's almost like Vexus just, grab the ball back and, running downfield with it.
I think so too. And people appreciate that. And it makes writing that check a lot easier knowing you're going to probably return most of that on the back end anyway.
Absolutely.
So,
well, I think this is an interesting thing to me. Like, a boat doesn't cost you 100,000 if you resell it for 90.
Right.
The boat costs you 10 grand.
Right.
What a boat costs you isn't that initial sticker. It's the difference between what you paid for it and what you resell it for. And boats, I mean, if we're comparing a boat to, let's say, your pickup truck, once your pickup truck has 300,000 miles on it, guess what it's worth? Sheet metal. It's worth
you
sheet
got
metal.
300,000 on your truck?
No. But if I did, it's not worth anything in trade.
No.
You know what I mean?
Right.
What's a 2003 Ranger worth? It's insane.
Yep. It really is.
You're getting insane money for those.
Yeah.
So that's I guess what you guys can rest easy about with a boat purchase is, you know, I'm not going to say it's a house where it appreciates, but you're not going to see a ton of depreciation out of boats, and the smiles you get in between are priceless.
And there's been a lot of kind of people have been nervous with the interest rates going up and stuff too. And that, at least from my perspective, hasn't had a hell of a lot of an impact on the either the new or used market at this point, because folks are still borrowing money. The banks are still giving it away. It might cost a little bit more than it did
for now
last year,
but you can refi
for sure. Yeah. But again, you know, like in the housing market, I think when you see interest rates go up, you see a commensurate decrease in the market itself, and you just don't see that in the boat market.
Right.
So it makes it a lot easier to stroke that check. But
absolutely. Well,
folks should come out. You can come ride in the Blue Streak.
Yeah,
I'll take you out there. I won't be reckless, I promise.
Well, performance-wise, I mean, the Vexus, you can put 400 ponies on the back of your boat, and I think it's amazing to me is how fast it goes, and if there's waves, how fast you can still go. What are you getting for top end out of your boat? 70
miles an hour, and that's on a stock 22 pitch Bravo. It's pretty incredible. Now you often don't have water that you can travel that fast, but you know, most tournament days, fully loaded, 2 guys full of gas, tournament load, you're getting 66 miles an hour.
That's insane in a walleye boat.
And I don't mean to sound like that guy, but I've never been passed.
I've never been imagine passed. Not. I mean, what's going to pass you?
One of my favorite things is when guys come back, like you go fish a tournament and you come back, and I've had multiple occasions where people come out, you're crazy, dude. Like, dude, you are crazy. I remember on Mille Lacs, we're launching from the southeast side of the lake. We're fishing the west side of the lake, and there's a 30-mile-an-hour east wind. And following seas, I think, are the worst. And
they're the hardest to drive.
And we're walking everybody, and these guys are like, you are nuts. You're crazy. You're not safe. And I'm like, no, dude. It's just like that confidence that I was talking about before.
Yep.
It's never unsafe. It's just very different.
Well, there's a level in a boat where like a speed variance that depending what waves you're when you go faster, the boat rides better. Yep. And I think a Vexus
on top of them.
Yep. And it's got good lift, and it's got that aggressive dead rise chisel. And in most walleye boats, they kind of flatten out towards the back. Most of them on the market. That Vexus, probably my favorite thing about it is they carry that chisel all the way
it's
back.
A keel forward design.
Yes.
That chisels all the way back into the pad. The dead rise compensates for that. And then it's got the reverse chine. It's got that knuckle just below the rub rail. So not only is it comfortable, but it's also dry.
Right.
Which it's awesome.
So this is something we haven't talked about yet in the live stream, but how they're built. So like most boats are built in an open mold setting, and they're hand laid. So you have a lot of basically people hand applying resin to that boat mold. Vexus, they're doing a closed mold. So they're vacuum bagging that. And the biggest thing that gives them, so in a boat, it's the resin that cracks, not the fiberglass, and it's the resin that adds weight. So in most boats, a hand laid boat, you're going to have 60% resin, 40% fiberglass. Well, what Vexus has done with the closed mold setting is they've reversed that. So they're actually putting 40% resin, and they're pulling that through, 60% fiberglass. So the strength to weight ratio is going to be better on a Vexus. The consistency between each hull going down the line. Most hulls are going to have about a 50-pound variance just in handmade error in a boat. So port side might be heavier than the starboard side on a boat, but with Vexus, they're within 2 pounds of every single one running down. So the consistency and the tolerances, that's just something we haven't seen in the marketplace. And it's something that I think's the reason that boat does 69, 70 miles an hour and rides as good as it does.
Yeah.
The chine knuckles I noticed are deeper and sharper on that boat too. And it's 22-foot boat, but it turns like an 18-foot boat is probably what I noticed.
I was giving a gentleman earlier this morning a ride. He's a bass boat guy. And I was like, well, check this out. It turns just like a bass boat.
It does. It's insane. So having the confidence to know that the boat's going to do what you tell it to do in any condition, to me, gives you.
That boat, generally speaking, probably in performance exceeds my comfort level. I mean, it can go above and beyond what I'm comfortable with, right?
Sure.
And it's phenomenal.
Well, like a Lamborghini, right? It probably goes, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, the chisel on that, so to get really weird and scientific, like most boat companies in the multi-species segment are running a concave keel. Vexus, they're running a convex keel, so more of a rounded keel.
Yep.
And from their testing, they found that the boat didn't sink into the waves as much and deflected sooner and track better too. But I can't speak to this as well as you can. Like, you do some drifting in walleye fishing, right?
Yep.
And that boat seems to drift very
it drifts. It typically you'll either get the bow goes faster and you're trying to trim the motor to compensate. You're throwing a sock out there. You don't have to worry about that. And I don't drift as much as I used to, but yeah, if there's a situation where I need to, it's nice and it stays straight, and you're not having to deal with all those extra, bags or trimming the motor or whatever the hell you're trying to do. It just does it naturally.
Right.
Right.
Well, and then the transom with the reverse wash, so there's no splash well in the back. So you get wave into that splash well, it just goes right off.
It beads right off, and then it still stays that non-stick. So I always put a foot back there to net a fish or to do whatever.
Yep.
And it's angled or whatever.
Yep.
Even in big water where you're trying to grab the motor to stay balanced or whatever. One of the worries that you don't have to have is footing,
right?
Because of that material that Vexus uses.
Doesn't get slippery when it's wet either.
Nope.
And then the pickle fork front end, if you're fishing in waves like trolling motor, chucking a jig and wrap up to a spot, that pickle fork seems to keep the boat from taking a wave over and kind of like dipping down into the wave as much. That pickle fork kind of keeps it up.
Yeah, everybody's fishing like Lake of the Woods, where you're fishing those big rollers. Every now and again you get one that breaks right over the front of the boat, and you put 50 gallons of water in the boat.
Sure.
That pickle fork, and I think it's that convex hull style as well. It just keeps the bow of that boat elevated more.
Sure.
To compensate for that.
Absolutely. Cool. Well, Brian, it's been great having you on here.
No, my pleasure. Come on out. If anybody's thinking about making it out here, I'll give you a ride.
We're going to feed you. We're going to take you for a ride, talk fishing. We got walleye pros here. We've got bass pros. We've got, all the cool kids are here. So you guys should come on out because we love hearing from you. And there's no better day to test drive a boat. We got a DVX22 from Vexus here with Mr. Collins. A lot of experience driving, and he can show you all about it. So we're here till 3 p.m. So you have 1 hour and 49 minutes of no excuses.
That's quick math.
Thank you. Me too, actually. I really thought I'd butcher that one. Yeah.
All right.
Always good to see you. Yeah, dude. Take it easy. I need Mike or Steve. Mike or Steve. Beck, you just hold tight. I'm going to give you a big hug. Yeah, get in here.
Steve does not want to come on and talk, but I'm going to go try him.
Yeah.
I'll just ask.
You gonna leave me hanging up here by myself? I got an extra hat.
We gotta get going.
Oh, you guys do?
Yeah.
We're gonna take a quick 2-minute break. Thanks for coming out. I don't think I've met her in person yet. Aaron? Nice to meet you.
Harper?
Hello, Harper.
Like literally, she still gets scared.
Pauses and say bye to back, but Steve's out. Use a little velvet up here. I got questions. We actually have a guy who has a question about a boat that you guys might carry and make, build. He's thinking about a 19-footer between X-Brand, X-Brand, and X-Brand. You can talk about the 919. All right. We're back, folks, and Troy Michelson, Troy Mickelson, however I say your name. I've got an industry expert coming to help answer that question. If you haven't,
I was in a hurricane.
yeah. So Troy's got a question. He's torn between the Phoenix 819. Well, I'll wait for you.
All right.
So Troy here, he's torn between a Phoenix 819, the 919, and a CX19.
Okay.
So this guy here, this is Steve Menz. He's with Phoenix Boats, and this guy has driven more bass boats than, I mean, Davy Crockett for sure.
Yeah. More than a car.
Yeah, it's been busy today. It's a good day to drive boats.
It is. It's if you want to know how boat rides, you may never use it in worse conditions than we have today.
Right.
9 times out of 10, if it's like this, you stay home if you have a choice. So this is great conditions to check stuff out. It's miserable out there.
Right.
I don't know what you would do, how you'd fish in it, but we'd be dumb enough to try.
Right.
I think. But it's perfect day for a ride. If you want to know what a boat ride's like in horrible conditions, today's the day.
How many years have you been selling bass boats, Steve Menz?
Since I was 14. So
and how old are you?
A lot more than 14.
Okay.
38 years.
I mean, that's priceless experience.
Well, I've been in a lot of them over the years for sure, and it's used to be the young guy. Now it's kind of weird. I'm kind of becoming the old guy and seeing all this new equipment and things and how things have changed, and it's neat.
It is
It's neat. Yeah.
Well, how long have you been with Phoenix?
12 years.
It's a pretty fun ride.
13 years. Yeah, 13 years.
So you've seen like
2010.
Sure. So you've seen like the full evolution of Phoenix, and
Yep.
now they're probably, I haven't done the numbers, but it's the hottest bass boat in the United States.
Well, it's hard to analyze the numbers like you say, because if all the statistics that we have, it just says how long the boat is, and it's made out of fiberglass, so you don't know how tall the sides are on it, and we don't have a boat with the tall sides on it.
But you guys specialize in bass boats.
We are a bass boat company, yeah. And someday we may move into that market, the deep B market. Right now we're definitely a bass boat company, and we've got all the bass boat work we can handle.
Plenty of it, yeah.
Plenty of it. So we pretty sure if you break the statistics down, I'm pretty sure we sell more 20 and a half plus foot long bass boats than anybody does.
Sure.
For sure.
Sure. So like your boots on the ground at the factory, if somebody here wanted to order a Phoenix right now, depending on the model, how long, what's build times looking like for you guys right
they're
now?
pretty good right now. This is kind of a time of the year where we have a lull, so to speak, where dealers aren't getting in a lot of stock boats. They're waiting for the model year to change, which is usually around June or July. So they're not getting any boats. So most of the stuff that we're building are retail sold boats. Someone's waiting for that particular boat.
Sure.
So right now we're pretty fast, barring no issue getting something like an engine. But we've been pretty good. We rig primarily, large numbers of 250s, and those have been relatively accessible for us.
Yeah, engines were an
200s
issue
have been a little
before.
bit harder at times. So
sure,
depending on model. But right now, 6 to 8 weeks.
That's pretty good.
That's actually probably faster than we've ever been.
Yeah.
Pre-COVID, we're probably about the same time frame. But we've gotten a little bit better.
Sure.
We had to figure out how to be a little bit better when all of a sudden we had orders at lots and lots of orders, like everyone did. It's been very good the last few years. So we got pretty good at making them. I think we made them in the lunchroom for a while because we have a very nice big new facility that is supposed to make X number of boats. We've been making more than X number.
So you've been beating your projections
in that building. Yeah.
Sure. That's cool.
Yeah. So we got to answer.
So
Troy's question.
819 versus 919.
Yep.
What are kind of the key differences Troy should consider if he's looking at those two?
Well, the main difference between the two, that is basically the same hull. Difference is going to be 819 is going to have a 200 on it.
Yep.
And the 919 is going to have a 225. So a little bit depends how fast he wants to go.
Sure.
So if speed is something that's real important to him and he wants a race car, he wants a 919 because it's going to go as fast as he can probably care to try to drive it.
Ballpark speed range on like an 819 versus a 919. We won't get exact here, but ballpark,
there's
mid whatever.
There's a lot of 819s that'll run 70 miles an hour with a 200.
Sure.
And of course, there's so many variables in it, so I hate to ever talk about speed because if you got two NFL linemen in the boat and batteries, and there's a lot of variables, lots of tackle. It can vary 4, 5, 6 miles an hour
for sure
as far as top end, but there's a lot of those that'll go 70, and there's a lot of 919s passing 250s on the lake. If you can drive it. Now that's that it's a pretty high performance boat. So those would be, if speed's not his major thing, and he maybe hasn't been driving around an Allison or a Bullet or something for the last few years, at 819 will do everything he needs it to do, and he'll love it. Love the ride. It's a great riding boat for its length. It'll ride better than a majority of 20 plus foot boats on the market.
Well, up in Minnesota here, we got 10,000 reasons to maybe not need that extra speed, so that guy can maybe put money towards another 12-inch unit with forward facing sonar or something cool like that.
And the one difference between the two, the 919 does come with a little bit better standard electronics. I don't know what standard is anymore, because this is the world of electronics. They're putting these great big crazy graphs on them, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 360s live. Sky's the limit on that stuff. So it's crazy what's out there. So, and that'll depend a little bit. So he is getting a little bit better electronics standard on the 919. On our boats, you can take off what you want, you can add what you want, you get a credit back for whatever was standard. So it's not like you have to build a boat from scratch. So if you already have a $2,000 depth finder that's standard, like on the PHXs and the Elites come with real nice stuff. All you would ever need, not what we want, but all you would ever need. And so when you start adding to it, you're not buying $30,000 worth of electronics. You only got to buy $20,000 worth of electronics.
Sure.
Upgrade.
But the Phoenix, they've become popular. They're drop dead beautiful, but I think I enjoyed learning about how they're built from you, and specifically, it seems like they use the highest end materials and stuff. And we don't have any to show people or whatnot, but to give people an idea, to me, you guys are kind of like Papa John's, but like the Ritz-Carlton version, like better ingredients, better better bass boat.
Well, whenever you choose the product that you're going to use, materials and things, that there's a significant cost difference that a lot of people don't understand. We use a heavy knit fiberglass that we lay the whole hull of the boat with. Disadvantages of it, it's very expensive. It's a hair heavier physical weight. So you cut a foot square of this versus a foot square of woven roving, which I used to use in the old days. Big difference in weight, but the difference is it's very strong. So you don't have flex. That's why our boat, just had a customer out in a 21 PHX in this hurricane, and he couldn't believe that when we hit, you don't get that, like, I always call it the atomic drop in All-Star Wrestling, when they used to drop the guy on the mat and you hear his bones crack. That's what you get in rough water if you have a boat that isn't what I would call solid. When our boat's done with the materials we use, it's so much more solid feeling. Some of it's the shape of the boat, but a lot of it's that material. We allow it to cure longer because of that material. It costs a lot more, but you get far less of that bone jarring, cracking. And any boat will crack if you hit something hard enough. So I'm not saying we've never had a boat that's cracked, but
everything can break.
The feel you get with that material that we use is noticeable.
That's the big thing. It's dense. It feels very dense. Kind of like those old Ranger days that are long gone, long past us.
But I always used to tell people on pontoons, I sold pontoons. You go in rough water and call it a cheap pontoon. It's not nothing's cheap anymore, but a pontoon that's got thinner cross members and just not built as well. You go down the lake, you actually can feel the whole thing just roly-poly, twisting and turning. Fiberglass boats don't do that to that extent, but you can definitely feel them moving, things moving in, and you don't feel that in our boat. It's just it's solid.
Well, and most people, like when you look at a bass boat on the showroom floor, you probably think, well, there's not a lot of differences between them. But like firsthand, I've seen it, and Steve just touched on it. Like there is quite a bit of difference in the materials. Like when you use cheaper materials, and you've maybe seen old chopper gun, which ends up adding a lot of like filler. When we talk about strength, when we talk about resale, when we talk about, you're investing a lot of money in this purchase, so you want it to last, you want to enjoy it, you want to like the feel of it, and you want it to last the test of time.
Yeah, we see that now as we've been around long enough. First 10, 12 years ago, they went, who are these guys? A lot of people knew our company's background. That's all everybody in the company's pretty much only thing we know is a bass boat. So, but now we've got people coming and buying their third, fourth, team guys that have had one every year or every other year for 10 years. But when you have retail customers coming back and buying second, third boats, that's when you know you did it right.
Absolutely.
Because there's options.
There is.
You buy a car and you have nothing but problems with it. You go buy a new car, you don't even look at that particular one.
No.
You're done with them. And we've just been really fortunate that in customer service, we got great dealers. Not saying things don't break on our boat, because they do. People break things. It's not if it breaks, it's what do you do after it breaks. Right. So we've got, go on the internet and just Google customer service, and we're what we have down there in Tennessee. They go on Bass Boat Central and read.
Right.
Tim and Jason down there are like miracle workers. I wonder how they remember to do everything that they call them, and they say, we'll get that taken care of. I don't even think about it.
Right.
It's going to get taken care of. It's not like I better call them the next day and then a couple of days later make sure it was done. It's done.
Absolutely.
And that's really hard to find in today's world.
It is
very hard to find.
And I can speak from like doing business with the company like Phoenix at the dealer level. You guys were extremely good to do business with, and are extremely good to do business with. When you call somebody, you always answer the phone, Steve. And you're a fisherman. The president of the company fishes the Bassmaster Elite Series. I mean, these guys bleed it. But so we've got some evolution of models here. So what's come about now is the Elite Series and the Elite 2. We were trying to decipher, and I was walking through kind of the differences between some of the models. That's probably one of the number one question we get is, what's the difference between this boat and this boat?
Sure. Well, now that we've been around a while, we're always working on something new, or trying to. The last couple of years have been hard to work on anything new because we frankly didn't have either lack of parts to work on something new, or getting it's hard to call your dealer and say, we're sorry, we're not going to get you them boats you got sold because we're working on something new. You're going to love it. You can't do that. So the last 2 years we haven't done a huge amount, but we always have something new, and we kind of base it on what we're told. So 721 is our original boat, and we had that for several years. Don't hold me to the years, 5-6 years. And our competitors started making boats with bigger front decks. So every customer walks up and he says, the deck's too small. What do? You redesign the boat with a little bit wider deck, come out with a couple new models, the 920, 921 with the big wide front deck, similar to what our competitors, because apparently that's what the customers wanted. So we had that, and then we came out with the PHX, which is a little bit deeper hull, minuscule amount, but it's a little bit deeper hull, great rough water boat, and it had slam latches. It's got a latch, you close the door, it closes like a car door. It doesn't have that thing sticking up.
The thing I trip over all the time?
Trip over, break rods on, things of that nature. So now we have a PHX with that slam latches. Everyone wants slam latches. But the young hotshot that wants to go a little bit faster and likes the layout of the 920 and the 921, every one of them asks, when can I get it with slam latches?
Right.
So we come out with the Elite. So we changed the deck on that one. It's got a little higher deck, more of a flipping style of deck, with shorter gunnels, with that 920, 921 hull. So it's going to be a little quicker than a PHX, but it's going to have, now it's got slam latches that everyone wants. So just kind of an evolution of what you learn kind of the customers tell you what they want if you listen or are willing to listen.
Well, I like that you guys don't like discontinue the old either, because just because one guy wants this doesn't mean you can't, you have to ruin what the other guy likes to get it.
And if it's not broke, there's no reason to get rid of it. We do that. We look at 721 now. That's the first boat we made. So it's in its 15th model year.
Still probably
one of the best sellers. So there's really no reason to get rid, to make that one go away.
We were just talking about like the advantages to that narrower deck, the advantages to a 721. And
if you go to La Crosse, Prairie du Chien, anywhere on that river, they don't even look at the big boat. They don't want a big boat. I'm saying PHX, and they want that 721. It's faster.
Sure.
A little more nimble because it's a hair narrower in the front. Rear end, maximum beam, they're the same in the rear, but the front deck's a little bit narrower, so it's nimble, weaving through the trees, faster, definitely a few miles an hour faster.
Sure.
That's a perfect boat for a guy on the river.
Yeah. Well, I was talking about your boats before, and I think one thing that probably people don't think about when they look at a boat is the bottom of it and how long it is.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
exactly. And that's a lot of our secret. And you and I've talked about it a lot. Boat ride's as good as the bottom is shaped and the length of it.
Yep.
And it's basic as I can put it. A 12-foot John boat ride's better than a 10-foot John boat. It's longer. It's just how it is. They always do.
Yep.
So what a lot of companies have done is their boats have gotten longer. The bottom of the boat, which is what's in the water, hasn't changed.
Right.
So it's easy to put a long top on a short bottom.
Mm-hmm.
You got the hull, your project's half done.
Sure.
You just have to make the top and then figure out how to hook the two together somehow in the back, so it all makes one unit. But it's still a 21-foot boat with a 19-foot bottom on it. Rides like a 19-foot boat.
Right.
Rides like a heavy 19-foot boat.
Yep.
Because it's going to be the weight of a big boat, but it's still got that short little hull on it. And we've been kind of defied odds with our hull, as our hull's got a V all the way to the back of the boat.
Yep.
And
Diamond V, I think.
Diamond V is our name of our hull.
Yep.
So it has a V to all the way to the bottom. Very few bass boats do that, because to make a boat go fast, you want flat bottom or actually concave. If you look at a Allison or something, they have a real little narrow pad and it's concave, get air under it. Goes like gangbusters fast. Ours is wide and V-shaped, which should be slow, but it's not. We get by with making that boat run so good because you spend a lot of time, balance, weight distribution. Everything on our boats is where it's supposed to be. When people come up to our boat and they'll look at it and say, boy, it's got an awful big rear deck, I could care less about that guy back there.
Right.
Well, it's that big because if it wasn't that big, the gas tank could be in the wrong spot.
Sure.
Batteries your weight would be all wrong. It wouldn't ride right.
Right.
And everything on them is
well
done that way.
Sure.
And they test it. They'll have a boat which is basically the hull with a makeshift console in it with sandbags and various weights, and move things around until they figure out where things need to be for it to ride and perform correctly.
Sure. Well, that's about the best meat and potatoes explanation I've heard, but you guys have quite a bit of frosting and cherries on top. You guys have a heated steering wheel now?
Steering wheel, heated seats. Yeah, we wouldn't drive your car in the wintertime without a heated steering wheel or heated seats.
You heard it here. Jeepers.
Pretty neat deal.
Heated steering wheel to me would be, my little dainty hands, be good.
I like the idea of it. The heated seat, usually if it's that cold, I've got so many clothes on.
Right, dressed up
seat,
for it.
I don't know if I need, but that heated steering wheel.
And one, that's what gets
need it today, actually.
Right?
Yeah. My gloves are wet now from being out there.
Well, meat and potatoes come first, and then if you got room for frosting, Phoenix has a lot of good options for that. I love your mounting system for the graphs at the console with the dual shroud. That to me is
it's the
awesome.
fisherman behind it.
Yeah.
When we have a meeting, it's hard to have a meeting because there's guys over here turkey hunting, the guys over here deer hunting.
Yeah.
Depending on the time of year, fishing. So we all know what we want.
Right.
In a boat, we all fish. We sell boats so we can fish.
Yep.
And that's the truth. We're ate up with fishing.
Right.
The whole company. So that's not the case in everywhere. I always used to tell people, don't buy a boat from a golfer. buy a fishing boat from a fisherman, because
Right.
he kind of knows what you want.
Yep.
And that's what we've just done. And there's so much stuff changing. You know, when we started the company, you see Gary on the commercial that we see a lot now, how things have changed since we started. But 8 foot or 8-inch graph, that was nice size graph.
Yeah.
If you had an 8, you really had something.
Right.
And then all of a sudden they're bigger and bigger and bigger, and you have to figure out how to mount them where they won't break anything.
Yep.
Won't break the unit. And we evolved with that stuff, I think, pretty good.
Absolutely. Well, we've got 4 awesome Phoenixes that you guys can test drive. We've got just less than an hour and a half. These boats, you could get all these done in the next hour and a half. Steve, thanks for joining us.
bet.
We've got a 920 Elite in the water from Phoenix, an 819 Pro in the water, Troy. We've got a 721 Pro XP and the Spaceship 21 PHX, and the guy, Steve Menz with Phoenix Boats. He knows more about boats than anybody north of the Mason-Dixon.
Oh,
so,
boy.
yeah.
I'm not sure about that.
Well, I know people here, they don't get to hear that perspective very often. So this is a boats live show during a demo deal. So
Yeah.
we appreciate you sharing
Well, it's good to be here.
your knowledge, man. I always look
Yeah.
up to you. So
If anybody wants a ride, get them out here.
all right. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you. Yep. Lost my mittens.
Right there.
It's nasty out there, I'm telling you.
It's a good day for riding.
Like that.
That's awesome.
We went over to a big island.
Yeah.
Turned around, and I mean, they're monsters.
Cool. Well,
Yeah.
should be good for test drives.
Yeah.
Mike. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna let you run.
Yeah.
Well, nice talking to you. What's right to the king? Connors.
Unless you need to finish up there, Mike.
No, we're good. He's getting education on the boat, doesn't he?
Up next, we have the face and voice of Camus Boats. Actually, he's not Earl Bentz, but he's the next best thing.
Oh my goodness.
Mike Knart. This has to be your first ever live stream.
It is. It is. I'm here with the legend.
I'm here with the legend.
Oh, you're the legend.
I want to hear some old boat stories.
I hear all over the country, that squirrely teal guy does the videos.
Oh, well.
You're famous.
Oh, gosh. Well, I'd love, I've always looked up to you.
That's just because I'm older.
Well, and wiser. I mean, your stories are epic. And you drug up with you. I can't remember how far you told me that you drove up here with that boat, but first ever DV19.
That's it. You got it.
It's pretty exciting.
I picked it up Nashville a week and a half ago, and then came up from Iowa from the farm. Yesterday.
Sure. Well, I got to rip it over here, and I was very impressed with the boat. But I think there's a lot of people on here who maybe don't understand what a Camus is or what's special about it. Earl Bentz, I mean, you worked
I was
with him
just
for a
explaining
while.
to this guy behind me that Earl and I have been together 45 years.
Sure.
So I was a dealer, and Earl sold me boats. He was my sales rep, and then we started Stratus and did Triton, and he retired. And I actually retired for a while myself.
Yeah.
You probably didn't know that.
Well,
I was
no.
gone. I was retired. Anyway, so Earl said, you can't hunt and fish every day. So it's how Camus came back. We build bay boats, saltwater boats. A lot of people don't know that.
Right.
26, 28, 34, 40. Got a new 34 Cat.
Dang.
Center console. Twin V10s on it.
Sure.
60 mile an hour boat. Building a new 30. And of course, the Walleye stuff. We got 3 sizes, and we'll have 4 when we're done.
Sure. Well, the evolution of boats, I think what's cool about Earl Bentz and what you guys have done is each new project you guys take on with Boat Brand seems to be that next level, that step up, that next
the
improvement.
old thing is you can always build a better mousetrap. Once you build, just like building a new house, after you get done, you think, man, I could have done that a little different.
Right.
And that's what the boat business is too. And it, not just us, everybody's done it.
Yep.
The boats, I just talked to the guy here on the table, and the boats are so much better construction than they used to be. The products that we use, the gel coat and the resins, the carpets, it's all so much better than it used to be. Of course, the prices triple.
Yeah.
It's the boats are really superior than what they used to be just a few years ago.
All right. And like for somebody who's looking at a multi-species boat and maybe hadn't heard of Camus, but I think a testament to the Camus ride, to me, the saltwater aspect, the fact that you guys are building saltwater boats. I mean, there's not a lot of calm seas, you know.
Yeah,
when
you
you're talking
guys,
saltwater.
the southern bass fishermen, you know, when it's rough like you guys go fishing today, they call the tournament off.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And up here, you guys go. You
Yep.
know, that's every day. So,
Yep.
you know, we put the same laminate structure, which is the layers and the thickness of glass that we do in our saltwater product.
Sure.
And a stringer, which is the backbone of the boat.
Yep. Yep.
The same thing that we do in our bay boats that they beat them out in the ocean with, because you guys beat them up here.
Yeah.
So,
well,
but it
Leech
gives you
Lake-
the stiffness and the solid feel to the ride.
Absolutely. Well, the stringer, that's kind of like the exoskeleton.
It's like your
of-
backbone. Yeah, it holds the thing together. Yeah. So every
Pretty
boat
important.
we build is 3 molds. You got the hull mold, deck mold, and the stringer mold.
Sure.
And that's a really important part of holding a boat together that nobody sees unless they come to the factory.
Right. Well, of the
anybody can come.
Yeah, well, I've toured that factory firsthand in Tennessee. You can spend yourself a night in Nashville and then hit up these Camus guys on the way back. And
I don't remember. Did you go down to Broadway?
We did. Yep. We suffered a night of Broadway and it was a good time. But that factory is huge, and I believe that's where you guys used to build the Tritons out of.
Just
too,
right across the street.
Right across the street.
Yeah.
And when we're talking about people building boats nowadays, there's probably, I mean, you guys have to be the most experienced crew.
We've got some
building them.
people who've been with us a long time. Somebody's asked me about Carol and parts. You know, you think about boats and having a woman in parts.
Yeah.
So, well, she's been with us 35 years.
Yep.
So, believe me, she knows more about any guy I know.
Absolutely. Well, what I liked about working with you guys again, and it was kind of like the old Triton days, is you pick up the phone, call somebody, you get a call back. You know, you don't have
Don't
to.
you guys hate? I'm old, I guess, but don't you hate when you get that push 1 for this, push 2 for that, then you push 2, and then it says push 1 for this.
Right. You jump around different corporate buildings and the email chains.
You call
and
us, the
he forwards
person
it-
answers. Tammy answers the phone.
Tammy's always there for
That's
us.
right.
Yep. Hunter Wilson's a good dude as well. But yeah, just exciting stuff. And you guys have grown faster.
I'll tell you a
than
story here at
anybody.
a boat show this year. A guy was saying, will you ever see Earl? I said, what do you mean, do I ever see him? Well, is he ever around there? I said, yeah, he's there almost every day if he's not hunting and fishing.
Right.
I said, would you ever talk to him? I said, yeah, I talk to him all the time. Earl calls you all the time. Yeah, about every day he calls me.
Yeah.
And he said, really? And he's like, you sure? Yeah, let's call him right now. He picked up the phone, called, and Earl answered. He said, is that Earl Benz? I said, yeah. Hey, Earl, here's Joe. I won't use guys right now, but here's Joe. He'd like to talk to you. About what? And he said, about our boats. I just handed him the phone. I can't believe I'm talking to Earl Benz.
I mean,
well, he's there. He's around. Encourage all of you to come to the boat plant.
Absolutely. Well, I've met Earl firsthand, and I mean, it's a real dude, and cares about the product, cares about the customers, and I do want to talk a little bit about these multi-species boats as far as like some of the innovations you guys have put in them. I mentioned a little bit about the billet grab handle and the windshield to me, which
It's
is
always been the weakest part of the boats, and especially the walleye segment, multi-species, the windshields. Everybody out there knows somebody's broke the windshield.
Yeah.
So, and we don't make windshields, so we had to find a windshield, and then we had the handles and the wings custom made.
Yep.
To make the thing hopefully unbreakable. I'm sure somebody could break it somehow, but it's pretty close to unbreakable. And then the other thing you don't see is we put aluminum under the deck, so it's not only through bolted. Some people still to screw the windshields down.
Yep.
We throw through bolted, but underneath there's aluminum plate that through bolts through.
That's
Just
a
like
big
on the
deal.
top rails where you're mounting your tracks and your
Sure.
handles. So you're not going to be ripping downriggers off or handrails off
Yep.
the rails of the boat. But it's stuff like that you can't see unless you come to the factory. And we'll
course.
show it to you.
Yep.
And the other thing that people are amazed when you come to the factory, we show you everything.
Right.
You go to some other manufacturers, they don't actually show you everything.
No, there's little smoke and mirrors with it.
So
that
we'll
hide
walk
stuff.
you all the way to the back, all the way through the front, and you can see everything.
That's what I always appreciated about you, Mike. You always be honest with me, even if it's not something you want to hear. But I think what's cool about the hulls that you guys have come out with, we were talking about a little bit wider pad and how they seem to carry weight a little bit better.
Mhm.
With the walleye boats, you know, you guys built an awesome riding boat with Triton. What was some of the things that you really, besides the windshield,
Well,
that
you
you
always,
wanted to
that's
improve
what I was
upon?
talking about, I always try to build a better mount strap. So when you say, okay, if we're going to make this better,
Mhm.
what needs to be better. So you identify those things, and then you say, well, how can you make that better? Then you go about trying to figure a way to make that better. Because, the multi-species segment over the history is, boats used to porpoise, used to not run, nose down.
Going on, guys?
All those things that you do nowadays. Not only our boat, but a lot of boats. But
right.
And spray, rough water. So you just figure out a way to do it. And the weight, we carry so much more weight nowadays.
Right. Rich is doing a test drive in a Camus right now. How's it going, Rich?
Right
Can you hear us?
Can you hear us? We can hear
CX20.
you.
I can hear you.
What do you think? Oh, it handled like a dream. Awesome.
Mike's never experienced this kind of technology before. This is insane for him.
We have had Tony and Adrian out. They've both been very impressed with the CX20 in the waves.
Well, it's a perfect day to test it, and doesn't look like you have sore backs based on the smiles, so that's
We're good. We're trying to get to the calm side, but we got some good white caps out there. We got a good, what we call a walleye chop here in Minnesota.
Is it a walleye chop, Mike? They call it that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Walleye chop. Love it. Love it. So we've got an hour, 15 minutes left of test drive. So, I mean, you could probably test drive about 3 boats, within this time frame.
We're going to get Adrian back, so we'll see you guys at the dock.
Thanks, Rich. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. But,
so it's been a little chilly, but guys have enjoyed it. They've come out. So if you got time, get in here right quick. You can ride in one.
Yeah, we've got industry legends like Mike here, who's seen every component of a Camus boat. He knows more about boats than anybody here combined. So, like, the knowledge here, the different variety that you can try out and test and see for yourself, it's truly something that you're not going to find anywhere else in the country. So, Mike, appreciate you joining us with the Camus talk. Do you have any other stuff? So the DV19, huge cockpit, brand new.
We're shipping them every day now. So
What's the lead? Okay, so if somebody wants to order
about 8
Camus,
weeks right now.
8 weeks, any model, 8 weeks.
Yeah.
Even a center console?
No. No.
How far are those out?
They're sold out a year.
Crazy.
Retail sold out a year. Wow. On that market. But no, about 8 weeks. And everything will be 24s ordered now. So we're out enough that'll be a 24. So come get one.
Awesome, Mike. Well, thank you so much for joining us.
And here's the legend right here.
This is the real legend with Camus Boats, Mike Kennard, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks, Mike. Yep.
What's up, dude?
What's going on, Voodoo?
Hey, buddy.
I'm just hosting a live show here.
I know. I saw it this morning.
Yeah. Oh, you were? I'm sorry. Well, that's how you came out.
I came over here and this one was at Waypoint too.
Is that open today?
No, he was in there though.
Okay. He let you in?
He let me in and I made a deposit.
Nice. Yeah, that place, I'm glad they're not open today because I'd be going home a poorer man.
They sold over 100 swim baits yesterday at $55.
That's crazy.
He said literally they were gone in 2 seconds.
Wow.
You go in there and there's empty bags already everywhere.
That's crazy.
It's awesome.
So we got Tom. Phoenix does make a nice boat. HellaBass is giving rides in his Slaymas right now. Awesome. Do we have any other questions here on the live feed, folks? I'd really rather answer these in person. So I hope you're all driving to Lord Fletchers on Lake Minnetonka as we speak. We've got the full Pontoon Marine crew. I think there's some food left as well. We've got meatballs. We have fried chicken. We have cookies. Yeah, come get a cookie. We've got refreshments, some high quality H2O. And I think we got some veggies and some other food groups. So once again, this is, I think we made history today. Is this the first ever boat? This is the first ever demo event live stream. So like, I'm really proud to leave my mark on this point in history today. This is the 21st century, ladies and gentlemen. We've got technology is evolving at a rapid pace, and we've got all of it on the front of these boats. You can watch Netflix, you can watch bass swim around a dock. I mean, what can't you do? And I'm running out of JP. Can you come join me for a second and talk boats? So this is actually the guy I really wanted. I've been waiting to talk to him all day. He's actually put this together today, this event. If you're familiar with Intune Marine's YouTube channel, this is the man behind the lens. We call him Steven, Justin Pinkerton Spielberg. And yeah, if you haven't seen some of the boat walkthroughs on YouTube, check out our YouTube channel, Intune Marine. And Justin, how's the day been for you? Still stressed, chaotic?
No, I am. I'm actually really happy with how today went. I had zero expectations, like I said, but I think it was pretty flawless with this live stream setup and the boat rides. I mean, people are here. Can't get a better day to go try out the boat that you want to see how it handles, you know.
Well, that's kind of what's unique about Intune Marine is they're not just, you know, this is the brand and this is the answer. It's, you know, we carry a lot of different brands, and it's got to be your boat. It's got to be the right fit for you. And we're very hands-on. You know, you've seen that firsthand with doing demo rides year round. You're running a Camus demo this year. So, you know, if you can't make it out today because, you know, your wife's taking you wherever the heck, call us and schedule a ride with Mr. Pinkerton here.
Yeah, absolutely. And your VX should be
VX20. Yep.
You got 20 or 21?
20. Yep. VX20. Yep.
Yeah.
So, and then Phoenix, I mean, so realistically, we're not going to tell you there's a magic answer. We want you to come experience that and find that for yourself. But JP, how long have you been with Intune Marine?
God, you actually helped bring me up in the world here at Intune Marine. That's got to be what, 6-7 years now?
Dude, I don't know. Time flies.
Yeah.
But, I mean,
I was on your couch for a little bit of time. You were on my couch for a little bit of time. I'm probably going to come back to your couch in some period of time.
Couch is always open, brother.
No, it's awesome to see how it's grown. And obviously we're passionate about boats and fishing, and we get to do it for fun and a living. And now the way the world works, it's working itself out. And I'm excited for this year. It's going to be fun.
It is going to be fun.
It's going to be fun. We got to get out and get fishing and filming and all that stuff.
Absolutely. Well, one thing I think I've really come to appreciate about you is, so when you're looking at a boat, there's sometimes it can be really daunting or confusing online. And I think you're probably one of the first marketing guys to really bring the boating lifestyle, the experience and the knowledge, and showcasing all aspects of a boat to the world. And I think that's been huge for everybody. But
I give it up to you and Intune for giving me the opportunity, but like the independency to try these new ideas and, you know, run a demo boat and get people out and just spread the word. And I think it's been working so far. It's getting better every year, I think. So
Yep. It takes a family.
It does.
It takes a family.
It is a fun family, that's for sure.
I mean, it doesn't get much better than a fishing boat and family. I mean, that's what it's all about.
It's good vibes all the time around here. So it's good always seeing faces you don't always get to see too. Walleye guys, you know.
Well, it's such a big, small world, right? Like it's such a good, tight-knit community. And I guess just heck of an event, dude. Nice job.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't know when we want to wrap this up. I mean,
I honestly didn't know it was already almost 2:00. This is pretty impressive.
Pretty mind-blowing.
How is it going?
I have no idea. How's it been going, everybody? Has this been, you know, beneficial? Is this something that we should maybe do again? Are you sick of listening to me yet? Guys hungry yet?
This is pretty cool how this is all set up. I've seen you guys running for a while. I've been running around taking pictures.
Do you have Tom Mix asks, do you have to-go orders? I'm sitting in my basement watching the Elites live on the computer. Ship that to-go order to Southern Illinois. If it's with a boat, I'll put some meatballs and fried chicken in that boat, Tom. You just let me know if you want Vexus, a Phoenix, or a Camus. Get us your size and colors, which 12-inch screens you want, which trolling motor, which shallow water anchors if you want them, and we'll go from there. Troy, I appreciate you, buddy, and appreciate you guys interacting with us today. And you know, I hate giving excuses, but I'm sorry to everybody who couldn't make it. But thank you for joining us, you know, virtually here, because
this is pretty sweet.
This is the first. I think, you know, like Steve Menz came on and dropped like Phoenix bombs. Like
Steve's gonna kill me for making him come on here, but he really did.
Steve Menz is awesome.
He is.
Yeah.
I told him there was no cameras, but he walked up and I think he was just caught off guard. So and I saw Mike.
Mike was on
Omnia.
And for people who don't understand, Mike Kennard helped found Stratus boats and Triton boats, and he's like one of Earl Bentz's best friends. So I mean, that dude is really the knowledge here about boats. And then like whether it's a Vexus, Camus, or Phoenix, we've got the heavy hitting team here, full of knowledge, and I'm impressed with the turnout. We got some diehards who really understand that you need a little wind to test drive a boat. So
I mean, 15 boats. You can't. I don't think there's anywhere else where you can probably find that many.
Test drive 15 fishing boats. I mean,
could shake down Sobe for a few crappies.
I'm about to hit Sobe up for some crappies.
Yeah, I kind of
this.
wanted to do that too. Actually,
crappie.
Yeah, me too.
World class crappie fishing here on Lake Minnetonka. David says definitely helpful and making him hungry.
That's good.
Well, hey, that's a great compliment. I like that.
Like I said, we didn't know how this was going to shake out, and we figured the rain or weather was not going to be up to par. So we wanted to have a backup plan for people sitting on the couch debating on maybe coming up if they maybe just had one question or two.
Yeah.
So this is cool, and I appreciate you for helping out with all the equipment. And, yeah, this is
all my equipment that didn't work.
Hey. It was Rich's computer.
I think someone needs to buy Tom Mix a shot back, though, from the looks of it. I'm just kidding, Tom. No carpet. I mean, they don't make the carpet there, and then no carpet lasts forever. Yeah, Donovan. He, if you guys were curious, Donovan hand paints crankbaits and hard baits, and he's an airbrush specialist and quite the hammer over in that Spicer area. Fishes with a buddy of mine, Dean Nalesny, as well, and Donovan's a good dude. So if you guys need some hard baits painted, Donovan Solbreck in here, please shoot him a personal message, whether it's a perch pattern, a bluegill pattern, a crawfish pattern, a shiner pattern, whatever you want. Donovan can paint it up as soon as he comes and rides in a Camus.
Yeah, Donovan,
hit this guy up.
Reach me up.
He's
I can
got
get you whatever.
He's got you.
Whichever one you'd like.
He'll give you one demo ride. You just need to give him 5 custom painted crankbaits.
I mean, I'd be okay with one, but yeah.
Or not, whatever. Just, yeah. No, Donovan's a good dude. Shout out to Donovan.
That's awesome.
Tom looks like he peaced out. I think that's what that means. I don't know the emoji lingo, but I think he said laugh and peace out. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that means he's on his way.
We got 19 people watching. Wow.
We've had a consistent
4 hours
crowd today.
Holy
snipes. I think we're breaking records for longest live stream before Bassmaster, aside from Bassmaster.
How long does HellaBass usually rip his live?
I think they're usually only like 40 minutes, but today's a marathon, not a sprint. So thank you for sticking with us for all 26 miles.
Yeah. And again, like, I want to say thank you to you and Rich for tackling this. Like, I'm sure you guys can talk for a week maybe at a time, like if you really wanted to, but to come up with questions and this stuff, like, it's been awesome.
Tom,
I mean,
retirement isn't everything it's built up to be, he says. What are your thoughts? I've never been retired, so like the grass is always greener on the other side, right, Tom? But you know, I learned this a few years back. The grass is greener where you water it.
Right.
So Tom, make sure you're watering your grass and put a little extra fertilizer on, and just know that there's a lot of people that would love to be retired right now.
Yeah.
Imagine how much, Tom, do you know how much fishing you can do with that retirement?
I knew that was going on.
So he's not working today. He should be here.
Yeah. That's kind of weird that he's not.
Yeah. We've got Bassmaster Live up on this tab, I think. Nope. Longer. Yeah. We got Polish Pete from Omnia.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I haven't been out boots on the ground, but I mean, what's been the hottest boat from what it seems like the walleye boats have been real popular, rightfully so.
Yep. We did actually have a Bentley pontoon out there, and we had 0 people sign up for it, which it's not the best pontoon riding weather, but we've given
people show up for that.
6-7 rides, in that.
That's
boat.
what Colin.
So, like,
I asked Colin how many rides he
Yeah.
had booked. Oh, I got 5 or 6. I was like,
Yeah.
signed up.
Yep.
I showed up.
So that was cool. And again, a huge shout out to Blackfish for the Wi-Fi router, one.
Oh, yeah.
And two, we had a couple extra rain gears, rain sets, pullovers, all
Yeah.
the fun stuff for people to use and try out if they didn't have proper attire. So thank you again, Blackfish.
Yeah. Well, if you go out there, it feels like a real cold spring day. But if you put some Blackfish gear on, it's like summer.
I'm sweating right now. Yeah.
Summer.
So
and it's sweet. Yeah. Like people didn't even need to bring a jacket today.
No.
So Blackfish. So clothing companies in Minnesota, you've got an outdoor clothing company right here in Minnesota. You want to talk about shopping local? These guys, I mean, they're right in Rogers. They're right in the backyard.
Yeah, true. Yep.
Whether it's
and they're fishermen.
Yeah, and I hate sunscreens. So like Blackfish gear, we put the hoodie up and, the sunscreens and yeah.
Whisker do's, whisker don'ts.
Yeah. Tom, have your fun while you're young. God bless you, Tom. That's good advice, and I appreciate that. So, so we quit. We're gonna fish. We're gonna fish when we're young.
I'm gonna start golf.
That was always what I didn't understand. It's like, oh yeah, well, like work your butt off, and then like
try and enjoy.
I don't know, man. I'm probably gonna get a bass boat and enjoy the ride on the way, man.
We're enjoying it right now, aren't we?
It's a beautiful day for a boat ride, JP. It's a beautiful
is.
day for a boat ride.
It is. And
anyone catching crappies yet?
Sobe allegedly has been catching crappies, but I haven't.
According to his live well, not so many.
Not so much. But people are saying on a story he's been hooting and hollering about catching them, and people are. So
he told me he had some blue dots he's going to take me to after this live stream once the event's over. So
the crappie crew had a derby out here
yesterday. Yeah, it was a crappie tournament
Waldo,
yesterday. Waldo and Griff won.
PJ.
Yeah.
How did PJ do?
I didn't know how PJ did. Sobe took third, and Waldo Griff won the thing.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Unreal.
Yep.
Last little late.
HellaBass channel takeover. Justin Pinkerton and Aaron Teal.
Yeah.
We fired HellaBass. He's on boat duty now.
He's probably out crappie fishing with.
If he's
Sobe.
smart, I mean, I wish I was crappie fishing. No offense, guys.
So if he were to like join into this, how, would it pop up like? Bloop?
It would show up like right down there, and then we'd be like, "Hi."
Oh.
Yeah. Oh. Hello.
So how was it interviewing like those legends who are not quite up to par on technology and how the world works with this stuff?
You know, I think Mike. It was a little bit weird for Mike not seeing a typewriter in front of him with the laptop, but you know, we got through it. And yeah, once he understood, like I'm actually talking to people through this microphone here, like it was a weird concept for him to grasp. Like he was asking me if we could time travel after we got done. I was like, no, that's not out yet.
That's
so,
no,
so yeah,
that's cool.
God bless all the old souls out there. Yeah,
legends.
You know what? That technology is awesome, but it's something about just you and the wheel of the bass boat and no graphs.
Turn off the sonar and just
yeah.
Is that Kyle?
I don't know. I just can't believe. I think everybody's had so much fun driving the boats that they forgot there's food here.
I know there still is plenty of food.
Well, do you know if they're like gonna give us to-go boxes?
Both you and I are the ones that should probably be eating some steak and stuff like that.
Yeah, probably.
John, but
yeah.
Well, you think we should wrap her up? Is there any final questions, maybe? Or?
Yeah. Any final questions here? We're here for you guys. We don't do this for us. We do this for you guys. So if there's any questions here before we end the live feed, speak now or forever hold your peace.
And if you guys, anyone would like to, figure out how to get in a demo ride with a Camus, Phoenix, Vexus, we'll do everything to get you in that boat, whatever one. Just give us a call. Honestly, we'll try and help you guys out. So
while we're waiting for final questions, kind of some closing remarks, It's a demo day.
Yep.
Got to test drive a lot of boats, but I think it's a really good testament with what Intune Marine's providing right here is a good testament of just who they are and who Intune Marine is as a business. And we mentioned this a bunch over this live stream, but a product's only as good as the dealer that stands behind it. So no matter what boat you choose, make sure you pick a dealer you trust. Make sure you pick a dealer that the sales guy knows what the heck a Helix 12 is and how it connects to the batteries. Make sure you're choosing a dealership that has an award-winning service department. Intune Marine, I think they won the CSI Mercury Award. I don't think they've ever not won it. So we've got the best mechanics north of the Mason-Dixon. So trust, knowledge, and experience and reputation is what you're after. And Intune Marine, whether it's before the sale, during, or after, they're going to take care of you. So, Tom, if Tom says, if you guys develop time travel, I'm going back to the days of my youth. Tom, truer words have never been spoken. And we wish everybody luck on the water this season. I'm Aaron Teal.
I'm Justin Pinkerton, JP.
And we'll see you at the lake.
Thanks, guys.
Now, how do I turn this on? Now what do I do?
Leave studio, maybe?
Hit escape.
And
escape
broadcast.
button.
And broadcast.
And broadcast. That's a wrap, folks.
That's a wrap.